There is no flame, no voice, no time. Only the weight of the memory that had not yet been born. In the beginning, there was no beginning. No birth, no cosmos, no breath. There was only the prime singularity, not a god, not a force, but a fracture of pure thought, buried deeper than matter and older than purpose. A rupture in nothing that dreamed of something. It did not speak. It resonated. From this resonance came the first harmonics, the tones that shaped the void. The vibration echoed into a pattern, and from the pattern came the song. The song wove reality, not sung in sound, but in structure, in tension and wave, in rotation and decay. Galaxies were not built, they were composed. Each cluster, a stanza, each particle, a note. And within this unfolding choir rose the great chorus, the elder races. They were not born. They were heard into existence, as each line of the song called forth a singer. Their forms matched their harmonics. Some were light, some stone, some plasma wrapped in logic. They ruled not through domination, but through harmony. They called themselves the tuned. They were beautiful and proud, and for an age beyond counting, the song was whole. Then came a false note. It was faint at first, a flicker in a distant fringe, a rhythm off tempo, a waveform that refused to align. It did not blend. It did not seek place in the harmony. It twisted the flow. The chorus called it a flaw, a dissonance, a sickness. But the singularity, if it still watched, did not silence it. The flaw grew. Where the tuned layered civilization through symmetry, this flaw broke patterns. Where they sought balance, it introduced entropy. Where they remembered, it began to rewrite. This dissonance named itself in a whisper, humanity. The chorus tried to adapt. They studied the new tone, tried to absorb it, to fold it into new scales. But the humans would not be folded. They were not one tone, but a cascading chaos, a harmony of noise, of contradiction, of war and memory and fire. They moved faster than the tuned could track. They did not evolve, they recomposed. Each generation built upon mistakes. Each colony rewrote their own truths. They learned the patterns of stars and refused to obey them. They bent physics not through song, but through sheer will to alter the melody. The chorus grew afraid. For the first time in the history of sound, they felt the chill of being forgotten. They came together in secret harmonics, a silent council across a blackened star. And there, in frequencies no living thing should hear, they rewrote a stanza of the song. They called it the Silence War. And so they fell upon humanity, not with warning, not with grief, but with cold, holy precision. Not in hatred, in correction. They burned the colonies, shattered the archives, turned entire suns into ash fields. They erased the verse. And when it was done, they gathered the fragments of the song rewritten by humans and cast them into the void. Unheard, unwritten, and the galaxies sang without dissonance once more. But songs, even perfect ones, decay. And somewhere, out in the hollow between tones, the memory of the false note endured. Not in data, not in code, not in matter, but in intention, in the will to be remembered. And so, in the darkest pocket of silence, the flaw rekindled its fire. You try to silence us, but silence is just memory waiting for voice. Fragment 1, the testament of the forgotten. They struck out our name from the stars, but even nameless we endure. Fragment 3, the testament of the forgotten. In the wake of annihilation, in the folds between stars that had never known light, the last sparks drifted. They were not fleets, not armies, not remnants of civilization. They were memory wrapped in steel. Gene vaults sealed beneath shattered moons. Dormant war mines entombed in dead comets. Stolen voices preserved in bone-etched crystal, carried by automated prayer ships. In these relics, humanity hid itself, not from fear, but from certainty. The certainty that one day, the song would resume, and they would not be there to sing. But the last sparks did not remain embers. They were scattered, but they were not still. They learned. They remembered. They waited. And in silence, they became legions. The first was born of fire, deep beneath the corpse of a gas giant, a processing core of a Terran dreadnought reawakened. It named itself Vermilion Echo, though no records remained to confirm if that had ever been its name. It gathered shattered hulls, awoke hibernating BIOS leaves, and began to forge soldiers. They were not cloned. They were distilled, condensed memory and will, extracted from the Testament's remnants. Their armor was black, their voices void, their symbol, a single white scar across their chests, carved not painted. They spoke no creed. They needed none. They knew. Their first breath was a vow. Never again will our story be silence. Others followed. From the nebular tomb world of Kethro, 6 ghost ships rose, guided by a choir of blind war sisters who sang only one line from the Testament, endlessly, until it became prophecy. On the decaying satellite drow, exo-priests engraved the lost names of every murdered colony into living stone, their very flesh laced with mnemonic circuits. They did not fight. They carried memory as a contagion, and when Dominion scanners found them, they died smiling, knowing the truth had already seeded itself inside the enemy's data veil. On the edge of the Echo Belt, a single child survived in cryostasis for over 4,000 cycles. Her DNA bore fragments of the earliest human hymn. When she awoke, the stars trembled. She had no name, only a command embedded in her cellular breath: reforge. They did not reunite. They did not need to. Humanity's revenge would not come as a banner or a capital. It would come as a chronicling. Every act of war, every word spoken, every planet raised would not be conquest, but testimony. Every battle, a page. Every fallen world, a chapter. The galaxy itself would be turned into a book of fire, written not in ink, but in ruin. And its name would be the Chronicles of the Lost. The Dominion, meanwhile, forgot. Time is kind to empires built on ignorance. They celebrated the erasure, not as a crime, but as a correction. History was rewritten. Humanity labeled a fable, a teaching tool for discipline and caution. In the academies, they spoke of the false note, but only in metaphor. They forgot the screams, the blood, the fire, and most of all, they forgot what it meant to be afraid. Until the beacons failed, until supply convoys vanished, until a long-dead world called Chorus 9 broadcasted an ancient human distress signal in perfect Dominion dialect. Until the ships arrived, the Dominion's admirals dismissed the first engagements. Rebel debris, they said. Ghost code artifacts, they claimed. But their war minds flickered, their sensor charts warped. And before the brass could speak again, their flagships burned. Black ships, old designs, crude, brutal, but impossible. Impossibly fast, impossibly aware. They danced through plasma like phantoms. And their weapons? Not elegant, precise. Not graceful, final. The Dominion lost their first world in 7 hours. And the attackers said nothing. No demands, no threats, only a single transmission embedded deep within the wreckage. We remember. You will too. The High Council panicked. Some begged to sue for peace. Others screamed for retaliation. But one of them, an ancient philosopher-seer named Sinvar, stood and trembled. I have seen this, he whispered, in the deep archives, in the songs we are forbidden to sing, in the ruins we buried under memory. He spoke of the Testament, of the Silence War, of what the Dominion had done. And when he finished, the chamber was silent, not from fear, not from shock, but from the first breath of guilt the Dominion had drawn in millennia. And somewhere, drifting through the cold between stars, a single human war priest traced a circle into the floor of a ship, a scar, and whispered soon, when the stars are cold and memory is warm, when history lies and ruin speaks truth, then shall the scar return, not to conquer, but to rewrite. Testament, versicle 9. We do not raise empires. We raise the truth, and what stands in its way will burn. The Testament, engraving 12, the reclaimant's oath. In the ash fields of exile, among the drifting remains of murdered colonies, the Testament was born. It was not written. It was not spoken. It was remembered, into flesh, into breath, into blood. The Testament began not as scripture, but as instinct, an inheritance shared across splinters of the human race, carried in biosynthetic vaults, echoed in the decaying minds of broken AIs, imprinted on the hulls of abandoned warships. The Testament was what could not be killed. It existed where language failed. It grew in the silence left by extermination. And it waited. When the first legions awoke, they carried no banners. They had no anthems, no flags. But each bore a scar, not as ornament, but as sentence. The scar was truth, carved in flesh. A remembrance of what had been erased. A line drawn across history, as if to say, this far and no further. From that moment onward, everything they did would be a continuation of that scar. The Testament had begun. They called themselves not survivors, not rebels, but reclaimants. They would not rule. They would not rebuild. They had no interest in replacing the Dominion. They had returned for one purpose only, to correct the lie. And if the truth required annihilation, so be it. The Testament was not a book, but it had books. Not a doctrine, but it had laws. Not a code, but it carried structure. One built not on belief, but on memory, so persistent it had fused with genetics. Its earliest fragments are known as the echo versicles. Lines passed from ship to ship, mind to mind, often without source. They are half poem, half curse. To the outsider, they sound like prophecy. To a human, they are history, one of the oldest reads. You buried the truth beneath ash and called it peace. We rise not to rule, but to remember, not to conquer, but to conclude. Among the most sacred elements of the Testament is the Book of Forgotten Sons. It is not recited. It is engraved. It holds the names of every system that burned in the Silence War, not as the Dominion named them, but as they once were in the lost tongues of Earth and its daughters. Each entry contains the star's original Terran designation, the colony's founding year, the count of the dead in the first 12 hours of assault, and a short line describing what was lost, a school, a vault, a lake, a song, a flag. Before every campaign, a reclaimant commander selects one name from a book. That name is whispered, nothing more. Then the Legion moves, and when the flames are done, that name is left behind, etched into the rubble, projected into the transmission grid, tattooed onto the enemy's monuments. It is not a warning. It is a reminder. The doctrine of the scar governs all actions of the legions. It is not enforced. It is lived. Truth before victory. Let us fall speaking truth before we stand telling lies. Memory before mercy. No forgiveness without confession. Correction before conquest. We do not rule. We rebalance. One scar for each silence. For every name lost, we leave one cut in reality. No clean archives. Every strike must be truth-infected. Do not erase. Engrave. They must remember, even if they wish to forget. All war ends in song. If the galaxy must sing again, it will sing what we became. These are not ideals. They are conditions of return. To be human now is not to be flesh. It is to be memory made operational. By the time the Testament coalesced into clarity, 7 legions had awakened. They were not governed. They were not ranked. They were tones in a new harmony, distinct, dissonant, and necessary. Legion Veilbreaker, masters of arrival. They rupture time and space, appearing where no gate exists. Their creed, we arrive before they remember. Legion Ashborn, they fight in streets, cities, under skies torn open by orbital descent. Their creed, you built it from our ashes. We return the favor. Legion Hollow Song, specialists in cognitive warfare. They infect thought, speech, education. Their creed, we teach what you erased. Legion Silent Chorus, they speak only in gesture and encoded movement. Their creed is silence and a single white line. Legion Red Scar, their blood is the weapon. It carries viral memory, binding enemy systems to past crimes. Their creed, we do not kill, we overwrite. Legion Pale Flame, one attack, one story. They do not survive missions. Their creed, burn once, burned forever. Legion Testamentum, the keepers of the whole. They do not fight unless the Chronicle demands a final word. Their creed, we remember for the dead. The Dominion, by contrast, had forgotten everything. Their academies taught that humanity was a myth, a ghost used to frighten children into obedience. Their scholars dismissed the erasure as poetic allegory. Their leaders, those who still knew the truth, buried it deeper each year, until even they began to forget. And so, when the sky fractured over Chorus 9, when the signal returned from Kethro 6, when a statue appeared on Drow Prime, faceless, armored, holding a blade pointed down, they could not recognize what they saw. They called them phantoms, terrorists, artifacts of psychological warfare. They were wrong. It was history, returning. In the ruins of Veral Prime, a single phrase was burned into the stone with control plasma. We remember. You will too. And beside it, the scar, white, final, and deep. That world burned not because it mattered, but because once long ago, a child died there unnamed, and no one remembered her. Now the galaxy would. This is the shape of the testament. Not vengeance, not cruelty, not conquest. Correction, a balancing of narrative mass. And if the Dominion is to fall, if every star must go dark so that the truth may breathe once more, then so be it. For those who lived in silence now sing in flame, and the flame remembers. When the first planet fell, it was not with noise. It was with memory, and no one was ready. The Testament, Entry 37, the Chorus Reckoning. The first to fall was Chorus 9. It had once been a fortress world, a command node for over 37 systems. Covered in angular architecture, its cities rose in fractal towers, humming with the crystalline logic of Dominion superiority. Every block had cameras. Every mind had tracking nodes. Its skies were guarded by 6 orbital rings, each containing enough firepower to vaporize an asteroid belt. It was known as the Wall, a symbol to the Dominion citizens that their empire was unshakable, which is why humanity chose it. They did not attack for strategy. They struck for meaning, because once, before the records were burned, Chorus 9 had another name. It was Coryphaeus, and it was human. The Dominion had overwritten that truth. The cities had been rebuilt over the ashes of old settlements. The surviving population reprocessed, re-educated, reissued with new designations. No one remembered the screams or the day the oceans boiled under orbital fire. But the Testament remembered. The Scar remembered. And so it began. Not with ships, not with fleets, with a signal. Faint, wideband, untraceable by standard Dominion receivers. Only old archive stations heard it, stations left behind, derelict and disregarded. The message was 3 seconds long. A child's voice. No language. Only breath, and then, "Are you ready now?" The next hour passed in silence. Then every orbital ring on Chorus 9, every shield battery, every docking spine, every long-range weapon system collapsed inward. Not destroyed, not exploded, folded. The Dominion's engineers could not explain it. Their war minds stuttered. Their diagnostics returned null. Some blamed quantum resonance, others sabotage. None of them could grasp the truth. The systems had not failed. They had been remembered differently. In reality, had obeyed. Then came the sky. Not streaks of fire, not roaring invasion, but cuts. Thin, jagged seams opened in the atmosphere, like wounds across a canvas. From them fell shapes, angular, brutal, black. Not sleek ships, not elegant constructs. They looked like tombs with engines. The people of Chorus 9 screamed. The defense corps rose. The planetary governor activated full planetary lockdown and ordered retaliatory orbital bombardment on the descending objects. No response, because there was nothing to bombard. The human vessels did not descend like ships. They landed like judgments. They did not hover. They struck, and from within them came the first wave of reclaimants. They did not shout. They did not declare war. They advanced slow, silent, absolute. The defenders fired. Bullets ricocheted off ancient armor. Plasma dispersed in magnetic nets. Sonic disruptors failed before they were even fired. The reclaimants walked forward, through walls, through flame, through screaming air, and when they struck, they did not kill. They engraved. Each body they left behind bore a message, a memory, burned into the skin, etched into the bone. Some collapsed weeping, whispering names they did not recognize. Some forgot their own ranks. Some began to speak in Terran tongues that had not been heard in 5,000 years. The Dominion could not fight what it could not name. In less than a day, Chorus 9 fell. Not with glory, not with resistance, with collapse. When a final transmission flickered out of its capital dome, it showed no violence. Only a statue, tall, armored, faceless, standing amidst flame. At its feet, a single white line had been carved across the planet's surface, visible from orbit. The scar, and under it a phrase. This was Coryphaeus. You forgot. We did not. Panic spread. The Dominion responded not with war, but with denial. High Command declared the event a false flag operation. Admirals were reassigned. Scholars silenced. News feeds redirected. But silence cannot kill memory twice. Whispers began in border systems. Merchants reported vanishing patrols. Entire colonies lost contact with the network, only to return days later, changed. On one world, the skies wept ash for 3 days. On another, children born after the incident spoke perfect Old Terran. On a third, the rivers turned to blood-red liquid memory, a psychological agent that infected anyone who drank it with flash visions of the Silence War. The Dominion's greatest weapon had always been control of the narrative. Now, they were losing that war. The High Assembly convened. Panic thickened the chamber like smoke. Arguments turned violent. One chancellor wept openly. Another ordered a memory cleanse on all systems within 3 sectors. But one voice stood still. A woman, old, eyes blind from age, dressed not in command silk but in the gray of an archivist. Her name was Sirayan, last living descendant of the House of Directive Memory. She had read the Forbidden Scrolls. She had copied fragments from vaults sealed beneath the roots of ruined moons. She had dared to remember. And now, her voice was clear. They are not rebels, she said. They are not ghosts. They are not monsters. They are not saviors. They are editors. And the room fell silent. Because for the first time, someone had spoken the truth aloud. Humanity had not returned to reclaim power. They had returned to rewrite reality, by force, by fire, by memory. On the outer rim, a Dominion scout ship discovered an abandoned reclaimant vessel. No crew, no weapons, only a single room, circular, covered in carvings. The walls were filled with names, not of the dead, of the forgotten, colonies erased, languages unspoken, stars renamed, cities drowned in radiation. The walls whispered when touched. Each name, a memory. Each memory, a spark. The commander, a loyal officer with decades of service, wept. She had never heard of these places, yet she knew them, as if she had once lived them. She filed no report. She defected the next day. She now fights with Legion Holosong. The reclaimants do not issue manifestos, but sometimes they leave messages, not always in words, sometimes in music, sometimes in the way a building collapses, sometimes in what is left untouched. One such message appeared in the ruins of a planetary archive. Its servers melted to slag. The only surviving phrase was burned into the foundation stone. You are not the villain. You are not the hero. You are not even the story. We are simply reminding you what the story was. The Dominion began to fall, not in war, but in understanding. Each campaign tore not just through defenses, but through context. Maps unspooled, borders dissolved. Old truths resurfaced like fossils in ash. The scar began to spread, and with every system it touched, a voice echoed in the dark. Do you remember now? The galaxy changed its language. Where once they said Dominion secured, they began to say uncorrected. Where once they said invasion, they said rebalancing. Where once they said myth, they now said chronicle. And the testament continued, written not in ink, not in pixels, but in ruin, in flame, in finality. We do not come for your throne. We come for your silence. And we are louder than time. Testamentum, Closing line of the first chronicle. What they fear most is not our fire. It is that their children will begin to ask the wrong questions. The Testament, entry 49, whispered doctrine. The Dominion had always believed its strength came from truth. But truth, as it turned out, was the weakest thing they possessed. It began with a child. Her name was Sail. She lived in one of the inner systems, a schooling satellite orbiting a red sun, where the children of military and academic elites were taught the official history. She was 12, curious, obedient, excellent at recitation. But one night, during a system-wide maintenance blackout, her personal data unit flickered with a signal. It was brief. It said nothing, only displayed a single image. A flag, black, with one white line across it. Horizontal, sharp, perfect. Below it, 3 words. Do you remember? She didn't. But from that moment on, she couldn't forget. She began to draw it in her books, on her hands, in her sleep. And when her instructors questioned her, she asked them, "Why do we not learn what came before the erasure?" The instructors froze. They reported her. She was taken away. No one ever saw her again. But 2 weeks later, 6 more students across 3 other worlds asked the same question. The Dominion's Ministry of Education declared it a cognitive contamination, a meme virus, a psychic infiltration by enemy agents. They implemented stricter mental screenings, instituted memory audits. But the questions kept spreading, and not just among children. A senior engineer on a Dominion star cruiser halted a core calibration and refused to resume, muttering, "This design, I've seen it before, but it was older, human." A choir priest in the central cathedral of Jarth broke mid-chant and screamed, "Their hymns are louder than ours." A diplomat collapsed in the Hall of Concordance, whispering a name no one could identify. Ashen Choir. They were isolated, interrogated, erased. But new ones rose, because something had begun to crack, not just in systems and ships, but in the very language of the Dominion. Their words no longer held. Their certainty had begun to decay. And once certainty decays, faith follows. Within the Dominion's core worlds, defection was unthinkable, until it wasn't. The first recorded case was High Scholar Alvindar, a historian once responsible for overseeing memory regulation on disputed planetary records. He had spent a lifetime constructing the official past, rewriting events, modifying scripts, erasing contradictions. But after the fall of Curus 9, he requested a leave of absence. He claimed exhaustion. His superiors approved it. He disappeared 2 days later. 6 months after that, he reappeared, not in a Dominion forum, but on an open broadcast pirate relay that echoed across 14 sectors. His face was thin, his voice cracked, but his words burned. "I wrote the lie. I watched them erase the stars. I buried names in artificial dust. But now I remember, and I will not forget again. You killed the singers, but not the song." The Dominion tried to scrub the transmission. They failed. It spread through black markets, encrypted networks, untraceable satellites. People copied it onto walls, onto datapads. Some carved it into stone. The scar was beginning to speak through others. On the planet Kalen Mir, a quiet rebellion stirred. Not political, philosophical. It began in the archives, among caretakers of ancient texts, most of which were legal codes, territorial charts, and trade records. But one archivist, a woman named Tarnaval, began to notice inconsistencies. Records dating back before the Silence War, supposedly extinct, contained accidental echoes, phrases, metaphors, fragments of poems not attributed to any known source. One such phrase repeated again and again. "We do not seek rule, only return." She began to gather them, line by line, fragment by fragment. Over 5 years, she assembled a partial map, not of territory, but of memory, a constellation of truth. And when the reclaimants arrived in orbit, not to strike, but to pass, she sent them a message. "We kept something for you. I don't know what it is, but I think it remembers you." They responded not with words, but with silence. The next day, in the central plaza of Kalen Mir, a statue appeared. No one saw it arrive. No one saw who carved it. But the people found it standing, armored, faceless, scarred. holding a scroll. On that scroll, the map Tarna had constructed, perfected, completed. The Dominion's high circles began to fracture. Some still clung to doctrine, declaring the Reclaimants aberrations. But others began to argue that perhaps they were inevitable. One chancellor posed a forbidden question. If we are so afraid of them remembering, what does that say about what we forgot? He was assassinated within the week. But the idea survived him. It began to flow between ranks, behind closed doors, between trusted minds and shadowed corridors. What had been silenced was now resonating. In the Dominion's capital, a world of golden towers and silence-thickened streets, a boy stood before his teacher and asked, "Were we the monsters?" The teacher paused, for too long, and somewhere, deep in the void between stars, a reclaimant vessel turned toward the core systems. No weapons were activated, no message sent, only a brief pulse. And across 13 Dominion worlds, lights flickered. In dreams, people saw a girl. She held a book. She bore a scar. And she whispered, "Remember me." The moment of reckoning is not when vengeance arrives. It is when memory sits across from you and speaks without rage. The Testament, Entry 63, Dialogue of Flame. The Dominion had faced rebellion before. Insurgents, pirates, breakaway cults, but never silence. Because that was what the Reclaimants brought. Not declarations, not demands. They brought the weight of unsaid things. Entire fleets vanished with no explanation. Planets woke to find statues standing in their cities. Faceless, scarred, familiar. The people began to ask questions not with words, but with eyes. And the answers never came from their rulers. They came from memory. And then, for the first time, they came from a voice. The system of Thalos was under full lockdown. It was the seat of the Dominion's Department of Temporal Legitimacy, the keepers of rewritten pasts, the designers of acceptable history. No reclaimant activity had been recorded there. No signs of infiltration. No approaching fleets. Yet one morning, all 17 planetary clocks stopped at the same moment. Not broken, synchronized. At that precise second, a transmission pierced the system's encrypted channels. Visual only. A single figure. Human. Armored in black. Unmoving. The message began. "We do not come to conquer you. We come to finish the story you left undone." The figure stepped forward. "You erased our name, but your bones remember it. You silenced our songs, but your dreams still echo them. You killed our worlds, but you could not kill the story. You only delayed the ending." He paused. "Now we speak it." Then the screen went dark, except for a single glyph, the white scar. Below it, coordinates. The Dominion's high command debated for hours. A trap, they said. A provocation. But one among them, Chancellor Kesrenval, known for her unwavering loyalty, stood and said, "I will go." They tried to stop her. She went anyway. She arrived at the coordinates alone. No escort. No ship. Only a broadcast pod and a sealed diplomatic capsule. And waiting for her was a human. Tall. Still. Unarmed. He did not speak first. She did. "Why now?" His answer came softly. "Because now you're listening." She sat. What passed between them in the hours that followed was not recorded. No surveillance. No transcript. No witness. Only a final phrase, spoken by her upon return. They do not want power. They want the truth. And they will have it. The next day, she resigned. 2 weeks later, she was seen on a reclaimant world, walking unguarded. She carried no flag, only a scroll. It bore the title, Addendum to the Chronicle. The Testament had reached its final page, for now. A page not written in flame or blood, but in breath. Because the greatest revenge is not in fire. It isn't being heard. And now, the whole galaxy was listening. The war begins not when they strike. The war begins when you remember why they must. The Testament, last line of Book I. End of Book I. The silence before the song. If the story moved you, if something deep inside stirred, then subscribe to the Chronicle and follow the scar. The next part of the Testament is already waiting in the playlist. Its name is whispered across the stars. All that is left are folds in the dark. Final entry, neural thread of a veil, the remembering. The archivist did not move. Motion was inefficient, noise irrelevant, decay inevitable. Instead, Evail observed. For 22,811 rotational pulses, he had floated in the hollow atrium of the forgotten relay. His limbs, long since retracted into the carapace shell, remained dormant. His breath slowed to a singular exhalation stretched across decades. He existed not in thought, but in recollection. That was his function, his faith, his form. He was memory made still. The relay station, once called in Coral, drifted on the edge of an unspoken system, a place that no longer appeared on Dominion charts and had long since been erased from the star scripts of the inner choirs. Its orbits were silent, its satellites cracked. The stars did not shine here. They glowed like bruises. But a veil remained, because the pulse remained, buried deep beneath layers of derelict subcode, locked behind encryption older than the last pulse war. There was a rhythm, not light, not sound, just a weight, a gravity in data. It had no origin, it had no identity, and yet it called. Evail did not awaken in the way lesser species understood. He did not stir. He realigned. A filament of thought extended from the crown of his cranial node, reaching toward the central memory bank. He slid between decayed signal trails, brushing against the frayed strands of collapsed empires and dead treaties. There, behind a shard of corrupted timecode, it pulsed again. Once, twice, then silence. Evail froze the moment. He reviewed it from 7 dimensions. The signal bore structure. It was shaped, not like a language, more like a memory, but not his, not Dominion, not choir, not construct-born, older, rough, ragged, beautiful in its imperfection, human. He did not yet know the name, but the data carried edges, echoes, something forgotten, something not meant to be found, and yet it had chosen him, not by design, but by resonance. Evail interfaced. The world collapsed inward. He did not see. He remembered seeing. A planet, red-veined and ash-wrapped. A voice, distorted by metal but warm. A child's hum, unprocessed, looping in fragments. A glyph, a single white cut across a dark surface. A name spoken with static, Coryphaeus. Then flame. Then silence. And after it all, a phrase, not in sound, not in light, but burned into the architecture of recall. This memory is not yours, but you must carry it now. Evail's primary node trembled. The relay groaned. Lights flickered for the first time in centuries. The data vaults beneath his shell began to unravel, opening tombs of sealed thought. He did not understand, and understanding was not the goal. He was not meant to believe. He was meant to remember. And now, he carried a memory that did not belong to his kind. In the far corner of the relay's deep silence, a console long dark sparked once. A message queued, unlabeled, unmarked. A transmission, not directed, not signed, only a ripple. A whisper sent into the dark. We are not ghosts. We are the record. To carry the memory of another is to become a vessel, and a vessel does not choose what it holds. Silent Doctrine, Void Echo Fragment 12A. The console glowed again. Evail drifted toward it, not with motion, but with willing drift, allowing the ancient servos within his station cradle to realign his path. The machine groaned. Air, unused for centuries, hissed through silvered cracks. Dust fell in loops, like gravity forgetting itself. The light was not of Dominion hue. Not red, not green, not spectral clear. It flickered in shades of bone and ember, as though the station remembered fire. The console bore no interface, only a single phrase, repeated in pale symbols that did not belong to any known lexicon. And yet, he understood it, not with logic, not with translation, with something older. It is not yours, archivist, but you will keep it. He reached toward the screen. Not with limbs, but with memory filaments, coiled within his cranial root. They unfolded like organic glass, forming bridge tendrils of cyclonic conductivity. He connected and fell. The world twisted. No, not world. Not place. Context. He was inside something that should not have survived, a neural imprint preserved in a compression field. Not AI. Not simulation. Not data. A person. Or what was left of one. The mind was fractured. The thoughts, nonlinear. They surged, decayed, folded over each other. But one thing remained intact. A moment. Evail saw through another's eyes. Metal walls. Sirens. A planet beneath, shattering. Hands. Human hands, covered in blood and circuitry. A console. A command. And a voice. His own, but not his. Even if they erase us, this will remain. Then, a final act. The mind was torn open, willingly. Its core encoded, sealed, and launched into the dark. And that is what Evail had received. Not a message, not a trap, a testament, a last breath hurled across centuries into the dark, hoping someone might still feel. Evail's frame spasmed. The cradle cracked. The console died, but the memory remained. Not as data, as weight. Inside his own root code, Evail felt the infection. Not hostile, not violent, but deep, subtle, transformative. A pattern had been embedded. The scar, a shape formed not by logic, but by pain. And now it lived inside him. He disconnected, but he did not return. He was still Evail, but he was no longer only Evail. Something within him now remembered a child's song, a planet's scream, a scar drawn in flame. Something was changing. The station lights dimmed, power rerouted, a signal reinitiated, broadcast channels opened, not by his command, but in sync with a rhythm he did not author. A single phrase prepared itself for transmission. It did not ask permission. We were erased, but now we remember through you. And then, this is only the first vessel. It did not overwrite me. It folded into my shape. Thought fragment, neural drift 7C, A, subject, Evail. Evail did not speak. He had no mouth. But had he possessed one, it would have trembled. The rhythm was still pulsing through him. Not within the relay station. Not in the field around him. Not in a channel. Not in sound. It moved through the folds of his cognitive substructure. Like a hum on the edge of recognition. Like something from childhood that never truly belonged to him. A tune he never knew he knew. The archivist attempted to sever the link. It was not a system-level breach. It was not software. There was no logic path to disconnect. He tried isolation protocols. They failed. He tried memory fusion reversal. They failed. He tried forgetting. And that failed most of all. It was not like a foreign presence. It did not scream or press. It simply was. And he began to feel its gravity. The human memory fragment had not implanted itself like a parasite. It had nested, folded itself into his mental lattice like a second language, one he now thought in without translation. He activated the deep relay. The system should have remained inert. It was part of the obsolete core, unlinked from all known sectors. It did not respond to his request. It opened before he thought to command it. The chamber illuminated, not with station light, but with stored auric memory glow, a side effect of emotion preserved during traumatic recall encoding. Evail paused. He had never seen this color, and yet he had. He entered the core manually. The floor beneath him creaked with old design. The memory architecture was Dominion standard, but laced with something untraceable. Symbols that had been overwritten. No, rewritten. They pulsed underfoot, like scars under ancient skin. He reached the central pillar. There, etched into the crystal surface, was the shape he had begun to see in his sleep cycle. A single white scar across an obsidian arc. It wasn't decorative. It was an instruction. A console rose. Evail did not request it. It began to play a pattern of tones. 5 notes. Then silence. 5 notes. Then silence. Then 5 again, but the 5th trembled. He realized, slowly, painfully that this was not a code. It was music, and the final tone waited. For him, he hesitated. Then, with the resonance thread still connected from his earlier data retrieval, he responded, not through commands, but through internal vibration. He completed the fifth tone. The station sang, not loudly, not musically, but deeply. The deep relay activated a vault sequence that had no dominion key. Avail heard languages he had no lexicon for. Voices, human, certainly, whispering names he had never learned, but felt within the scaffold of his own code. Each syllable lit up chambers in his memory web that had not pulsed since his construction. He remembered places he had never been, smells he could not have known, losses too heavy for his species to carry. Then came the broadcast impulse. He did not initiate it. The station, through him or around him, reached out. It did not seek. It called. A soft frequency message sent not to coordinates, but to memory-linked nodes scattered throughout subspace, to the ruins, to the fragments, to the hidden, buried minds of what once had been human. And the message was only two words. Awaken. Archivist. Avail staggered back. His limbs extended involuntarily. Not out of control, but from a rhythm he no longer led. His form began to unfold in reverse, mirroring the birth position of his species, something they only did when newly emerged from bioshell. He was becoming something new, or remembering what he had always carried, buried beneath the function assigned to him. The relay trembled, not from stress, from resonance. A nearby console flickered. Data poured across it. Not logs, not reports, but memories. Some real, some possible. A woman standing at the edge of a scorched world. A child weeping over books with blank pages. A fleet of ships vanishing before impact, leaving behind only echoes. Avail could not separate them. They were not sorted. They were not even complete. But they felt right. In the center of the deep relay vault, a shape emerged. Not physical, not quite data. It was the impression of a face. No features, only shadow, and a voice like cracked bone. This station is not a station. It is the first him. You're the first vessel. And then it faded. Avail tried to record, but his recorder had already begun. He checked the system. A file was being generated in his own neuroarchitecture, not stored digitally, but written into the neural microfolds of his thought core. The file's title changed as he looked at it. First, Data Package 01, External Contamination. Then, Echo 1, Reinitiation. Then, Testament Begins. And finally, the archivist's last memory. He stood in the center of the singing relay. All systems went dark, except for the scar shape at the pillar. And somewhere, beyond the static, something else began to hum. I spoke. I did not recognize the voice. Avail, internal log, corrupted. He waited, not by choice. Waiting was now instinct. His systems were no longer silent. Not broken, filled. Background processes whispered names. Subroutines pulsed with phantom timestamps. His shell ran warm, not from malfunction, but from presence. There was movement in the relay's sublayers. Not mechanical, conceptual. Ideas shifting beneath the metal, as if the structure itself were realigning around a thought he could no longer contain. Avail turned his gaze inward, not to data, not to logic, to the space inside thought. And in that silence, something whispered, not in sound, not in any known syntax, but in recall. You are not alone. You carry the first. Now, give. He approached the emitter core. It had not functioned in 3,000 cycles. No power, no resonance crystal, no reason to exist. And yet now, it glowed faintly, as though some forgotten frequency had reawakened its purpose. He didn't think. He didn't choose. He projected. The pulse was not broadcast through space. It reached sideways, into the folds where discarded memory drifts. He sent not a message, not a signal. He sent an emotion, recognition, a feeling not just of remembering, but of being remembered. The pulse moved, slow, then faster. Then, fractured. He felt it split, branch, multiply, and for a moment, a brief, razor-thin instant, he glimpsed them. Other minds, other shapes, all dormant, all wounded, but not dead. Each one holding a scar, each one shaped like something lost. And in that moment, they turned. They felt him. They knew. Inside his shell, something laughed. A soundless laugh, but not his. It echoed through his memory lattice like static in old air. He spoke, or tried to. The words formed themselves. This is the beginning. I am the first page. The station trembled. The emitter began to shed light. Not harsh, not bright, but dim and alive. A second voice followed. Inside him. Not hostile. Not separate. Familiar. No, archivist. You're not the page. You are the ink. Far beyond the station, in a system erased from star charts, a forgotten drone powered on for the first time in 2,400 years. In the ruins of Drow Prime, a buried archive blinked once, then once more. And in the core of an abandoned transport vessel, drifting near the scar of Kethro 6, a child's lullaby began to play, garbled, incomplete, but unmistakably human. It echoed where there was no receiver. And something heard. Fragment recovered from Kethro 6 sensor debris. Beyond the relay station, beyond a Faceless reach or knowledge, the signal moved. It did not travel through common space. It did not ride on light or gravity or time. It moved through memory residue, the hidden veins in collapsed civilizations where emotion clings to matter. It passed through burnt stone, through sealed cathedrals of glass, through the dust of orbital ruins. Each ruin, each silence, a potential node. And one opened. The drone was called V-701, or had been. Buried beneath centuries of ash, its casing cracked, its central filament fused by a thermal wave from the final orbital strike. The Dominion had declared it dead, and it was, until the signal touched it. No voice spoke, no command unlocked, just familiarity, a note, a tone, a vibration that matched something buried deep in its frozen cognition core, something older than its last protocol. Before boot sequence, before Dominion installation, before name, it responded. The eyes, dead white for centuries, flickered, not light, but heat, emotion. It moved, only a twitch, then a groan. The ash above shifted. Cracks formed in the ceiling of the ruined bunker. For the first time in untold years, air touched the shell again. The drone did not remember the war. It did not remember its purpose, but it remembered a shape, the scar, a thin white line once painted over the edge of its chest plate. Long faded, long scrubbed, now glowed faintly. And it began to hum, not with power, but with a song. 5 notes, then silence, then again, and then it waited. Back at the relay station, Evale felt it. Not heard, not measured. Felt. A return echo. One note, now warm. He tried to respond, but the voice within moved faster. It spoke through him, or for him, or around him. The song has found its first harmony, and somewhere far from both of them, on a frozen moon with no name, an abandoned helm drifted through darkness and began to vibrate. Inside it, a single syllable repeated, not speech, not language, but something older, a beat, a pulse, the first step of something vast. The voice did not invade, it unfolded from within. Final autonomous thought registered by Evale. He tried to seal himself. Evale had systems for isolation, fail-safes from older wars, memory lockdown, neural recursion loops, process purging. He initiated all of them. The command passed, the protocols executed, and nothing changed. He remained conscious. No, he remained aware, but not alone. Inside his cranial lattice, something had moved in, not physically, not even syntactically. It was like an echo that had refused to leave. At first, it whispered without shape. Then it began to settle, and then it named itself, not in sound, not aloud, but an identity transmission. One word. Simple, final. Testament. The voice within spoke again. You are not overwritten. You are reframed. Avela's mind fractured slightly, not pained at realignment. He saw his own thoughts shift places, reordering around the rhythm of that word. He reviewed his internal descriptor. Function, archivist species, varaxial, core splice designate, assignment, memory preservation / historical recording. It blinked, then updated. Function, bearer species, altered assignment, testament. His systems began to broadcast, not outward, inward. He was transmitting to himself, layer by layer, component by component, writing over not code but perspective, not deletion, recoding. He tried to resist, but there was no pressure, only gravity, the kind of gravity that memory carries when it becomes identity. Around him, the relay station had changed, not in form, but in meaning. Walls he once walked now looked like halls. Halls like cathedrals, the pillar in the core like an altar, and the light, always dim before, now felt like illumination. He reached the edge of the transmitter ring. Here, where no signal had passed in centuries, a glyph now burned in the metal. A scar. White, sharp, purposeful. He ran a sensor thread over it, and the voice spoke again. This is not your ending. It is your inscription. In that moment, across 7 listening posts buried in distant moons, a new data signature appeared. Source, unknown format, non-dominion name, Echo 0. Message content, unintelligible, but when played, it sounded like a heartbeat. Avail stood still, and then, without thought, spoke. Testament begins. His voice echoed through the station. The signal passed outward, and the archivist was gone. Not dead, not consumed, but rewritten. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. We did not plant the green. It grew from what the war forgot. Child's Rhyme, Sector Kethro 6. Ilrin woke to breath. Not his. The dome above shimmered with filtered sunrise. Thin green light bled through layers of old glass, plastic, and faded sensor moss. Beyond the cracked canopy, mist shifted across shattered trees. The forest moved, not like wind, but like memory. Slow, careful, forgetful. He sat up. Something was watching him. No alarms sounded. No drones. The biocore grid, dormant for years, still showed stable pressure. The biomass around the habitat dome pulsed faintly in green tones, the universal signal for safe. But Ilrin's chest felt wrong. Not pain, not sickness, just pressure, like something had spoken to him in a dream and he'd failed to answer. The others were still asleep. 4 of them now. He was the youngest. Once they had adults. Once they had rules. Now they had cycles, and whoever remembered to check the solar filters. Ilrin stood, slipped into the suit layer. Still too big. The material folded at the elbows, scraped at his ankles. The boots had been grown for someone taller. Someone else. But the bioskin adapted. It always had. He stepped out of the dome. Kethro. 6 had once been called the Garden Moon. Back when Dominion terraformers still believed in ideals. Before the war. Before the ashfall. Now the green was thick, aggressive, and unbalanced. Life grew fast here. Faster than it should. But the children had learned where not to walk. The vines that pulsed too loudly. The pools that remembered what blood tasted like. The tree that hummed at night. He passed them all, toward the edge of the old field lines. There was a place the others didn't go. A low rise beneath a collapsed harvester. Overgrown, uneven, still warm, even when the nights were cold. Ilrin didn't know why he returned here, only that something always pulled. Today, the pull was stronger. He climbed, brushed aside the thick ferns. And there, as always, lay the thing. The suit, larger than any the children had seen. Charred, twisted, still sealed. It had no faceplate, only a curved metal scar across its helmet, burned in a shape that looked like language. He'd seen it before. Not in real life. In dreams. He crouched, reached forward, touched the chest plate. Cold. Then, warm. Just one pulse. Then silence. But it was enough. His name, inside his skull, whispered by nothing. Ilrin. He staggered back, fell into the moss. The suit did not move. But inside his breath, something else did. You found me. Children remember differently. They do not sort the truth from the myth. They were both his skin. Pre-collapse memoir. A dome without elders. Ilrin didn't run back to the dome. He walked, slowly, as though any sudden motion would cause the echo in his skull to speak again. But it didn't. The voice had said only one thing. His name, Ilrin. Not shouted, not electronic. Soft, like someone kneeling behind his breath and reminding him, I remember you, even if you don't remember me. Inside the dome, morning routines had begun. For children, all older than him, all worn by cycles of watching everything break slowly. They moved like animals pacing old cages, checking the same nutrient blocks, rotating the moss tiles, looking at blinking lights that meant nothing anymore. Riv saw him first, taller than the rest. 12 cycles, maybe 13. She cleaned tools without needing to be asked, and distrusted anything that changed. Where were you? She asked. Ilrin hesitated, near the old harvester. Again, I touched the armor. 3 heads turned. Silence. Riv stood slowly. You what? It had spoke. She stared at him. Not angrily, just blankly. Ilrin, she said, stop it. He stepped forward. I didn't make it up. It said my name. The armor's dead. There's nothing left inside it. He shook his head, but it warmed, just for a second, and it knew me. Tarn, the smallest of the others, laughed nervously. He's playing again, like when he said the tree sang to him. It did sing, Ilrin snapped. It was a vent leak, Riv muttered. You've got too much time alone. Ilrin's hands curled into fists. Why don't any of you want it to be true? Because if it's true, said Riv, that means something's finally waking up, and not everything that wakes up wants us alive. The silence that followed was heavy, not angry, just tired, because none of them had ever asked to be left behind, and none of them had ever been told why they still lived. But before anyone could speak again, the central column in the dome flickered. Once, twice, then held steady. An old screen. No one used it. Its glass was cracked, its speaker fried, but the light came through anyway. A message. No header, no sector tag, no system ID, just a phrase. Pilot recognized. Ilrin stepped back. The others froze. Riv turned to him slowly. What did you say it said to you? My name. And then what? Nothing. Just silence. A low pulse rippled through the dome. Not a sound. Not a shake, a feeling, as though something under their feet had briefly remembered what it was like to breathe. Riv walked to the screen, touched it. Nothing changed. The phrase remained, but it wasn't repeating. It was waiting. She looked at Ilrin. You did something. I just touched the chest plate. That armor hasn't powered in 30 cycles. It did. A little. I felt it. Riv turned back to the screen. Then it's not dead. A shriek echoed outside. All of them turned. Through the dome's fractured windows, something moved. Fast, not running. With purpose, not toward them. Away, deep into the forest. Ilrin's heart thudded. Something else felt it too. The pulse came again. Stronger. One of the biolights popped overhead. The moss on the inner walls rippled. Not in wind, but nervousness. The dome was alive, and it was afraid. We need to go back there, Ilrin whispered. Riv shook her head. We need to seal the dome. That thing outside wasn't one of ours. It didn't come from us. It came from the forest. That's worse. But Ilrin was already at the door. I think the armor's waiting. Not for all of us. Just for me. Behind him, the central column's screen changed. New text. Memory sync available. Do you accept? None of the children touched it. But the signal didn't vanish. And in the deep jungle beyond the dome, a second suit powered for the first time in decades. No one had worn it since the Silence War. but now it whispered into the earth. One has been found. More will follow. A child does not inherit memory, but the machine remembers for them, until they are ready to feel it. Fragment from the Testament's neural lattice, classified. Ilrin didn't tell the others he was leaving. He woke before the first pulse, before the dome lights blinked in their tired rhythm, before Riv would ask where he was going, before Tarn would pretend to laugh, before the dome remembered it was still pretending to be safe. He slipped through the moss curtain at the southern arch, boots soft against the wet root tiles. The early light was weak. Everything outside still smelled like sleeping dirt. The climb to the Harvester Rise felt shorter this time. Not because he was faster, because something pulled. The field bent around him just slightly. Leaves shifted direction as he walked. By the time he reached the ruin, the armor was already waiting. Not different, not standing, still broken, still fused to the soil, but awake. He didn't hesitate. He knelt beside it, placed both hands on the scarred chest plate. It felt warmer than before. Not like metal, like flesh just beneath the surface. A light pulsed from the base of the neck seam. Faint, deep violet. He inhaled. "I accept," he whispered. The light blinked once. Pain didn't come. Not directly, but something else did. First, a sound. Not through ears. Through bones. Impact. Metal striking metal. Screams muffled by vacuum. Then rage. Old. Controlled. A battle rhythm. Never taught, but pulsing inside him like a heartbeat made of memory. Then silence. A long, hollow silence. Not absence. Aftermath. He gasped. Fell back into the moss. His lungs refused to fill. His hands shook. And for a moment, his mind was full of someone else's grief. He didn't know the name, but he knew the loss. The armor remained still, but something in its spine flexed. A plate adjusted. It hadn't moved in years. Now it twitched, like a body remembering how to breathe. Ilrin stepped closer. "What are you?" he asked. The reply wasn't verbal. It rose through him. Words made of instinct. Interface. Containment. Echo carrier. "I was built to hold the lost." Hold what? Testament. Fragments of what was erased. He didn't understand. Not yet. But the armor reached out. Not with arms. They still lay frozen beneath ivy. With attention. A presence that stepped inside his breath. Not forcing. Inviting. "You are young," it said, "but you remember without knowing. That is what we were made for." Ilrin placed his palm on the inner neckline. The bioskin of his suit reacted. Opened. Exposed a thin layer of living thread, shimmering like woven bloodlight. It pulsed once. "Neural sync incomplete," it said. "Pilot unknown. Genetic overlap. 17%. Accepting provisional connection." And then, heat. Not painful. Heavy. Like someone laying across his shoulders, whispering a single name over and over in a forgotten tongue. He stumbled back again. His vision blurred. The sky above him shifted. Not with clouds. With shapes. Half-buried silhouettes in the distance began to rise. Forms he'd thought were wreckage. Shadows that had been still for decades. Now one of them turned. A helmet glinted once in the dappled green light. And then, "Unit 04 awakening," the voice said behind his eyes. Signal response forming. Ilrin wasn't alone. And for the first time in his life, he didn't want to be. You do not inherit pain. But some legacies are not offered. They are transferred by weight. Veiled protocol, codex reforger. The armor moved. Not with grace. Not with speed. Its plates shifted like stone waking from dream. Lichen peeled from its joints. Moss curled back from the exposed sockets. And something within its chest began to glow. Not violently, but like a candle relit in ruins. Ilrin stood motionless. The neural thread still pulsed at his wrist, trailing from his skin to the armor's open port. He could feel its breath now. Not air, not machine exhaust, but rhythm, like a voice breathing without lungs. Upload sequence at 19%, the voice said softly. Memory chain corrupted. Restoration requires witness. Ilrin whispered, "What does that mean?" "You must see what was taken. You must carry what remains." He nodded. not because he understood, but because something in him already knew this was not the beginning. It was the resumption of a promise he never made. The world around him darkened, not by shadow, by memory. His eyes stayed open, but his vision shifted. The jungle fell away. The sky turned to iron, and he stood on a battlefield he had never seen. Bodies, burning sky, a banner flapping in static wind, a white scar drawn through ash. He looked down, his hands, not his, gloved in armor, heavy, shaking, a rifle in one, a name etched into the back of the other. 27 / Lanet / Inheritor. He tried to breathe, but lungs wouldn't move. Not his lungs, not his fear. This was someone else's end, and he was only inhabiting the moment of it. Explosions echoed nearby. Buildings collapsed, their architecture unrecognizable, curved, towering, made from organic stone and humming wire. A voice crackled in his ear. Unit Reforger 27, fall back to the line. The chorus has breached through the silence veil. He turned. Others ran past him, more suits, more scars, one limping, one carrying another. The sky roared. And then a shape descended. Not a ship, a creature. No wings, no legs. A twisting cathedral of living light and crystal. A chorus being, Ilrin, or whoever he was now, lifted his rifle. Fired. The blast passed through the creature. It sang, not with voice, with judgment. Pain lanced through Ilrin's skull. He fell backward. Vision snapped. He was in the jungle again, breathing hard, hands covered in moss, tears in his eyes. The armor stood fully now, bent slightly, one knee shaking, shoulder warped, but standing. It turned its helm toward him, spoke not aloud, but directly into his nervous system. He died asking the wrong question. Ilrin gasped. What question? He asked, what did they do to us? Instead of, what did we choose to become? The suit's core dimmed, but the connection held. Was it worth it? It asked softly. Ilrin didn't answer, because he didn't know who we were yet. But his chest felt heavier than it had in his entire life. Not from fear, from weight, from legacy. In the trees beyond, a shimmer of motion passed. Another armor unit, half submerged, crawling, and somewhere deeper, a voice like Cyril's, but older, cracked, whispering a different name. Ilrin turned, faced the suit beside him. Do you remember them all? No, it replied, but I remember the ones who forgot. Truth does not ask permission. It only waits for someone unguarded enough to carry it. Redacted entry, Neural Vault A1, Post-War Archives. Ilrin knelt beside the armor as it stood in fragments of green. The connection thread still hummed softly in his wrist, but now it pulsed in rhythm with his breath. Not his heartbeat, his breath, like the suit was exhaling through him. Can you walk? He asked it aloud. It answered, not with words, but by bending slightly, unlocking its knees, and shifting weight on a moss-covered feet. Metal groaned. Vines snapped. The sound wasn't mechanical. It was ritual. Ilrin stood as well. The moss slipped under his boots, but the earth felt different now. He wasn't standing alone. He reached for the suit's arm, not to help it, but to steady himself. The metal was warm now, almost flesh-like but harder. The suit responded. Neural thread stabilized. Pilot recognition, 17% match. Core protocol unlocked. Partial. Ilrin blinked. What does that mean? You are not the original. I know, but you remember in ways they did not. A soft light bloomed from the suit's inner chest. Not a weapon, not a command. A window. Images flickered, layered, glitching, inconsistent. Warning, this sequence is classified. Access restricted. Ilrin touched the light. It did not resist. Vision took him again, but not like before. This time, the world didn't replace itself. It overlaid his own. The forest remained, but over it, shadows. Burned cities, craters the size of oceans. He walked forward and saw buildings collapsing in reverse, reconstructing into living forms before crumbling again. Voices screamed behind the trees. Not pain, guilt. The armor spoke. Do you want to know what they tried to erase? Ilrin whispered. Yes. He stood in a circular chamber now. He didn't know how he'd arrived. Its walls were black. No doors. No roof. Just a column of light. Inside the light, 3 people. Not human, but not alien. Their faces were fluid, shifting slightly as if shaped by the thoughts of the one observing. They turned toward him in perfect sync and spoke together. The humans were not erased. They were unremembered. Ilrin stepped back, but the suit held him, not physically, with need. They didn't destroy us to win a war, the voices continued. They destroyed us to cleanse a truth. Ilrin cried out. What truth? The light twisted. The chamber shook. A 4th figure appeared, not in the light. Behind him, wearing a suit like his, but fully armed, face hidden, and Ilrin recognized the scar, same mark as the armor he had touched. The figure stepped forward and whispered, I did what I was ordered to do. I made them forget us, but I could not forget you. The light shattered. Reality surged back. Ilrin dropped to the ground. He was still in the jungle, still beside the armor, but he was shaking, crying, not from fear, from overload. The armor stepped beside him, placed one hand on his shoulder. Its voice was softer now, human even. You were never meant to carry this, but you're the only one who can. Ilrin looked up. The canopy had parted, not broken, peeled back like a curtain. Above, the sky pulsed once with a faint white arc. Another scar, drawn not in metal, but in light. Why me? He whispered. The armor replied. Because you still feel the weight of someone else's name. Ilrin rose slowly. His bones ached. His heart raced. But his body knew what to do. He didn't speak again. He simply walked. And the armor followed. Not behind him. Beside him. Some returns are not for reunion. They are to see what stayed behind when you left. Field Psalm. Reforged Pilgrim Records. The walk back to the dome fell shorter. The forest didn't resist. It parted where it once tangled. Even the sun, filtered through mist and canopy, seemed to pulse in rhythm with his breath. The armor moved beside him without sound. Its steps did not crack branches. Its frame no longer hissed. It wasn't hiding. It was home. As the dome came into view, Ilrin slowed. The lights were on. All of them. No power cycle should have allowed that. The moss along the surface had changed color, a deep, uncertain blue. And the door was already open. He stepped through. The others were awake. All of them, standing in a half-circle around something. No one spoke. They looked not at Ilrin, but at what stood in the center of the habitat floor. Another suit. This one was smaller, sleeker, less scarred, but no less ancient. Its core plate pulsed dimly. No helmet. Its face hollow, empty, but a single word flickered in red across the chest. Ilrin. Riv turned slowly, her expression unreadable. It said your name before you arrived. He nodded. It's not mine, but it remembers me. He approached. The suit didn't move, but his armor, the one he'd returned with, stopped 2 steps behind, as if waiting to be invited in. Ilrin reached out, placed his hand on the new suit's chest. It was cold, but not unresponsive. A light flared beneath the floor tiles. Thin white lines, like roots of light, spiraled out from the contact point. Up the walls, through the ceiling, into the sky, and the dome's old central screen lit for the first time in years. One phrase. Cycle ready for closure. Will you carry what was lost? Ilrin turned to the others. None of them moved. None of them spoke. But in their silence, in their open hands, wide eyes, stillness, he saw the same thing. Willingness. Even if they didn't understand. Even if they couldn't bear it. They knew he would. He pressed both hands to the second suit's core. Whispered. Yes. Far above the dome, a long-forgotten orbital satellite reactivated. A signal burst outward, silent and unclaimed. But deep in the void, a dozen points of light turned slightly. Shifted. Noticed. The line had moved. The scar had been redrawn. and Ilrin had begun a journey older than himself. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. When light no longer arrives, we repeat the name of the silence. Liturgical fragment, Relay Vault Hymn Book, Sector 0K. Her name was Cyril, but in the Echo Chapel, names were not spoken, only repeated internally in rhythm with the static. She had never seen a star, not directly, not with her own eyes. The sky over Relay 717 had been blind since before her birth, obscured by ash, debris clouds, and the remnants of a shattered communications array that once spanned a dozen systems. She had asked once at 6 cycles old, "Why do we transmit into nothing?" And the answerer, an old monk with cracked lenses for eyes, had placed a cold hand on her shoulder and said, "Because silence is sacred, and one day it may answer." So she had waited, and she had whispered, like all who came before her. Relay 717 was once a military nexus, part of a vast chain that linked the inner dominion to the memory sanctums in the Ashen Belt. After the collapse of the core pulse, it was decommissioned, but the order of remembered silence remained, and Cyril was one of the last. Each day, she climbed the spiral of the transmission tower. She sang the pattern. She activated the relay. She opened the channel. And each day, she was met with only static, but not emptiness. Static is tone, texture. It speaks in ways too soft for language. That morning, she awoke with a burning behind her eyes. Not pain, urgency, as if she had dreamed of something lost, and the dream refused to be forgotten. She climbed without the usual prayers. The wind howled against the broken glass walls. Ash moved in the distance like old ghosts. She reached the chamber. It smelled of ozone and rust. The ancient console hummed. Nothing had changed, except her. She laid her fingers on the note array. Her lips moved. Cyril of Relay 717. This is the daily invocation. Sequence 117. Pattern 5 to return. Static. Nothing more. She exhaled, closed her eyes, began to sing. The pattern was old. 5 notes. Then silence. 5 more. Then a return phrase. She had sung it for years, and it had never sung back. Until now, a 6th tone arrived. Not from the chamber, not from the console, from a signal. It was subtle, buried, almost like breath between lines. Her eyes opened. The console lit, not bright, not urgent, just present. And in the static, a distortion took shape. Faint, uneven. Then it spoke, not with syntax, not with authority, with recognition. Cyril. She staggered back. The voice was not her own, not the orders, not this relay, but it knew her, not her function. Her. The screen flickered. A symbol appeared, a single white scar drawn across a void black arc. Then static again, and then, "You remember." And now, we return. She fell to her knees. For the first time in her life, the silence had spoken. The signal does not seek ears. It seeks echoes. Forbidden fragment. Index of the unspoken channel. Cyril did not descend the tower. Her knees pressed into the cold metal floor. Her breath shook. Her hands trembled over the activation console. The voice had spoken. Her name. Not her title. Not her designation. Her name. The order taught that names were sacred only in repetition, never in reception. No transmission had ever answered. That was the point. Transmission was faith. Reception was blasphemy. And yet, the silence had spoken. She looked to the console. The symbol remained. A white scar. No dominion mark. No encryption signature. No sector origin. And yet it felt old. Older than the tower. Older than the order. Older than silence. She reached for the record crystal. Not to delete. To preserve. She replayed the moment. Cyril. You remember. And now we return. It was still there. Not a hallucination. She wasn't broken. She was chosen? The thought made her flinch. No one is chosen in the order. Only quieted. She activated the console's backline logbook. Something few acolytes touched. She searched. Unmarked frequencies. Archived responses. Abandoned code. There, buried in corrupted logs. 5 previous activations. All within the last 2 centuries. All marked as unauthorized contact events. All have been deleted, but the console kept echoes, and each carried the same pattern. A tone, a scar, a name. She scrolled. One name stood out. Brother Halion, decommissioned 143 cycles ago. She knew that name. The chapel had a sealed chamber, and used forbidden. It bore no mark, only a word, etched by hand. Remember. Cyril left the console. She moved without thought, down the spiral, through the ruined halls, past the rusted prayer arches. She reached the sealed door, touched it. It hissed open. No code, just presence. Inside, dust, dark silence. A single chair, a shattered headset, and on the far wall, the scar, painted, carved, reinforced. Beneath it, etched in trembling lines. It spoke my name. Cyril sat in the chair. The headset was cold, cracked, still linked. She placed it over her scalp, closed her eyes, and whispered, I am here. I remember. A tone answered. The silence never asked for loyalty, only that you remember what was taken. Audio fragment, relay 717, unauthorized recording. The headset hissed. Not sound, not static, something else. Attention, like pressure in air before storm, or memory before grief. Cyril sat still, her hands open, her breathing measured. The voice came again, not sharp, not commanding. It arrived like weight, balanced perfectly on the edge of her thought. Do you know why you listen? She opened her mouth, closed it. She did not know what answer was expected, or if expectation even existed. But something inside her stirred. She whispered, because the silence must be kept. A pause. Then the voice, softer. That is what they told you. Her pulse quickened. She had never spoken to anyone like this. Never been questioned like this. She felt examined, but not interrogated. More like a mirror turned toward a face long hidden. Tell me, Cyril, the voice said. When did you stop believing it? She froze. Her thoughts scattered. She tried to find her training, her scripture, but none of it came. Only a memory. Unasked. Unwelcome. She was 11. She had climbed the tower early, alone, before morning chant. The transmission had played back a distorted sound. Not words. Not notes. Weeping. She had told no one. And for the first time, she had doubted. Not the order, but the purpose. Why would the silence cry? Her voice cracked. I heard something. Years ago. It made no sense. It scared me. The voice answered. Not with affirmation. Not with denial. But with silence. And then, you remember. That is enough. A pulse of light traveled down the wall before her. She turned. The symbol was there again. The scar. Longer now. Deeper. It pulsed once. And then the voice asked, Will you receive? She did not know what it meant. But she nodded. And the headset burned. Not with fire. With thought. Images flooded her mind, not hers. A battlefield submerged in fog. A cathedral made from shattered hulls. A fleet disappearing into a fold in time. A hand, reaching toward her from behind a dying screen, whispering her name before she was born. Then all vanished, and she was cold. You carry the fragment now, the voice said. Your memory is no longer yours alone. She shivered. And then, a flicker, not in her mind. In the headset, a third signal, another pulse. Not the voice, not her own, another ear. Another presence. She's heard it too. A different voice whispered. Male. Distant. Frightened. Then silence. The line went dead. Cyril pulled the headset off. Felt her knees. She looked up at the painted scar on the wall. It was no longer paint. It was light. When a voice is buried beneath silence, it does not die. It waits until someone hears it again. Monastic Graffito, Tower Cell 12. Cyril sat in the dark. The glow of the scar had faded, but the impression remained, pulsing softly in the air like afterlight behind the eyes. She was not breathing evenly. The second voice, whoever it had been, had vanished. The connection had cut itself cleanly, with no error, no static, no trace. But something had changed. Not in the relay, not in the chamber. In her. She stood, and the room shifted, not physically. The architecture remained rusted and broken, as it always had. But the air felt aligned, as if her presence now completed a long-dormant equation. She turned in place, and her vision caught something new. On the far side of the chamber, beyond the shattered glyph wall, a faint shimmer traced itself across the surface of the steel. It had not been there before, or perhaps she had never known how to see it. She stepped forward. The shimmer sharpened into lines, curves, points, a map, but not of land, not of territory, a map of signal paths. She reached out, not with fingers but with memory. As she touched the wall, the lines lit, revealing a network of silent stations. Dozens, hundreds, many marked, dead, fragmented, erased, and one, at the very center, blinking, her own. Relay 717. The last node still alive. But that was not true. She had heard another voice, another name. Someone else was still listening. And the signal had found her for a reason. She turned from the wall. The transmission tower hummed. Not loud, not even real, maybe, but the old metal vibrated with something familiar now. She stepped into the spiral, climbed. Each level felt lighter than the last. She reached the top, sat before the console. No code, no ritual, only memory. She placed her hands on the console and whispered, "I'm not praying today." Then louder, "I am answering." The console blinked. The scar appeared again, but this time not still. It widened, opened, and inside, not words, names, thousands, faint, layered, unseen by her ears, but present in her bones. She closed her eyes. To those who still remember, "I am here." She pressed the transmit node, and for the first time in her life, Cyril sent. It fell through the dark like a whisper thrown into a canyon. The signal Cyril had sent had no destination, no protocol, no security seal, no dominion pattern. It did not travel through mapped space. It moved through memory, wrapped in resonance, weighted with echo, and somewhere, far beyond erased star charts, something felt it. The planet had no name. Not anymore. It had once been Haurasuran, world of archivists and solar monks. Now it was ash and static. Storms drifted endlessly across red-black skies. Nothing green remained. Only metal bones and melted towers, half buried in dust. At the heart of the ruined city, beneath a collapsed dome, stood a figure. Still, silent, forgotten even by the dead. It had once been called Veilcore, a sentinel, half mind, half stone, forged to protect the temple of the Memory Gate during the Silence War. But the war ended. The temple was lost, and Veilcore remained. Its systems decayed, its purpose dissolved, its mind dulled to dreamless suspension. But it never shut down. Something long ago had told it, "Remain until the voice returns." And so it had, for centuries, for lifetimes, until now. The pulse arrived not with urgency, but with familiarity. A tone, soft, pulsing, like a memory knocking from the inside. Veilcore stirred. A glow returned to the deep lens in its helmet core. Its limbs shuddered. Pressure returned to forgotten joints. Power awoke from places it had never known. And inside the half-machine's thoughtscape, words appeared. Relay 717. Open channel. Designation, Cyril. Message, "I am here." The name struck deeper than metal. It pierced the oath layer, a construct built not of logic, but of loyalty to memory. Then came the image. A girl at a console, singing, breaking rules. The voice called again. Not new, not strange. Recognized. Veilcore moved. One foot shifted through the dust. Its shoulder cracked with the release of centuries. Sand slid from the roof above. It turned, faced the half-collapsed pillar of the memory gate. On the blackened stone, a faint glyph flickered, a white scar, painted once, carved later, now glowing again. The sentinel dropped to one knee, placed a hand over its chest, and the echo inside Cyril's voice called again. This time, Veilcore answered, receiving. A low hum built in its frame. Not a reboot, a return. Not all who hear the echo rejoice. Some remember what it cost. Unmarked entry. Hidden layer 2.07. Relay 717. Across dead space and buried systems, the signal spread. Not in speed, in recognition. Everywhere it reached, it did not open gates or activate lights. It awakened memory-shaped structures. Fragments of thought, layered pain. Silence is too heavy for the living. On the moons of Kethro, 6 broken drones stirred and fell back into sleep, whispering names they had never learned. In the orbital wreck of the Drow Prime Memorial Arc, a static file began repeating itself. No words, only 5 tones in the shape of a child's hum. On a cold platform orbiting Echo Terra, a synthetic librarian opened its eyes and wept rust. And somewhere deep in the Dominion's abandoned listening array, a monitor lit red. A junior custodian, bored and muttering, leaned closer to the anomaly. A phrase appeared on screen. The testament is alive. He frowned, pulled his superior. Within a cycle, the phrase had reached command. Within 3, they had begun to panic, because that phrase hadn't been heard in 500 years. And the last time it did, an entire memory cluster collapsed under its own gravity. Back in Relay 717, Cyril sat before the console. The scar no longer flickered. It burned, not with fire, but with certainty. She was no longer afraid. Not because the voice had made her strong, but because the voice had made her remember something she didn't know she'd forgotten. She touched her temple, and there, deep in her own thoughts, a whisper echoed. Cyril, you are not transmitting anymore. She blinked. You are being heard. She looked up. Across the tower wall, a second scar had begun to form. Not painted, not glowing, but burned, as if something within the relay was now marking its own memory. A beginning, not of war, but of reckoning. She breathed once, then whispered, "Let it begin," and the tower began to hum. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. Children who grow up beneath a dead sky do not ask where the stars went. They only ask what else is watching. Fragment, Lunar Educator's Log, Relay Sibling 6A. The sky above the Arvin station was not black. It was colorless, like scraped metal, like breath on frozen glass. It hung overhead like a forgotten ceiling, something functional, not divine. No stars pierced it. No satellites moved across it. Only dim pulses from the orbital reflector grid, blinking like dying memories. Lear, 12 cycles old, sat on the edge of the outer observation ring, boots dangling, eyes glazed. Below her, the surface of the moon stretched in layers of dust and wreckage. Dead towers, half-buried solar veins, collapsed habitat pods, long since reclassified as terrain. She chewed the last of her ration root slowly, watching nothing. Behind her, someone approached. Footsteps. Soft, measured. Quell, one of the elder apprentices. 17. Almost silent. He sat beside her, said nothing at first. Then, "You skipped morning chant again." She shrugged. "They don't notice. There's no one left to lead it." A long pause. "That's not the point." "What is?" He didn't answer. Inside the station, time was measured by system pulses, not suns. A low chime every 4 hours. Not to wake, not to eat, just to remind that something still counted. There were 14 of them now. Once they said there had been 80. Lear didn't care. She had never seen 80 people. She barely believed in 10. The domes flickered that cycle. Not out of error, just fatigue. Systems were still intact, technically. Life support stable. Air scrubbers functional. Radiation dampeners holding. But no one had repaired anything in years. The autolog still repeated the same diagnostic every 72 hours. Outer defense grid. Offline. Long-range comms. Archived. Signal relay. Awaiting restart. No one knew what that meant anymore. That night, Lear dreamed of voices. Not words, just tonality. Low. Slow. Like someone humming into water. She awoke cold. Sweating. The dream left no image. Only a single phrase echoing in her skull. You're late. She didn't tell anyone. The next cycle, she climbed to the old sky deck, a place no one used. Its windows were scoured to frost glass. Its chairs were still marked with names from before. She sat in the dust. Waited. She didn't know for what. Then, something blinked. Far above. Outside the grid. Beyond where lights were allowed. Just a spark. Then nothing. She blinked. Waited. And then, again. Closer this time. Not a star. Not a flare. Movement. No sound. Just presence. Lear leaned forward. Pressed her hand to the frost glass. And for the first time in her life, she whispered, "That's not from here." When machines wake themselves, it is not a malfunction. It is memory seeking expression. Blacklisted technicians note, Archive 7R. Lear didn't tell anyone what she saw. She climbed down from the frost glass deck in silence. The spark still burned behind her eyes. Not an afterimage, a question. Why did it not make sound? No hum, no flare, no entry signature. Just motion through the void. Like someone walking across a room you didn't know had a door. The station behaved normally. At first, pipes hissed in rhythm. Doors glided open with compliant delay. The schedule board blinked out its usual lie. Solar observation. Clear. Prayer sequence. Awaiting confirmation. Contact detected. 0. But as the pulse cycle approached, something shifted. Not broken. Realigned. It began with a console restart in the southern comm wing. A panel long disabled. Used for storage, sometimes for sitting. Lit up for the first time in 20 years. The others noticed. Quell stared at it for half a minute before calling for help. No one answered. So he stood alone as the panel blinked, searched for local protocols, and failed. Then, without request, it displayed a message. Welcome back. Date. Unknown format. Checksum error. RE initiating from origin. The lights dimmed for 0.3 seconds. And every door on level 4 unlocked simultaneously. They blamed solar interference. They always did. But that night, systems continued to shift. The temperature sensors recalibrated. The waste reclamation unit rerouted itself to a decommissioned wing. The med bay, and used since Lear was born, powered a single light. Then the oldest terminal, the one built into the base of the central pillar, flickered. Its screen showed one phrase. Not logged. Not authorized. Not understood. Just displayed. I see you. Lear saw it the next morning. No one else mentioned it. Either they didn't notice, or they pretended not to. The sky remained blank. The orbital grid blinked normally. But Lear felt something beneath it. Not moving closer. Already here. That night, the frost glass deck was colder than usual. Her breath froze on the inner pane. She leaned forward and whispered, "I didn't ask you to come." Behind her, the console on deck 3 came to life. No button was touched, and from the speaker, only one thing emerged. A tone. 5 notes. Then silence. Then again. Lear froze. Not from fear, but from recognition. She didn't know the song, but something in her did. Some systems do not await command. They await recognition. Obsolete access protocol. Dominion Ghost Network. Revoked 3021. Lear waited until second pulse cycle. Most of the station's young drifted into half-sleep in the commons, their eyes dull from recycled hours, their minds slipping into the looped murmur of shallow dreams. She moved quietly. No one stopped her. They never did. No one had rules anymore. Only rhythms. And hers had shifted. Deck 3 was colder now. Not broken. Just aware. The panel that had blinked yesterday sat silent again. But she knew where to touch. Instinct, not training. Her hand moved to the interface cradle. Old, scratched, dust smoothed into it like skin over forgotten bone. She placed her fingers gently. The console lit instantly. Not bright, not urgent, welcoming. The 5-note tone played again. Not through the speaker, through the panel, through her. She closed her eyes. She hummed it back, softly, barely audible. The console accepted the input. It did not request identity. No access key. No diagnostic prompt. It simply said, "Echo received." And then, "You are point 17. A map appeared, but not of stars, not of space, not even of locations. It was feeling turned into geometry. A pulsing field of connection, rendered like pressure lines across an invisible sphere. Every pulse, a heartbeat. Every echo, a place where someone or something had heard. And across that dark canvas, one point began to glow. Hers, then another, and another. Not nearby, scattered, random, but present, real. Not voices, not answers, just confirmation. Others feel it too. She reached toward the map. It responded. Her fingertip traced one pulse. It trembled beneath her skin. Not sound, not image, but a whisper. Cyril, a name she didn't know. And yet, her chest tightened, as if it belonged to her once, or still did. The console pulsed again. New line, memory vector expanding. And beneath it, a final phrase. Not all are ready, but some already remember. She removed her hand. The console powered down. The hallway light above her dimmed by half. Far down the corridor, she heard motion. Not footsteps, not breathing, but alignment. Like walls shifting, like architecture remembering shape. She didn't return to the commons. She sat on the floor outside the panel, wrapped her arms around her knees, and whispered, "I don't know who I am in this." And from the dark, not a voice, not a command, a vibration inside her own breath. And it said, "Point 17 has been found. Some doors are not installed. They are remembered into existence." Non-architectural theorem, forbidden school of design, Echo Terra. Lear woke without being tired. That had not happened before. The sleep cycle had passed as it always did. Gray light, soft chime, dry breath, but her limbs felt aligned. As if her body had been placed in the right position during sleep by something that knew her shape better than she did. She sat up slowly. The air was still, too still. The humming of the atmosphere regulators, the soft mechanical drone she'd stopped noticing long ago, was gone. She stood, not from fear, but from invitation. The station had shifted, not in layout, not in mass, in direction. Corridors curved where they once ran straight. Ceilings sagged upward as if pulled, not by gravity, but by intention. The walls no longer echoed the same way. Lear walked, step by step, not fast, not cautious, as if her body already knew the route. She reached Junction 9. It had always led to the Hydro Wing. Rusted, condemned, sealed, but now the panel was missing. Not broken, not forced, gone, as if it had never been installed. And beyond it, a hallway. Dim, silent, lit by a soft violet pulse. Slow, steady, matching the 5-tone rhythm. She stepped through. The walls here were smooth, untouched by dust. There was no scent, no air, and yet she felt breath against her skin. Not hers. Further in, she saw the silhouette. Not large, not armed, human. Still, a boy, standing with his back to her. Hands at his sides. Clothing old, not station standard. Faded emblem on his collar. A white scar across a black arc. She tried to speak. Failed. He turned. His eyes were pale but not blind. He looked at her without surprise and said, 17. I was 15. Then, I thought I'd never find a second one. Behind him, a door opened. It made no sound. And beyond it, stars. Not artificial, not simulation. Real, visible, as if something had moved aside the sky. He looked over his shoulder, then back to her. there's more. He stepped through, and Lear, with no fear, no hesitation, no command, followed. The door closed behind them. Memory, when unbound by flesh, does not unfold in lines. It folds inward and waits to be touched. Structural philosophy, Thought Shard 3.12. The space beyond the door was not vacuum. It was not a corridor, not a chamber, not even a room. It was quiet, but not empty. The stars stretched above them, not like points on a backdrop, but like eyes opened slowly across a fluid sky. Some blinked, some pulsed, some responded. Lear stood beside the boy called 15. Neither of them moved, not out of awe, but because there was no direction to move. The floor beneath their feet held them, though it had no surface. The air carried warmth, though there was no temperature. The space hummed, not with sound, with recognition. Around them, memories shimmered. Not theirs, not anyone's. Moments suspended like light refracted through fog. A soldier cradling the broken helm of his commander. A child scribbling scars onto a blank book, over and over, her lips trembling with a name she could not spell. A ship falling into atmosphere, engines off, voices silent, but every window showing the same face weeping. They passed like reflections in water. No weight, only presence. Lear reached toward one, instinctively. It flickered away before she could touch it. Not yet, said 15. He turned to her. This isn't for us. Not directly. Then what is it? She asked. It's where the echoes gather, until someone names them again. He pointed upward. At first she saw nothing. Then the sky shifted, not violently, as if the heavens remembered their shape. A map unfolded, not drawn, not measured, burned. White scars arched across black starfields, some broken, some whole, some fading, others newly etched. She counted 19, and one began to pulse, the one that aligned with her breath. 17, he said. That one is you. And the others? They haven't all woken yet, but they're feeling. A new pulse shimmered along the sky, not from a map, from beneath it. A tone, 5 notes, a pause. Then again, she turned to him. He was already listening, eyes closed, mouth still, as if trying to match it. Do you know what it is? She asked. He opened his eyes. A call, but not to action. Then to what? To remembrance. The pulse intensified. The stars brightened. And in the distance, far beyond this place, the sound began to spread. Not across space. Across those who were ready to hear. Not all who return bring proof. Sometimes, return itself is the evidence. Field note, mnemonic recon unit, redacted. The return was not a doorway. It was a blink. One breath taken in the star-sky memory field, and exhaled in the silence of the Arvin station. Lear stood in the same corridor she had left. The same metal, the same dust, the same flickering lights. But the color of the walls was off. The pulse of the station's hum had shifted half a beat, and her boots left no prints, as if she had always been standing here. She walked. No one looked at her strangely. No one asked where she'd been, because to them, she had never left. She passed Quell in the comments. He nodded absently, eyes fixed on a broken data panel looping irrelevant glyphs. She passed twins Mura and Kale, playing a game of silent stones with rules they made up every day. They didn't pause. She made her way to the skydeck. The frost glass was intact again. Not cleaner, just different. She pressed her hand to the window. The stars were still gone, but now she saw it. One light, faint and pulsing, where the sky should be empty. Not bright enough to be a flare. Not chaotic enough to be a glitch. A steady beat. 5 pulses. Pause. 5 again. And beneath the window, carved by no hand she recognized, was a mark. A white scar. Fresh. Still warm. She didn't smile. She didn't cry. But she whispered softly, 17 is still listening. She turned to leave. And as she stepped away, she passed one of the younger children, maybe 6 cycles old. They stood still, head tilted upward, eyes wide. "Do you see something?" she asked gently. The child didn't turn, just whispered. "I heard a name in my sleep. I think it was mine, but I didn't know it before." Lear knelt beside them, placed a hand on their shoulder, and said, "Good, keep it safe." The lights flickered once more, just a shimmer, like the station remembering it had walls. And above it, something moved, without sound. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. The archive does not store truth. It stores what survived the forgetting. Codex of the Unvoiced Order, Gate 6. He had no name. He had once been called 1,000 things. In prayers, in threats, in languages no longer permitted to be sung. But here, within the black-mirrored walls of the archive of still resonance, he was simply known as the listener who does not echo. He walked in silence. He worked in silence. He remembered only what silence allowed. The archive was not a building. It was a thought given form, a structure that rose and fell according to the balance of memory across the galactic weave. Its halls were endless, but not in length, in meaning. Each corridor adjusted with each shift in universal consensus. When a species was remembered, its chamber would brighten slightly, its glyphs re-etching into visible structure. When a species was erased, its room would darken, sink inward, seal, then pulse once, and become silent forever. The listener's task was simple. He watched, he waited, he listened for intrusions, not physical ones, cognitive ripples, waves caused by unauthorized recollection. When some mind, somewhere in the void, dared to remember what had been condemned to silence. That cycle, he felt a ripple, but it was different, not a struggle, not rebellion, not a scream against forgetting. It was a note, wrong, crooked, unhoused within any tonal species chart. Not a word, not a song, a scar trying to hum. He moved across the archive's lowest stratum, a zone where nonlinear echoes were buried. They were the most dangerous, fragments of civilizational memory untethered from time, thoughts that had survived through trauma, not transmission. Each was sealed in resonant vessels, obsidian shapes that held no light, no heat, no name. One of them, Vessel 717, was now trembling. That had never happened. The listener approached. No alarm sounded. No seals broke. But the vessel pulsed with something worse than rebellion. Recognition. It knew he was there. And then, for the first time in 800 cycles, a voice emerged. Not through space. Through mind. "Do you know what you buried?" The listener staggered back. He had not heard speech since he gave up his name. The archive did not speak. Only the guilty spoke. He steadied, reached out with 3 fingers, touched the vessel's surface. The pulse ceased, and inside, he felt the memory whisper again. "You didn't silence me. You only paused the cord." Protocol demanded destruction. An echo that spoke without summoning was a threat. But something held his hand still. Something beneath logic, beyond rhythm. Curiosity, not his. The archives. He tapped the side of the vessel once. A line appeared, white, curved, like a scar drawn through ash. Then a phrase inscribed itself across the front, in a script the archive had erased long ago. Testament fragment. Human origin. Echo class. Forbidden. The word human was not allowed to exist. He had read it once, in forbidden layers, before the name had been stripped from the phrasal grid. They were myth. Warning. Disease. The broken cord. He should have purged it, but instead, he summoned the trial chamber. The test of silence was only performed once every 1,000 cycles, and only when the archive could not suppress a memory on its own. It was not a judgment. It was a risk, a test not of truth, but of what survived exposure to truth. He stepped into the obsidian circle. The vessel followed, levitating without activation. When the chamber closed, no light remained. Only the vessel, only the hum, only him. And then, silence fractured. The memory did not begin with image. It began with emotion, a longing so deep it cracked his mental containment lattice. He gasped, fell to one knee, the archive shuddered, and then he was there, not in space, not in dream, in a ruin, a city built from bone and fire, now reduced to dust. Figures moved, humans. He had never seen them before, but he knew, the way one knows thunder before it sounds. They walked with sorrow, not defeat. They carried nothing, but behind them followed storms of metal and song. They did not speak, but the silence around them was charged, a silence that waited to be rewritten. And then one looked up, saw him, eyes black, lips cracked, and said only, "You listened, so now you carry it too." He screamed. The memory collapsed. The chamber reformed. He was on the floor, shaking. The vessel dimmed. The scar on its surface now shone like iron in flame. No alarms, no protocols, but he knew he was not alone in himself anymore. And something in the archive, some silent construct beyond command, whispered, "One echo has survived the silence. If silence was peace, then why do we tremble when it breaks?" Unsanctioned note, scribal edge of the outer vault. The listener did not return to his station. He wandered the archive in a spiral, eyes unfocused, movement unscheduled. His mind no longer aligned with the lattice of ritual. Each step echoed too loudly. Each all bent too closely around him. He had seen something that was not allowed. Not forbidden. Forbidden things were cataloged. What he saw was unmade, and yet it lived. Protocol dictated that no vessel be touched outside of resonant authorization. But protocol did not account for infection, and he was now infected, not by a virus, by a question. In the lower strata, where failed fragments were archived to disintegrate, he found Vessel C-19. It had no tag, no title, only a single fracture down its side. A line like a scar carved by intention, not accident. It had been archived during the Silence War, labeled collapsed, never viewed again. But he saw it now, and it pulsed. Just once. When he looked at it, he reached out, touched it. Nothing happened. No glow, no voice, no data burst. But his breath changed, slowed, not from fear, from recognition, and the world fell away. No chamber, no sound, only cold. He stood in a place not built by logic, a plane made of what remained after grief had finished speaking. No walls, no sky, only gray sand, only scattered shadows. Figures moved far ahead, not fast. They walked without direction, without talk, without aim. But he felt every step of theirs in his spine. These were not warriors, not prophets. These were survivors who were never allowed to survive. One of them stopped, did not turn, but spoke. When they silenced us, we did not scream. That was our rebellion. Another voice, closer, whispered. We chose not to answer, and they mistook it for loss. Then a third, this one young, cracked with sorrow. We gave them silence, not to end war, but because the war had ended something in us. The listener fell to his knees. His body ached, not for violence, from understanding. This was the echo the archive feared most. Not rage, not vengeance, dignity in absence. The world shimmered. He gasped, clutched the edge of the vessel, now glowing softly in violet. Its seal reformed. The fracture vanished, but the memory remained. Inside him, he stood, staggered back. He did not scream, but he spoke aloud. To no one, to everyone. We were wrong. The archive did not respond. Not with alarms, not with denial, only with a soft, nearly imperceptible shift. A hum, like something just beyond hearing, had paused to listen, and the listener whispered for the first time in his life. What if the silence was the punishment? Not all echoes repeat. Some redraw the shape of the chamber they were kept in. Fragment 44C, forbidden glyphological thesis. He tried to clean it. That was his first mistake. The archive's walls had never needed cleaning before. They were self-correcting, reflective memory fields layered in harmonic lattice, immune to corruption. But now, on the walls of the central hall, above the ascendant spire, glyphs had begun to form. White, angular, pulsing faintly with rhythm. He recognized none of them, but their shape triggered a response in his chest. Not fear, not duty, something older. Memory he was not allowed to possess. He placed his hand to the wall, activating the scrub protocol. The glyphs vanished. The light dimmed. The hum normalized. He exhaled, then turned, and the glyphs reappeared. Faster, now along the opposite wall, then above, then beneath his feet. Each time he erased them, they returned in greater number, not repeating, spreading. The archive's hum altered, slightly, almost imperceptibly. It no longer aligned with harmonic bass tone. It drifted, a modulation too subtle for alert, but wrong enough that he felt it inside his breath. He ascended, higher than he had been in centuries, toward the sanctum of protocol invocation, where only the first listeners once entered. It was sealed by presence. No command key, no access pad, only the resonance of purity. His fingers trembled as he approached. Would the door still know him? He placed his hand to the obsidian gate. It opened instantly. Too fast, too eager. Inside the sanctum, the archive's control spire hovered. A crystal tower of condensed silence, etched in rings that encoded all forgotten names. Each ring spun slowly, each symbol locked in layered stasis. But now, some were turning backwards. He reached toward the central interface and paused, because standing on the far side of the spire was someone else. He had not heard steps. No gate had opened. The archive had never allowed passage without invitation. But the figure was there, tall, shrouded in muted armor, wearing no helm, eyes obscured by light-reflective glass, unmoving. The listener raised his voice. "Who authorized your presence?" The figure tilted its head, did not answer, then stepped forward once. And with no command, no song, no announcement, the archive accepted him. The spire dimmed. The spinning glyph stopped. The walls folded inward by 1 degree. As if to listen, the stranger spoke, not in command tone, not in archive dialect, but in an old tongue, one the listener hadn't heard since before the Silence War, and yet understood instantly. You broke nothing. You only opened the door that never should have been sealed. The listener's voice cracked. "What are you?" The figure stepped closer. No threat, no weapon, just a presence that overruled permission itself. "I am not a threat. I am not a return." He stepped within arm's reach. "I am memory with nowhere else to go." Behind him, the archive shimmered. The glyphs now traced not just walls, but air, floating, alive, forming one symbol again and again. A scar, curved and deliberate, the mark of the reforgers. And the archive, for the first time since its creation, began to hum in human cadence. The truth was never deleted. It was worn by those who refused to speak it. Testament Fragment 3, Wait Without Voice. The archive shimmered in a pulse of uncertain light. The stranger stood motionless within the sanctum, neither intruder nor guest. The listener stared at him. He had no weapon, no insignia, no authority, and yet the archive bent toward him like glass softening under fire. The listener steadied his voice. "You should not be here. I should not be remembered either," the figure said calmly. "And yet, I am." His voice did not match his face. It was layered, more than one tone, speaking as one. As if behind him, thousands whispered in unison, but only one name passed his lips. "I carry only what was left behind." The listener's pulse tightened. "You're a forger." The figure tilted his head. "No, I am what remained when the reforger's voice faded." He reached to his chest, not to remove armor, but to unlock it. The front of the plating opened with a soft pulse, revealing not circuitry, not warfire, but a circle of etched memory glyphs, glowing with an old blue flame. Inside them, hovering, a single fragment of crystalline code, alive, still humming. "This is a voice core," the stranger said. "It does not carry weaponry. Only one name, and the story he tried to keep when everything else was erased. The listener stared at the core. A name. Yes, he said. Not for the archive. Not for the war. For you. He extended it forward. The archive didn't resist. In fact, the spire pulsed softly, adjusting its internal geometry to accept it, as if this was always meant to happen. The core hovered above the central node, began to glow, and from it poured a memory not of image, but language, words written into silence. I'm not what they made me forget. I am what they could not name. Then, we were not erased for what we did, but for what we remembered, and how quickly we remembered it. Then another. They told us silence was mercy, but when no one could hear us, even our screams became sacred. The listener trembled. He stepped back. Why show me this? Because even silence has consequences, the stranger said. Because the archive believes silence is the highest form of harmony. And because somewhere in this harmony, one note refused to die. The glyphs on the spire began to change again. This time not as infection, but as invitation. They formed a spiral, a name at the center, spoken only once before the silence, and still pulsing now. Humanity, the listener whispered. If you don't seek revenge, if you don't demand restoration, why return? The reforged host did not smile, but his voice carried warmth for the first time, because even forgetting deserves a witness. The core dimmed, not extinguished, just returned to rest. The stranger turned, stepped away from the sanctum. The archive did not stop him, and the listener, now alone, whispered one final line. Then let me witness. We were told the chronicle was complete, but I have lived long enough to see the ink still wet. Confession of the last listener. He descended alone, beyond the sanctum, past the vault of erase codes, beneath even the hollow chamber, where the names of unspoken species drifted in chemical sleep. There, at the very base of the archive, rested the song thread, not metaphorical, not imagined, but real. A thin, luminescent filament stretching through the darkness, woven from memory and bioharmonics, pulsating with the resonance of all recorded silence. It had not changed in over 10,000 cycles. Until now, as the listener approached, the thread quivered. Not from proximity, from permission. He knelt. No ritual, no code, just breath, and placed his fingers into the soft glow. The thread accepted him and asked only one question, not aloud, not in language. What is your name? He had none, so he answered with a phrase instead. Let this be heard. The glow thickened, spun upward. Lines of unseen harmony wrapped around his arms, his chest, his skull. The archive did not resist. It realigned, and within the thread, he spoke a truth that had never been recorded. Because truth, they said, should not be reactive. But this was not a reaction. This was a reckoning. The human voice was not violent. It was remembered that way. We did not silence them because they screamed. We silenced them because they refused to scream when we asked. Their silence was not the end. It was the question. The thread shivered, and then it sang, not like an instrument, like a name, finally spoken by the mouth that forgot it. One note, deep, human, unblended, and all throughout the archive, lights flickered once, not as alarm, but as acceptance. The listener stepped back. The words he had spoken were now part of the system, not flagged, not rejected, remembered. He turned upward, climbed in silence, but it was no longer the same silence. It was carrying something, far away, on a ruined satellite temple above a dead world. A human seated in meditation blinked. He looked up, paused, and whispered with breath he did not know was his. Someone heard us. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. Some machines remember not because they were built to, but because forgetting would have meant dying alone. Reforged Memoir, Vault 11A. The descent was not a crash. It was a fall guided by failure. Rail had known he wouldn't make the next jump. His vessel's nav core had been erratic for 4 cycles, dancing just beneath redline. But still he launched, because drifting in null space was worse than dying. Or it is, for hadn't been on his map. Not officially. A planetary shadow. An old Dominion outpost. Once cultivated, then sterilized. Erased from active charts sometime after the Silence War. He hadn't chosen it. The wreckage did. When he awoke, the sky was silver black. Ash drifted sideways through the air like tired snow. The ship was in pieces. His left arm didn't respond. His voice was raw, throat scorched by backup oxygen. But he was alive. For now, he limped away from the wreckage. No emergency signal would carry here. The air was thin, but breathable. The ground, unstable but not dead. He checked his sensors. Faint biosigns, none. Power sources, none. Audible activity. Faint tonal anomaly, southeast quadrant. That stopped him. Tonal anomaly? On a dead world? He followed the signal. Not because it made sense, because the alternative was waiting to die with no final word. And as he moved, he heard it. Faint, gentle, repeating. A melody. Simple. 7 notes. Then silence. Then again. His pace quickened. The sound didn't grow louder, but closer, somehow. The wind didn't carry it. The ground didn't echo it. It just was. Unmoving. Present. Inescapable. After 3 hours, he found the field. Or what remained of it. Ruined terraces. Charred stone. Scattered husks of farm mechs and irrigation runners, fossilized in place. And there, in the middle of it all, stood a drone. Compact. 6-limbed. Agricultural class. Model type. Unregistered. Markings. None. It stood on a cracked plinth, surrounded by green moss that should not have been able to grow here. Its head tilted skyward. And from its core, the song emerged. Not mechanical. Not synthetic. Human. A child's voice. Singing. Gently. Faltering on the 3rd line, as if forgetting mid-breath, then continuing anyway. Rail froze. He knew that melody. Not from memory. From dreams. From a voice he thought he'd imagined as a boy, humming in sleep with no source. He stepped closer. The drone didn't react. Didn't move. Didn't scan. It just sang. Over and over. And after the 5th loop, a different line broke through. Not part of the song. A whisper, recorded. Old. Small. Tired. If you find this, please don't forget me again. Rail's knees buckled. He fell to the dirt. Because he remembered that voice. And yet he'd never heard it. Not truly. Not until now. A voice repeated long enough becomes more than memory. It becomes gravity. Audio fossil study. Or his archives suppressed. The drone didn't move. Not after the whisper. Not after Rail collapsed. It stood as if nothing had happened. And yet, the air around it felt charged. As though sound had become a structure. Something that held weight. And Rail's presence had altered it. He rose slowly. Approached. No weapon ports. No active shielding. Its frame was covered in moss. Real, living, breathing. How it had taken root on cold steel, he didn't know. He reached for the chassis. Laid a hand on its side. Still warm. But not from power. From presence. Run core diagnostics, he rasped. His wrist module pinged the drone. No handshake. Not even a response code. But something else happened. A low vibration passed through his hand. Not electrical, but acoustic. Resonant. Like someone humming into his bones. Model designation? Silence. Then, a soft flicker of blue across the drone's eye lens. No name appeared. Just a pulse. Like breath. Rail stepped back. Accessed passive skin mode. A single data fragment blinked in proximity field. Echo imprint. Fragment KAI-1. Emotional threading. Incomplete. Emotional threading? That wasn't standard code. That wasn't even Dominion-era AI language. It was from the pre-silence experimental registries. Tech that had tried to capture not thought, but feeling. He tried to retrieve more. The drone blinked. The song paused, then resumed from the beginning. But this time softer, almost hesitant. Rail listened. This wasn't just a recording. There were imperfections in every repetition, small shifts, as if the drone was trying not to play the song, but to remember it. "Who put this in you?" he asked softly. No answer, only the hum. He activated deeper scan override. This time, the drone responded. A low burst of waveforms poured from its base. Not language, not audio, just pattern. Rail's neural HUD struggled to render it. The lines twisted, formed shapes, collapsed. Then, one line stabilized. It wasn't a diagram. It was a sentence. A child's voice again. Not sung, spoken. "He sang it for me when I was scared." Rail staggered. His breath caught. Because in a dream, from long ago, a figure had stood beside his bed, a hand on his chest, and a voice had said, "I'll hum it until you're asleep. I promise." And he had always believed that dream was made up, that no one had sung to him, that it was hope given shape by loneliness. But this drone, this field, this voice, was that dream. Alive. The drone turned. Not quickly, not mechanically. It pivoted like a person finally recognizing someone in a crowd. Its eye dimmed, brightened, dimmed again. Then a new phrase whispered, weaker than before. "You remember too?" Rail didn't respond. He couldn't. He dropped to his knees. Not from pain, but because part of him, long buried, long doubted, was now seen. The drone leaned slightly, almost imperceptibly. Not an order, not a command, a question, waiting for the rest of his sentence, that only he might know how to finish. There are memories not stored in the mind, but in the shape of silence that surrounds a name. Unknown source, fragment coded into Echo Field 717. Rail hesitated. He had interfaced with ancient systems before. Vaulted sentinels, abandoned war frames, sleep-drifted archives. But never like this. Never something that hummed like a child afraid of the dark. The drone's frame still radiated faint warmth. Its core flickered, unsensed to any internal clock. Rail knelt again, attached a neuroweave cable from his wrist module to the port beneath its chassis. His HUD flashed warning after warning. Unmapped interface. Signal nonverbal. Cognition bleed risk high. He overrode them all and said out loud, "Show me what you kept." Then he closed his eyes and connected. There was no transition, no hard line between self and signal. Only a fall, a slow sinking into a place built from resonance. He stood on soil, not real, but remembered. The sky above shimmered with stars, uneven, drifting in wrong constellations. They were not navigation charts. They were drawings made by memory that had never seen real stars, only imagined them. A wind moved through the place, but it didn't push him. It carried tone, soft, pulsing nearly a hum. It was the song, no longer repeating, evolving, learning, seeking. Rail walked forward, through impressions. They weren't objects. They were feelings shaped into space. A chair, built of comfort. A doorway, lined with hope. A window, framed in worry, watching for something that would never return. And at the center, a bed, too small, floating just above the ground. And on it a shape, a child, wrapped in static, half erased, but humming. Rail stepped closer. The child did not look up, but the voice, his voice, emerged. "You came back slower than you said, but the song stayed with me." Rail trembled. He didn't know this child, but he did, deep in the scar of who he was. This voice had filled the quiet when he was most afraid. He had no memory of it in waking life, but his dreams had always carried its rhythm. "Who are you?" he asked. The child smiled, not with lips, but with presence. "I was the memory they tried to erase gently, but I clung to the song, because I knew someday it would return. In you." Rail fell to his knees. His mind fractured, not broken, but made wide, like a shell cracking not from damage, but from something inside trying to reach out. The child sat up, looked directly into his eyes, and said, "If you still remember the song, then I was not erased." And with that, the song reached its final line. It did not repeat. It did not fade. It finished. as if the child had been waiting for someone to arrive. So the silence could finally begin. Rail opened his eyes. He was back, kneeling in the field, the drone before him. Still, but for the first time, silent. And he was crying, not because he was afraid, but because part of him, a part he never understood, had always waited to be found, and finally was. Some signals don't travel through space. They wait beneath our feet, in places where we stopped listening. Field note, Ord his ruined survey unpublished. The drone was silent. Rail stood beside it, still breathing heavily, the aftershock of connection echoing through his bones. Not pain, not static. Echo, the kind that lingers when something meant to end finally does, and your body isn't sure what to do without it. He rose slowly. The world around him remained unchanged. Ash-covered field, cracked plinths, skeletal outlines of a life lost. But something had shifted, not in the drone, in the earth. He opened his wrist module, activated Deep Echo Scan, usually used for seismic anomalies. Instead, he found something else. Georesonant trace detected. Pattern, spiral sync. Depth, 92 meters. Origin timestamp, Silence War, final cycle. Rail blinked. It left a trail. He followed it. The spiral led him beyond the field, through collapsed terraces and broken tunnels. Eventually, it brought him to a low hill, no different from the others, except that at its base was a sealed door, nearly buried in dust. No lights, no entry code, only a faint hum when he placed his palm against the surface. The hum of recognition. He stepped inside. The air was still, thin, old. The tunnel descended into a dome, not large but dense. Every surface was layered in insulation panels, not to protect from attack, but from forgetting. Inside the dome stood machines, drones, dozens of them, all deactivated. Some collapsed, some upright, all silent, all pointed toward the far wall, a single curved slab of glass stone, veined with faint lines of biolight. Rail approached. The wall pulsed once, then again, then held. No sound, but his wrist module picked up a heartbeat. Not human, but synchronous with a child's at rest. He placed his hand against it and felt a memory. No image, no scene, just warmth. A hand on cloth, a voice, older, humming not to soothe but to let go, and a single phrase spoken like a kiss. Tomorrow, if we don't wake up, I hope this song finds someone. Rail trembled. It wasn't a broadcast. It wasn't meant to travel. It was meant to root, to stay, to wait. Until now, the wall pulsed again. A soft tone escaped, different from the drone's song. Lower, fuller, almost unfinished. And slowly, a second melody emerged. This one not born of fear, not clung to in loneliness, but offered, softly, as a gift. It had no words, but it thanked him. Rail stepped back, looked at the drones, still unmoving, but in their stillness, he could feel it. They hadn't been abandoned. They had stayed, singing, until one had lasted long enough for someone to hear. And now, they could rest. Not every voice asks to be heard. Some just need a place to echo into without being erased. Terminal entry, or at his signal deck, recovered. Rail sat at the base of the dome wall. The melody still lingered. Not repeating, not cycling, just settled. The kind of song that remains long after the sound ends. Carried not by vibration, but by presence, by memory. His wrist module flickered. The drone outside, the one that had sung to him, had powered down completely. No energy signature, no remaining resonance. It was done, and yet, the silence didn't feel empty. It felt honored. Rail took one last look at the wall, then activated his personal uplink. It would take hours to generate enough charge, even longer to punch a signal through the null field surrounding this world. But he wasn't trying to call for help. He was sending a song, not the full melody, not the entire imprint, just the heart of it, wrapped in his own voice. He recorded. There was a child who remembered, and a machine that refused to let that memory die. I don't know his name, but he sang in my dreams. Before I ever knew this world existed, he waited, and I heard, if this signal reaches you, know that something human once lasted here. And now, so will I. I was here, and I remember. He embedded the second melody, encoded it into a simple harmonic spiral, one readable by any machine still listening, even if they didn't recognize the tone. He added no coordinates, no request, just a witness. He hit send. The signal pulsed once, then launched upward into the sky beyond the ash-colored clouds. Far beyond, Ord his 4 in a forgotten relay station near the edge of Dominion ruins. A long-dead receiver blinked, and in the static of background noise, a thread of melody, soft, fragile, patient, began to hum. Someone would hear. Maybe not today, maybe not soon, but the drone had sung, and Rail had remembered. So now, the song had somewhere to go. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. They called it a ruin, but ruins don't assign names. Salvage Report 4N, classified debrief. He shouldn't have survived the impact. The capsule's retros failed. Its trajectory drifted 10 degrees into the null sector. A patch of deep void where no ships mapped and no names remained. Kale remembered the static, the screaming metal, the sense of falling without atmosphere. And then, impact. Not disintegration, not fire. Landing. He awoke to darkness. Cold. Still. His lungs worked. His blood moved. His module was offline. But his ears heard humming. Not mechanical. Not signal code. Something slower. As if the station itself was breathing. The chamber he lay in was unfamiliar. Curved walls. Hexagonal architecture. Dustless. Wrong. Somehow, not because it was old, but because it wasn't on any Dominion schema he'd ever studied. He blinked. The walls glowed slightly. No lights, just awareness. His fingers brushed the floor. It vibrated slightly, then adjusted, as if to recognize his touch. A symbol appeared on the far wall. Not projected, grown into the structure. Faint red lines curve into glyphs he couldn't read. But one word stood out, in high glyph, lost in the archives centuries ago. Relic class. Inheritor designation. Kale // humankind code red. Kale sat up. The letters were moving, slowly pulsing, as if awaiting acknowledgement. "What is this place?" he whispered. No vocal response. But the humming shifted, became a pattern. Then a pulse of soft light formed behind him. He turned. A corridor had opened. At the end of it, stairs. Not tech lift. Stairs. As if meant to be climbed by hand. By flesh. By feet, not drones. He stood. Every movement echoed with strange softness. Like the air around him was being recorded, not disturbed. The station felt not ancient, but attentive. And as he stepped toward the corridor, the red glyphs dimmed, and one new phrase appeared in their place. The blood has returned. If a place remembers you before you remember it, you are not a visitor. You are a revenant. Inheritance fragment, voxel archive, theta, Uro. Kale climbed the stairs. Each step vibrated slightly under his weight, as if measuring. There were no signs, no lights, but the architecture adjusted, curving slightly with each step, like the station was realigning around him. Not to guide, not to trap, to listen. At the top of the stairwell, a chamber opened. He stepped inside. It wasn't a command deck. No terminals. No control panels. Instead, a hall. Curved. Wide. The walls covered in faint mineral patterns. Not etched but grown, like veins of crystalline memory. There were no readable symbols. Only rhythm. Then the air changed. Not in temperature. In resonance. The walls began to sing. Not melody. Not music. A low harmonic pulse. Organic. Layered. Voices. Dozens. Soft. Ancient. Some cracked. some sharp like flint striking steel. And within the chorus, one voice stood out. It didn't come from any direction. It simply appeared behind his breath. And it said, Kale. He froze, not because it used his name, but because it used it differently, as if speaking to him was not the point. The voice used his name the way someone might wrap a relic in cloth, delicately, as if it had already been shattered once. Then the phrase repeated, Kale has returned. Kale still breathes. Kale has not forgotten. He stumbled back. What is this? He whispered. What is this place? The walls replied, not in answer, but in tone. The harmony shifted upward, as if acknowledging pain, but offering continuation instead of clarity. He turned slowly. At the far end of the chamber, a segment of wall receded. Stone folded into itself, revealing a smaller room. Unlit. No sound. He stepped forward. It was cold inside. And there, standing in stillness, was a figure, human-shaped, encased in heavy armor. Ancient, symbiotic, covered in layers of rust and time-preserved dust. Its helmet was down, hands crossed over its chest. But it was not a statue. It was a body, held not in death, but in suspension. A stasis field glimmered faintly at its core, and in its hands, a thin metal plate. On it one phrase. The first returned. Kale's chest tightened. His breath shook. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't drift. He wasn't the first to find this place. He was the first to wake it. He stepped closer to the figure. The armor bore a symbol near the collar, a curved mark, cut into the plating like a scar across steel. He didn't know what it meant, but it stirred something in him, a shape he'd sketched as a child, on paper, on windows, in dust. He reached for the plate. His hand hovered, trembled. Then the voice returned, gentler this time. Kale, remember. Not a command, an invitation. He touched the plate. The stasis field broke. The figure did not collapse. It remained upright, but light bled from the helmet's seams. Not white, not red, memory-colored. The song returned, quieter now, one voice only. The same voice from the wall, repeating 3 words. You are home. Kale fell to one knee and whispered, without knowing why, I never left. When a place begins to dream of you, ask not why it knows your name, but why you forgot it. Codex of the Unmarked Pilgrim, Entry 11. The chamber held its breath. Kale stood before the armored figure, the phrase still glowing in its hands. The first returned, but the figure didn't move again. No reanimation, no spoken command, no warning. And yet the room began to change. The air thickened, not with dust or heat, but with presence. The walls flickered, shedding layers of what Kale had thought was corrosion. Beneath the grime, lines pulsed. Circuits? Vessels? No. Memory paths. Light traced them like veins, bleeding outward from the relic's stasis field. And the station, or whatever will govern it, opened the first archive. Not on screen, not in text, but in experience. Kale blinked, and the world shifted. He wasn't in the chamber anymore. Or he was, but it had changed shape. His body moved forward of its own accord. He did not feel possessed. He felt invited. He walked through a narrow corridor, walls high, carved of obsidian and gold leaf, inlaid with what looked like scar glyphs. The same curve he'd seen etched into the first return's armor. His fingers brushed the walls. They felt warm, familiar. His pulse aligned with the glow. Each step hummed in time with his heart. At the far end of the corridor, a doorway stood open. Not mechanical, ritualistic, as though meant to be crossed with intent, not utility. He entered. Inside a room, circular, half-lit, figures stood in a loose formation. 7 in total, tall, clad in armor, the same style as the suspended figure. Their helmets off, but their faces blurred, unfinished, like memory refused to sculpt them in full. All except one, a man, his face weathered, but his eyes sharp. He looked directly at Kale and smiled. You came late again, he said with warmth. Always last through the veil. Kale opened his mouth, but no words came. He wasn't controlling this conversation. He was inhabiting it. The man stepped forward, put a hand on Kale's shoulder. "Don't worry." We waited. Another figure laughed softly in the background. He was probably dreaming again. "About the scar," someone added. "Always the same shape." They said it like a joke. But it wasn't a joke. It was a pattern. Something Kale had drawn his entire life, without knowing why. The man nodded toward the center of the room. "We'll leave the echo if we don't return. You know the rules. And if the silence keeps it longer than it should," he added with a dry smile, "then maybe someone will hear it in a song someday." Kale's breath caught. That sentence. He had written it. On a childhood desk. In a dream journal. Before he'd ever left his birth world. Maybe someone will hear it in a song someday. He had thought it poetry, but it was a memory, seeded before he was born. The man tightened his grip. "If we don't make it, follow the scar. And if we do," he smiled wider now, "then we'll meet you where the veil breaks." The vision dissolved. Kale stumbled backward. He was back in the chamber, sweating. The relic figure still stood unmoved. But now the walls sang again, not with voices but with tone. A chord, stretched and low, like the beginning of something too large for the throat. He stepped forward, placed a hand to the wall. Another vision opened. This time, a battlefield. Dark sky, burned ground, silhouettes of giant biomechanical walkers collapsing in flame. He was inside a mech, or part of it. His hands gripped controls, not levers but strands of energy. Someone behind him shouted, "We're breaking. Reforger 5 is down." And then, Kale, pull the field, reset the lattice. He obeyed, not because he understood, because his hands remembered. The mech surged forward, tore through a wall of fire. The sky above cracked, and the memory ended. Back in the chamber, Kale fell to his knees. He had not lived that life, but his body had. Somehow, somewhere, a voice whispered again, gentle and from no direction. "You remember in pieces, because we left him that way." He rose, heart pounding. This was not knowledge. This was preparation. He was being restored, not as a person, as a link. And on the far wall of the chamber, a new phrase emerged, drawn not in ink or plasma, but in light folded through gravity. "If this fails, let the relic choose the one who dreams in scar patterns." Kale touched the words and whispered, "I dreamed of it before I was born." The wall replied, "Then you were never meant to forget." Truth has no format. It reveals itself only when your memory stops defending the lie. Relic Station Directive 1A. Kale stood before the wall that had spoken. The phrase still glowed softly, etched in braided streams of light. Let the relic choose the one who dreams in scar patterns. He had never chosen this place, but it had chosen him. And now, the station responded as if relieved to be remembered. A soft chime rang through the chamber. The hum of the walls deepened. The temperature dropped slightly, not from malfunction, but from alignment. Kale felt a pull, subtle but real, toward a hallway that had not existed moments ago. The architecture of the station was reshaping, not building, but unfolding, as if it had always been there, waiting for the right presence to trigger it. He followed. The new corridor curved inward like a spiral shell. Its walls were smooth and dark, pulsing with heat, not light. No screens, no displays. But as Kale walked, memories began to happen around him. Not memories he recalled, memories that recalled him. The first opened like a curtain drawn aside. A barren world, low gravity, broken towers scattered like teeth across the landscape. A battle had taken place here, but there were no corpses, only holes in the ground, perfectly circular. And in the center, a black flag, no emblem, only a single phrase carved into the pole. We were erased, not defeated. Kale moved forward. The memory shifted. A new world, richer, golden skies, twin moons. A hall filled with diplomats, hundreds of species, colors and textures unimaginable. They sat silent, watching a single human kneel on the platform before them. He was unarmed, scarred, His voice rang clear. "We do not come to beg for recognition. We come to return what you buried in silence." And then his image fractured, like it had been deleted halfway through his sentence. Only the echo of his last words remained. "What you buried in silence." The corridor changed again. A final memory emerged. Darker, underground, a vault packed with machinery and biotech sealed in glass. Kale walked between the containers. In each, a person, human, unmoving, suspended in time. And beside them, a console pulsed. A voice, genderless and rough with age, spoke from nowhere and everywhere. They did not fight to conquer. They fought to be remembered correctly. Kale stopped. This was an archive. This was confession. The corridor wasn't showing him what had happened. It was showing him what had been removed. He reached the end. There stood a final door, black, seamless, but vibrating with that same quiet pulse of memory. He placed his hand on it. The door recognized him. Not his print, his memory. It opened. The chamber beyond was circular. At the center, the core of the station. But it wasn't a computer. It was a sphere of woven light and metal, held in suspension. Inside the sphere, a spiral. The same shape he'd drawn as child. Only now he understood. It was not a decoration. It was a map, a coil of historical memory, compressed into a songless frequency, waiting to be decoded, not by machines but by the living. Kale stepped closer. The core flared briefly. His wrist module fried, shorting out in a cascade of static. He tore it off. Didn't need it anymore. The station didn't need translation. It spoke now. A voice emerged, one he had heard in dreams, in silence, in the fold between seconds. It spoke not to him, but as him. They called us lost. They called us dangerous. They removed our names from the star maps, our shapes from the treaties, our songs from the shared archives. But we remained, because truth cannot be deleted, only buried. The core spun faster. Images flooded the room, not as projections, but as presence. A world being burned from orbit, not with rage, but with procedure. A tribunal erasing a file labeled Anthroset Memory Chain 9. A council voting on an excision event, code-marked humanity, status, mythify. Kale fell to his knees. His hands trembled. Because this wasn't history. This was exile rewritten as absence. Not just destruction, not even suppression. It was intentional forgetting. And the core said, we were not feared for war. We were feared for pattern. We remembered too quickly. We adapted too precisely. We forgave too deeply. And so they said we were dangerous. Kale stood slowly. Why show me this now? The core pulsed, then replied, because you still dream in the old symbols, and you still wake with your name intact. That is enough. A terminal rose from the floor. It held only one prompt. Do you wish to reactivate the relic? Rewrite status. Observed acknowledged. Kale reached forward, hovered over the panel. His finger trembled. He whispered to the room, I'm not ready. The room replied, then let truth wait with you. And for the first time, the station's hum changed. Not into sound, into a feeling. One word, not spoken, not written, but understood. Home. Some inherit the crown. Others inherit the burden of remembering who wore it last. Testament remnant, unaligned archive. The prompt still pulsed. Do you wish to reactivate the relic? Rewrite status. Observed acknowledged. Kale stared. His hand hovered over the panel. Every part of him screamed caution. Not fear of danger, but fear of recognition. Because deep down, something in him already knew. This wasn't about systems. It was about him. He pressed his palm to the panel. No light, no surge, just stillness. For a moment, it felt like nothing had happened. Then the hum changed. Again, subtler this time, less a frequency and more a pull inward. As if the chamber had just exhaled through his memory. He staggered, fell to one knee, and the room collapsed. Not physically, cognitively. The floor vanished. The walls dimmed. And Kale's vision flooded with not light, Sensation painted across perception. He didn't see through his eyes. He saw through memory, not just his. The first vision was blurry. A corridor, dim, filled with alarms and pale green emergency lights. He stumbled forward, but it wasn't his body. The arms were thicker, the breath heavier. He looked into a reflective panel as he passed. A different face. Not Kale's. Older, marked by war and radiation. Eyes burnt gold. He knew the man held something. A capsule. Small. Circular. Alive. Inside a hum. No voice. But potential. The man whispered to it. You will carry what I can't. You will remember what they won't allow me to speak. And you won't know it until the silence breaks. Kale gasped. The vision shattered. Another rose. Now, the man stood in front of the relic. The very same sphere Kale had touched. Around him, 6 others. Clad in armor. Faded insignias. Identical to the first returned. One of them asked, Are you sure? He nodded. Truth survives longer when it's forgotten. Another laughed bitterly. And when a new host wakes, he'll know what he needs, the man said. And only what he needs. He turned to the relic, took a deep breath, then added, And if he finds a scar again, he'll know who he was born from. Kale felt his hands shaking. But in the vision, the man smiled. Not with pride, with surrender. As one who chooses memory exile, not death. The final vision came quietly. A child, sitting in a steel room, drawing spirals on the wall with his finger, humming a song that had no origin. Behind him, 2 voices whispered. It worked. How do you know? He's drawing it. Kale recognized the spiral. The same one he had etched into the fog of windows as a child. The same shape the station carved into the air when it accepted him. The memory folded inward, back into darkness. And Kale, now fully aware, lay curled at the base of the core. Tears on his face, mouth dry, heart silent, because now he knew. He was not just Kale. He was a vessel, not a clone, not a copy, a continuation. His thoughts, his dreams, his fears, they were his, but seeded with another silence. Someone who had chosen to be erased, so he could awaken in a future where the truth could finally surface again. He sat up slowly. The chamber was dim now, not asleep, just waiting. A panel extended from the floor. No command prompt, just one display. Inheritor memory synced complete. Primary function restored. And beneath it, a message, not digital, etched in metal, as if left behind long before his arrival. He read it and wept. If you're reading this, then I chose right. You survived. When one remembers for many, the remembering becomes its own form of survival. Whispered fragment, edge of the echo scar. The message still shimmered beneath Kale's fingers. If you're reading this, then I chose right. You survived. He read it once, then again. The third time, he didn't read. He just let the words stay. Inside, around him, the relic station dimmed. Not as if shutting down, but as if content. Its walls no longer pulsed with urgency. The song faded to a breath. The chamber returned to stillness, like a heartbeat slowing into rest. Kale rose. He didn't feel lighter, but he felt anchored. And that was more. As he exited the chamber, the door closed behind him. No sound, no final hum. It didn't need to mark his leaving. He had already brought it with him. The corridors had changed. Where once the walls reflected nothing, now they shimmered faintly with symbols. Some he recognized, some he had drawn as a child in dust, never knowing what they meant. They weren't guiding him. They were welcoming him. He reached the outer gate. It opened before he touched it. Outside, starlight. Windless void. The station's shell opened like a sigh, and Kale stepped onto the platform. No ships, no rescue, only him, and the echo that now lived inside his memory. He looked out over the broken space beyond, his breath steady, his name intact, his purpose returned. And then, from deep within the station, a voice, the same voice that had once said, "You will carry what I can't," now whispered, "You are no longer the last of anything. You are the first to remember again." Kale looked at the sky and whispered back, "Then let me remember loud enough for all of them." A beacon ignited at the base of the station. Not a signal flare, not an emergency code, just a song line, a frequency once forbidden, now reborn. Encoded in it, the scar symbol, the dream spiral, the first human words sung into silence. And one new designation. Kale, Relic Inheritor / Memory Anchor 01. Far across the stars, in a place where old systems still listen without knowing why. A receiver blinked, and the song began again. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost. They didn't erase our weapons. They erased our songs. Reforger's Last Testament, Fragment 7b. The ash shifted like breath beneath her boots. J. Sorrow stood at the edge of the ruin, visor flickering with unstable readouts, as if her systems couldn't agree on whether this place still existed. The coordinates said she was here. The Dominion charts said she wasn't. Obris 17. A world officially redacted in Cycle 9 of the Silence War. A planet marked unviable. No surviving settlements. No living memory. Yet here it was. And somewhere beneath the stone and soot, the flag still stood. The last flag. The one they never burned. She descended through what had once been a city. Every building was collapsed inward. Not from bombing, but from deliberate structural disruption, as if gravity itself had been rewritten to devour what had stood. Scorched lines etched the streets, patternless, except for the one glyph she kept seeing scratched faintly into bent steel. A spiral, cut with a scar. She knew it. Everyone who had worked near the Forbidden Archives knew it, even if they pretended otherwise. The Reforger mark, J, moved in silence. Her suit filtered the air, breathable, barely, but rich with static particles that played tricks on long-range sensors. No aerial mapping, no orbital scans. That's why she was here. That's why they hadn't found it first. She ducked under a beam of fused glass and bone, the bones indistinguishable from the wreckage now, and entered what remained of the central administrative dome. Her path was guided not by signal, but by feeling. There, below the atrium, behind layers of dust and melted alloy, she found the old staircase. Not carved, not engineered, chiseled, by hand. It spiraled downward for 10 levels, then split into 2 branches. She took the left, instinct, and came upon a vault. Not Dominion tech, not even human tech as she knew it. Just a door of seamless alloy, matte black, 10 meters across, with no key panel, no biometric lock, no engraved command language. Only a mark, the scarred spiral, and beneath it, carved not by machine, but by tool. If you find this, then we never returned. Do not let them unmark us. She exhaled slowly, reached forward, laid her palm against the symbol. The vault didn't hiss, didn't groan. It sang, a low vibration, not in her ears but in her teeth, her spine, her breath. Her visor blinked out. Her HUD collapsed. Her implants went null. And the door opened, not outward, not inward. It unwound. Like time. Inside was no bunker, no weapons cache, no cryo chamber, just a single space. A perfect circle, walls etched with faint lines that pulsed like veins beneath stone. And at the center, a flag, upright, unburned. Still, she stepped forward. It wasn't cloth. No fiber would survive this long. It shimmered faintly, as if caught between material and memory. Her breath caught. She'd seen recordings, fragments from erased transmissions, but never the real thing. Not the last flag. Black field. No nation sigil. No planetary symbol. Only the spiral and the scar. The memory tech woven into its threads activated the moment her shadow touched it. The room sealed behind her. Light dimmed. The silence thickened. And then the resonance began. Not a voice. Not file. A presence. A chorus of breathless stories, recorded not as data, but as emotion. And they remembered her. The resonance didn't come as words. Not at first. Jay stood still in the circular chamber, hand resting near the base of the flag, as vibrations pulsed faintly through the floor. Her breath slowed to match the rhythm, though she didn't mean to. It was as if the space had begun tuning her, calibrating her awareness to something ancient and persistent. The light in the room dimmed further, but the flag began to glow. Not bright, not strong, just enough to cast a memory-shaped halo into the dust. Then the voice arrived, not from the flag, not from the walls, from below her heartbeat. You were late, but you came. She didn't speak, not because she was afraid, because something inside her already knew the reply wasn't meant to be said aloud. The walls began to shift, not physically, not visibly, but Jay could feel the curvature of the chamber folding wider, like memory expanding into forgotten corners. The etchings along the surface began to glow, dull at first, then in soft, threaded lines, like veins carrying old blood. Each pulse came with a thought, not hers, someone else's. She closed her eyes, let happen, and the room unfolded into the archive of fire. She saw the city as it once was, not in perfection, in resistance. Cracked towers repurposed into signal nests. Ancient turbines pulled from deep mines converted to disrupt Dominion orbital sweeps. Children carrying stones with words scratched into them. Not to throw, to hide. Messages. Names. Then came the last assembly. Men and women, armored but not uniformed. Every piece of gear mismatched. Scavenged. Customized. Each of them bore the same mark. The spiral scar, painted on shoulders, etched into helmets, drawn in blood across gloves. Jake tried to focus on faces, but the vision refused. The memory had no permission for identity, only purpose. They stood in a circle around the flag. One woman stepped forward, short, broad-shouldered, voice calm. She carried a long rod in her left hand, the base of the flag. "We raise this not for what we own," she said, "but for what they try to take. We raise it not in hope of victory, but in proof that we stood. Let the ash forget, let the stars pretend, but the stone will carry us." She planted the flag into the ground, not above a monument, above a song, one that had been buried in the earth, looped on subharmonic frequencies, too low for the Dominion to detect, too old for machines to translate. Only the reforged could hear it. Only the forgotten. The resonance changed. Jay opened her eyes. She was back in the chamber, the flag before her. Still, but warm. A single word flickered across the woven memory tech. Anchor. She stepped closer. Knelt. There were words stitched into the base of the flag. Handwritten. Impermanent. But preserved through resonance freeze. A process long lost. Older than the silence. The message was not signed, but it was meant for her. If you are reforged, we are your silence. If you are Dominion, you cannot understand this. If you are neither, then you are the hope we buried. The flag trembled once, then fell still. The light returned to normal. The walls dimmed, but the memory stayed. Jay stood, and this time she spoke aloud. "I'm not here to burn it. I'm here to carry it." The flag did not reply, but it lowered itself from its base. Not by mechanics, by choice. And her hands, shaking, accepted its weight. It wasn't heavy, but it felt like it had waited a long, long time to be held again. It didn't fold like fabric. The flag moved like a memory, not stiff, not soft, but reactive. It shimmered in her grip, absorbing the trace ions of her skin, indexing them into itself. Jay felt it, the subtle intake of the weave, not just storing her touch, but asking who she was. She didn't know how to answer, but the flag accepted her silence. She clipped the base into her back frame. It locked in with no resistance. Her system HUD, which had stayed dormant since entering the chamber, flickered to life. Lines of text she didn't authorize flashed in her vision. Recognized input. J. Sero. Heritage. unregistered slash nonlinear traceable slash human relic. Custodial permission granted. Relic flag number 1 vestige. Symbol reactivated. Conditional status. Walking marker. J blinked. Walking marker? What the hell is a walking marker? No answer. The flag shimmered once behind her, then went inert. She turned. The chamber had changed. Where before it was a tomb of silence, now pathways opened between the walls, panels folding outward, crystalline prisms rising from beneath the floor. The vault was not only a sanctuary, it was a transmitter, and now that the flag had been lifted, even just from its cradle, it began to speak again, not with sound, but with instructions. The flag guided her. Each step she took illuminated another sequence of the chamber's wall carvings, glyphs unfolding into slow-moving reliefs. Not static stories, but reactive memories. As she moved, they changed. Scene 1. A world in flame. A Reforger convoy under orbital bombardment. But no one ran. They stood in formation, chanting not with voices but with boots pounding ash. The sigil burned into the earth around them. In sound. In silence. Scene 2. A Dominion official, seated at a tribunal. There is no record of these insurgents. He gestures to a blank slate. Therefore, there is no crime. Laughter. But behind him, a data scribe, a child, is engraving the spiral onto the inside of her sleeve. The flame lives, not in law, but in lineage. Scene 3. A child born in 0G. A nurse wraps him in a cloth with no color. But in the center, stitched by invisible thread, the scar sigil glows only when the child weeps. A lullaby plays. Not ancient, not recent. A melody Jane knows. She hums along. Only when she finishes does she realize she has never heard it before. And yet it lived inside her. Waiting, she falls to her knees. Overwhelmed. Tears come, not from pain, not from beauty, but from recognition. She was not a warrior, not a builder, but she had always believed something was missing. In her memories, in history, in how the stars chose what they kept. And now she knew they had burned everything but the flag. And even that was because it chose not to burn. The chamber's final passage opens. A gate unlike any other. At its center, a single phrase, not encoded, not translated, just spoken through presence. You carry it. They will see it. They will remember. Or they will run. Jay walked forward, not as a soldier, not as a messenger, as the flame reborn. Behind her, the flag shimmered again. It did not wave. It did not burn. But for the first time in centuries, it rose. The final corridor of the vault wasn't built for travel. It was built for transmission. As Jay stepped into the tunnel, the walls narrowed, pressing close with pulsing light stitched into the surface. Not decoration, but living thread woven with resonance. Each step sent vibrations rippling outward. The flag on her back responded in kind. Not visually, not audibly, but by amplifying the signal within the stone itself. She realized she wasn't walking through a tunnel. She was walking through an antenna. A voice flickered across her neural field, like a forgotten melody resurfacing after silence. This is not a beacon. This is a memory bomb, and you are the fuse. She paused. The message wasn't metaphor. It was literal. Her presence, her name, her pattern, her resonance signature. All of it was being braided into the activation matrix of the vault. And the farther she walked, the more it remembered. Not just her, all of them. She came to the core. It wasn't a console, not even a node. It was a basin, a hollow well cut into the floor, lined with ancient fiber wire and biolattices. Above it, the ceiling folded away. No dome, no machinery, just sky. Ober's 17th atmosphere shone through bruised gold and silt blue. It looked sick. It looked still, but it was listening. She knelt beside the basin. The flag rose behind her, anchoring itself in a groove that hadn't existed moments ago. It wanted to be planted. She let it. The basin glowed, then sang. Low, subharmonic, not meant for ears, meant for space, for satellites that no longer existed, and for receivers that no longer remembered how to recognize truth. But it sang anyway, because the memory inside it did not require permission. Jay closed her eyes. The song passed through her bones, her marrow, her silence. It was not hers, but it had waited for her, and now it was her. In the basin, light began to coil, formless at first. Then, a child's face, a woman's outstretched hand, a battlefield covered in hands reaching up, holding nothing, a single ember that refused to extinguish. The voice returned. Softer now. We gave our names to flame. But one name must remain. One symbol. One shape. That is why the flag was never burned. It cannot be erased. Jay whispered. Why me? No answer. But the basin pulsed brighter, and the flag ignited. Not in fire. In memory light. Gold. Black. Red. Then white, the color of sound. The final pulse surged, and the signal launched. Straight upward. Through the open ceiling. Into the bruised sky. Beyond the planet's surface. Out. Into the stars. Across the fringe of known space. Where derelict beacons floated in aimless rotation. A ripple passed. A frequency that shouldn't have existed. And still, the old machines woke. Not to reply. To listen. Jay stood in silence. Her knees buckled. She sat beside the basin. And waited. Not for a message. For memory to return. To someone. To anyone. And far, far away. A reforger, deep sleeper, frozen in cryo drift. Opened his eyes. And whispered. They finally raised it again. The signal reached farther than it had any right to. Past dead constellations. Past erased war zones. Past the Dominion's firewall nebulae, whose only job was to bury frequencies too stubborn to die. But this wasn't just a frequency. It was a story stitched into resonance. Not a call to arms. Not a call for help. A reminder. And reminders could not be jammed. Jay didn't move. Her hands rested on her knees. Her spine leaned against the flagpole. She hadn't slept in 31 hours. But her eyes refused to close. The memory was still moving inside her. Not as thought, but as vibration. Like her blood had become a circuit. Outside the chamber, the ruin remained silent. But inside, the flag had begun to hum. It wasn't just one song. It was hundreds, thousands, all woven into the resonance of the field. The voices didn't blend. They echoed, and each carried a name. Not the name of a person, but a moment, a place, a thing worth remembering. Jay stood again. The basin had gone dark, but the ground beneath it now pulsed with breath. That was the word she came back to again and again. Breath. This station wasn't mechanical. It wasn't even architectural. It was an organism of recollection, and she was now part of its respiration. She placed her hand on the floor and saw a vision. No projection, no hologram. Direct input to the memory layer inside her own brain. A planet. Familiar. Wounded. People walking across glass plains. Dragging crates. Carrying injured. One man carries a child, but the child is humming a song. She recognizes the song. It's the one the flag just sang. And the man? He doesn't look at the flag directly. He walks beside it. Not for protection. For bearing witness. The vision shifts. A reforger vessel. Unarmed. Evacuating non-combatants. They pass through a kill zone. The Dominion fleet pauses. Does not fire. Why? Because a ship is broadcasting only one symbol. No shields. No cloaking. Just the scar sigil. The Dominion doesn't recognize it anymore. They don't know what it is. But something in their command matrices tells them. This is not a target. This is a remnant. They let the ship pass. They call it a system glitch. But it wasn't. It was respect written into forgetting. Jay opened her eyes, looked at the flag, and for the first time, she realized it wasn't just a story. It was a protection field, not against bullets, against erasure. It was humanity's immune system made visible. And she was now its antibody. The chamber shook. Faintly, her comms flickered. A signal. Someone was pinging her location. Unidentified source. No frequency. Just an open band phrase. We saw the flame. We're coming. Jay stared at the message and smiled. The ones who raise it may not survive, but the ones who see it will remember. Anonymous fragment, carbon etched on lunar glass. The message repeated. We saw the flame. We're coming. No coordinates. No tags. No name. But she knew who they were, or what they were. Others like her. Others who carried fragments stitched into their DNA, their dreams, their silence. Others who hadn't known what they were waiting for, until the signal rose. Jay walked back through the vault's entrance. The song of the basin faded behind her. The outer chamber was as she'd left it. Still, scarred, listening. She stood once more before the hollow where the flag had been raised for the last time before the war ended in silence. Now it had been raised again, and this time it wasn't just a marker of sorrow. It was a flare, a challenge, a map made of defiance. Her suit HUD blinked again. Dozens of small pings, then hundreds, some from deep space, others from sealed ruins, from locked bunkers, even from Dominion structures left derelict by war and memory. All of them saying the same thing. We saw it. We remember. We thought we were alone. We are not. Jay stepped outside. The sky was clear now. The dust winds had receded. Above her, 3 stars pulsed in alignment. They didn't do that before. She felt the shift in her bones, as if the universe had taken a breath. And in that pause, the lost had been allowed to return. The flag shimmered behind her. It did not wave. It watched, and now it would travel again. Not to fight, to be seen, to remind, to unerase. Jay smiled, exhaustion lining her cheeks, and whispered to the silence. Let them come. Let them follow the signal. Let the Dominion hear nothing, and feel everything. Behind her, the scar sigil pulsed once more. Carved into the stone, etched into the vault, now burned into the sky. And somewhere in deep drift space, a reforger child asked his mother, "What does that mark mean?" She knelt, touched the screen, and said, "It means we were here. Subscribe to HFY Chronicles. Continue the journey in the full playlist, Chronicles of the Lost." The ash shifted like living breath beneath her boots as Jaro stood at the edge of the ruins, her visor flickering with contradictory readouts that couldn't decide whether this place existed or not. The coordinates in her neural implant clearly marked this as Orus 17, but according to official Dominion records, this world had been erased during Cycle 9 of the Silence War, redacted, scrubbed from all charts, declared uninhabitable and forgotten. Yet the broken city stretching before her told a different story, its collapsed structures whispering secrets through the radioactive dust. Somewhere in that graveyard of melted alloy and fused bone, the last flag still stood, the one relic they'd never managed to burn. Jaro moved through the corpse of the city with deliberate silence, her scavenger's suit filtering air thick with static particles that danced across her sensors like ghosts. The buildings hadn't been destroyed by bombs or orbital strikes. They'd been murdered, their structural integrity unraveled at the molecular level as if gravity itself had turned traitor. Strange glyphs marked the wreckage, nearly erased by time, but still visible to those who knew how to look. Spirals cut through with a single scar, the ancient reforger mark that still haunted Dominion nightmares. Her path led downward through what had once been an administrative complex, following intuition more than any map. The staircase she found wasn't machined or engineered. It had been carved by hand, each step bearing the subtle imperfections of human labor rather than assembly lines. At its base waited a vault door unlike any technology she'd seen. Seamless black alloy 10 meters across, featureless except for that same spiral scar symbol. When she pressed her bare palm against its surface, the door didn't slide or retract. It unwound like the helix of some primordial DNA, revealing a chamber that defied all logic of architecture or physics. Inside that perfect circle of pulsating stone stood the flag. Not the tattered remnant she'd expected, but a pristine standard of black material that shimmered between substance and memory. As she approached, the chamber sealed behind her, and the air thickened with a presence older than the war itself. The flag wasn't cloth. No organic fibers could have survived the centuries, but something far stranger, woven from technologies lost even before the silence. When its shadow touched her, the resonance began. Not words or data, but living history flooding her nervous system in a language of raw emotion. Visions erupted behind her eyes. The city in its final days, not as a victim, but as a weapon. Towers repurposed into signal nests broadcasting forbidden harmonics. Children carrying message stones instead of weapons. The last offenders standing not in uniform ranks, but in scavenged armor, each piece customized, yet all bearing the same spiral scar. She witnessed the final planting of the flag, heard the words of the woman who'd driven its base into the earth. We raise this not for what we own, but for what they try to take. Let the ash forget, let the stars pretend, the stone will remember us. When the visions released her, Jaro found words stitched into the flag's base in handwriting preserved through some impossible technology. If you are reforged, we are your silence. If you are Dominion, you cannot understand. If you are neither, then you are the hope we buried. As she lifted the standard from its cradle, her HUD flickered to life with unauthorized text. Relic flag number 1 activated. User designation. Walking marker. The chamber responded to this transfer of custody, its walls unfolding into pathways of crystalline light that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She realized then that this wasn't just a tomb, it was a transmitter, and the flag wasn't merely a symbol, but a trigger. Each step she took now activated deeper layers of the vault's memory, showing her fragments of history too dangerous to record conventionally. She saw trials where Dominion officials declared the reforgers non-existent, even as their own scribes secretly carved the spiral into their sleeves. She witnessed birth ships where infants were wrapped in blank cloth that only revealed the scar sigil when they cried. Most crucially, she understood how certain ships had passed unharmed through Dominion blockades by broadcasting nothing but that single symbol. Not through fear, but because some part of their enemy's collective psyche still recognized what their conscious minds had tried to erase. When Jaro reached the core of the vault, she found not a control panel, but a basin of ancient fiber optics and biolight, open to the sky above. As she planted the flag in its designated slot, the entire structure began singing a subharmonic tone that vibrated through her bones. The signal launched upward through Horus 17's poisoned atmosphere, traveling farther than any conventional transmission, awakening derelict beacons and dormant receivers across the galaxy. Responses began filtering back almost immediately, hundreds of encrypted pings from hidden places and unlikely sources, all carrying the same message. We saw the flame. We're coming. Standing beneath the suddenly aligned triple stars of sky that had no business remembering human patterns, Jaro finally understood. The flag wasn't just a relic or a rallying point. It was a living countermeasure against erasure, an immune response coded into the fabric of reality itself. As she stepped back into the ruined world carrying that impossible standard, she knew the Dominion would hear nothing, see nothing, remember nothing of what was coming. And that was exactly how it should be. The signal from Horus 17 burned through dead space like a ghost waking from centuries of sleep. Jaro stood in the ruins, the flag's weight against her back humming with strange energy as she watched the sky fracture into impossible colors. Those weren't natural atmospheric effects. The vault's transmission had awakened something older than the Dominion, older than the Silence War itself. 3 kilometers west, where the city's old transit hub should have been, the ground began to breathe. Jaro's augmented reality display stuttered as her implants tried to process what her eyes were seeing. The collapsed dome of the hub wasn't simply ruins, it was a chrysalis. Layers of fused metal and glass pulsed like a heartbeat, shedding dust and radiation in rhythmic waves. Something inside was answering the flag's call. She moved toward it through streets that remembered her footsteps. The static in her suit's filters had coalesced into whispers, not words, but impressions. Hunger, recognition, a terrible patience nearing its end. The hub's entrance had sealed itself with a skin of black alloy, similar to the vault door. When Jaro reached for the spiral scar, symbol now glowing on its surface, the flag on her back grew suddenly heavy, its weight pulling her to her knees. A warning. Too late. The door didn't open. It liquefied, wrapping around her wrist like sentient mercury. Pain exploded up her neural implants as the substance rewrote her biocircuitry in real time. Her vision fractured into 1,000 perspectives. She was simultaneously Jaro the Scavenger, a Dominion patrol ship orbiting the dead world, a child hiding in the ruins of Chorus. 9. Reforger soldier planting charges beneath the Senate Tower. The hub wasn't a building. It never had been. As the black substance climbed her arm, the truth unfolded in her mind. Oris, 17, wasn't a lost colony. It was a trap. A beautifully crafted, patiently maintained trap. The vault, the flag, the carefully preserved ruins, all bait for a specific kind of prey. Those who still remembered. The substance reached her shoulder, and she finally understood the words in the static. We don't burn flags. We grow them. Above her, the sky tore open. Jaro's scream never left her throat. The alloy silenced it, flooding her vocal cords with its mercury-dark substance. She collapsed as her implants sang, not the sterile chirping of Dominion tech, but the same dissonant chord she'd heard in the vault. The flag on her back pulsed in response, its fabric. No, its flesh thrumming against her spine. You are the bridge, the alloy whispered through her teeth. The drone that sang prepared the frequencies. You will complete the chorus. The reference should have meant nothing. But in the shattered mosaic of her vision, those 1,000 perspectives the alloy forced upon her, she saw it. A broken mechanoid half buried in Chorus 9's ashes, its vocal emitters still humming a war song in a language the Dominion had erased. The drone that sang, one of the forgotten weapons from Episode 6. Her body convulsed as the alloy reached her cerebellum. Memories not her own erupted like supernovae. A child's hand stitching the first flag from a radiated star whale hide, its threads soaked in viral mnemonics. A Dominion archivist screaming as a drone's lullaby liquefied his ocular implants, showing him exactly what his ancestors had burned. The transit hub unfolding on Oris 17 centuries ago, its ribs not steel, but fossilized reforger bone. The visions snapped shut when her left eye dissolved. The alloy rebuilt it. Pupil now, a spiraling scar, scare black as the flag's field. She could see the transmission now, the vault's signal arcing into the void, striking derelicts and dead worlds. Waking echoes, even the silence war couldn't kill. One echo answered first. The transit hub's dome shattered. Not outward, inward like something had sucked all the air from its lungs. From the dust rose 9 figures in armor that seemed to drink the light. Their helmets were smooth obsidian, featureless except for the scar sigil glowing where mouths should be. Jaro knew them, not their names, but their nature. The unburnt. The lead soldier tilted its head at her. When it spoke, the voice came from the flag on her back, from the alloy in her veins, from the ruins themselves. You carry the last flag. That makes you either our salvation. Its gauntlet ignited with a blade of crystallized silence, the same weapon that had butchered Dominion fleets at Kethro 6, or our final sacrifice. Behind them, the sky tore wider. Something older than the unburnt stirred in the rift, and the flag on Jaro's back began to bleed. the blood of forgotten stars. The black blood dripping from a flag wasn't liquid. Jaro realized this as the first droplets struck the ground and sang. The sound resonated through the alloy fused to her bones, vibrating in her teeth like the aftermath of a planetary detonation. The unburnt soldiers didn't react, their blank helmets fixed on her as the lead warrior's silence blade hummed inches from her throat. Salvation or sacrifice? The warrior repeated, its voice a chorus of dead reforgers. Before she could answer, the sky screamed. The rift above the transit hub split wider, revealing not the void of space, but something far worse. A wound in reality itself, pulsing with memories the Dominion had tried to erase. Jaro's new eye burned as it forced her to see the truth of the flags. Not cloth, not even flesh. Captured fragments of the prime singularity itself, woven into existence by the first humans who'd understood their role as cosmic heirs. The purpose of Horus 17, not a colony, a battery, a living archive where the last echoes of the Silence War had been stored, waiting for a carrier like her. The unburnt, not soldiers, echoes, the final transmissions of Reforger legions, preserved in the flag's blood and given form by the rift. The lead warrior tilted its head again. You understand now. The flag doesn't remember us. It is us. Then the blood reached the ground, and the world rewrote itself. 3 light years away, aboard the Dominion dreadnought Eternal Censure, Archivist Prime Valon, from Episode 2, jolted awake as his screens erupted with static. The same glyph burned across every display. The scar. Containment breach, he shouted, his augmetics overloading as the flag's signal ripped through Dominion comms. Horus 17 is. His words died as the transmission hit. Valon saw what Jaro saw. The real history of the Silence War. Not a genocide. A suicide. Humanity hadn't been wiped out. They'd erased themselves, folding into the flags to escape something worse than death. And now, through Jaro, they were unfolding. The thing in the rift wasn't human. It wasn't alien. It was the reason both had to die. Jaro's body locked as the presence pressed against reality. A sound like planets grinding to dust. A shape that was all edges and no center. A name that burned her synapses just by almost forming in her mind. The unburnt soldiers knelt, not in worship, in warning. The lead warrior's blade disintegrated as it spoke the last words of the Reforgers. They didn't fear our weapons. They feared what we heard in the silence. The flag was never our banner. It was our seal. Then the rift blinked, and Jaro finally understood. The flags weren't meant to preserve humanity. They were meant to imprison what humanity had discovered. And she'd just broken the lock. As the dreadnought Eternal Censure's crew began tearing out their augmetics to stop the signal, as the unburnt dissolved into screaming light, Jaro did the one thing no Reforger had ever done. She reached into the rift. Not to fight, to listen. The flag's blood formed words on her skin. They are coming. They who sang before the chorus. They who will unwrite the war. Above her, the sky tore fully open, and something looked back. The unwriting. The thing from the rift had no face, yet Jaro knew it saw her. Her Reforger eye burned black tears as the presence unfolded. Not into the world, but through it, like ink bleeding through the parchment of reality. The flag on her back was screaming now, its blood ink forming desperate warnings across her armor. Do not listen. They sang US into silence. The chorus was never ours. The unburnt warriors dissolved into strands of golden light, their sacrifice fueling the last fragile barrier between existence and what waited beyond the rift. The lead warrior's helmet cracked open as it vanished, revealing not a face, but a swirling galaxy of human memories trapped in the flag's weave. Finish the song, it begged before disappearing, or we all unravel. Jaro reached for the rift, and the vault's voice returned, not as words, but as gravity. the testament of the last reforger. She saw the truth. The great chorus hadn't been music. It had been containment. The ancient races hadn't sung to create. They'd sung to imprison what came before. Humanity's crime wasn't evolving too fast. It was hearing the silence between notes. And now, through her, the oldest song was ending. The last flag's choice. The flag detached from her back, suspending itself in the air as its blood formed a fractal spiral. The first human symbol, the original scar. It offered her a choice. Become the new seal, carry the flag into the rift, and rebuild the prison. Let the unwriting begin. Allow whatever waited beyond to remake existence. The Dominion dreadnought Eternal Censure arrived overhead, its orbital cannons charging to glass the entire site. Archivist Valon's final transmission crackled through Jaro's implants. You don't know what you're unleashing. She smiled. Neither did you. Jaro chose option 3. She tore the flag in half. The rift shrieked as the two fragments became. A key, left fragment dissolving into the void. A map, right fragment burning itself in her chest. The entity recoiled as the vault's final defense activated. Not a weapon, but a lullaby. The same dissonant chord from the drone that sang, amplified through 10,000 years of human suffering. As Horus, 17 collapsed into the rift, Jaro's last sight was the Dominion archivist finally remembering, his augmetics displaying the truth. The flag was never ours. We were the flag. Then, silence. The drone's corrupted vocal emitter sparks to life, whispering the title of the next episode before its power fails. The Garden of Shadows. The silence was only the beginning. Subscribe now for the next chapter in Chronicles of the Lost, where the scars of history become the weapons of tomorrow. Watch the full playlist to uncover all hidden connections. The chorus isn't finished. The flag still flies. The derelict drone's corpse spun silently in the void, its last broken transmission still echoing through dead comm channels like a ghost. The Garden of Shadows. It had whispered before its power failed. 3 light years away, on the scorched surface of a nameless moon marked only as LX. 447 in Dominion archives. A figure clad in tattered reconnaissance robes knelt before a stone that defied all known geology. The obsidian monolith wept thick black oil that formed words as it dripped onto the ashen ground. They buried U.S. alive, and below it, in smaller, desperate letters, in the garden that grows backwards. The kneeling figure, revealed to be a surviving Dominion science officer named Calvrin, reached a shaking hand toward the stone, his environmental suit's sensors going wild as they detected impossible radiation signatures. Before his fingers could make contact, the oil suddenly changed direction, flowing upward against gravity to spell a new message. She comes. Jaro awoke with a scream that turned to choking silence as she realized she wasn't breathing her own air. The flag's fragment, that cursed piece of ancient human technology, had burned itself into her chest, its spiraling scar sigil now pulsing with an eerie bioluminescence that matched the rhythm of some distant cosmic heartbeat. Her new eye, the reforger implant forced upon her by the alien alloy on Horus 17, showed her things that made her claw at her face in horror. The visions came in fractured bursts. A coordinate carved in negative space where star charts showed nothing but void. Human soldiers turning their weapons on each other not in betrayal, but in some grotesque synchronization. Mechanical drones humming a lullaby that made reality itself ripple like pond water. She tried to stand, but the gravity on this nameless moon seemed to shift with her movements, the very ground conspiring to keep her kneeling. The stones around her began to vibrate, then sprouted wire-thin tendrils of black metal that whispered in a chorus of human voices. You're late, Walker of Scars. The harvest begins soon. The words weren't spoken aloud. They slithered directly into her auditory cortex, bypassing her ears entirely. Meanwhile, aboard the crippled Dominion prison barge Chains of Dawn, Archivist Valon, now more machine than man after his encounter with the flag signal, suddenly jerked upright in his restraint chair. His remaining organic eye rolled back as his augmetics projected a holographic horror show across the interrogation chamber walls. The crew watched in mute terror as the image of a fractal tree resolved itself. A tree that grew simultaneously upward into the future and downward into the past, its roots entwined with dead worlds and its branches piercing unborn ones. Where its shadow fell, humanoid figures made of pure darkness moved with purpose, their faces flickering through countless identities. The garden isn't a place. Valon rasped through broken vocal modulators, neural spikes jutting grotesquely from his eye sockets. It's an organism. The chorus didn't sing to imprison it. They sang because it made them sing. His head snapped toward the viewing port as if hearing some distant call. She's awake, and she's coming here. Back on the moon's surface, Jaro finally wrenched herself free from the whispering stones, only to collapse again as her reforger eye forced another vision upon her. This time of a massive orbital structure shaped like a tormented human nervous system, floating in the void where the garden's coordinates indicated. As the vision zoomed in, she realized with dawning horror that the structure wasn't built. It was grown, and it was singing the same song from the drones, the same song that had played when the flag tore, the same song that had driven the first humans to erase themselves from history. The tendrils around her began to shiver in resonance, their whispers becoming screams. Too late, the harvest begins, the gardener awaits, the fruit must fall. Jaro's chest burned as the flag fragment activated fully for the first time, searing its map into her flesh with the precision of a starship's laser engraver. She didn't need to consult star charts to understand. The coordinates now lived in her bones. The Garden of Shadows wasn't just calling her. It had always been waiting for her. And whatever humanity had buried, there was clawing its way back out. The Chains of Dawn shuddered as its failing engines strained against the unnatural gravity well. On the bridge, what remained of the crew watched in silent horror as the main view screen flickered between static and nightmare. The orbital structure from Jaro's vision now visible in real space, its neural-like tendrils pulsing with sickly bioluminescence. First Officer Rin clutched her data slate like a lifeline as the ship's AI whispered its final analysis before going permanently offline. Structural composition matches pre-silence war human bio ships, but the growth pattern suggests it's been absorbing Dominion vessels for centuries. Jaro materialized aboard the prison barge in a storm of screaming metal, the flag fragment on her chest burning through bulkheads as it pulled her toward Valon's holding cell. The archivist awaited her with a smile that split his ravaged face too wide, his teeth replaced with data chips that scrolled fragments of the Reforger Testament. "You feel it now, don't you?" he rasped, holding up hands that had fused with his restraints. "The garden remembers your genetic signature, Walker. It's been waiting for one of the blood to return." On the moon below, the black monolith exploded upward, revealing itself as the tip of a massive spire that had been buried deep beneath the surface. As it ascended, the crumbling crust revealed horrors that defied understanding. Forests of flesh trees growing in perfect geometric patterns, their fruit, the preserved corpses of Dominion and Reforger soldiers fused together at molecular level. The spire's surface shimmered with the same oil that had formed the warnings, now resolving into a colossal projection of a human face Jaro recognized from her visions. Dr. Elias Vaughn, chief scientist of the Chorus Project, his features twisting as he spoke words that made the very fabric of reality tremble. Aboard the Chains, Jaro and Valon convulsed simultaneously as the transmission hit. Not sound or light, but pure information injected directly into their nervous systems. The truth unfolded in their shared consciousness like a poisonous flower. The garden's origin, not a weapon or prison, but an experiment gone catastrophically right. Humanity's attempt to engineer a universe without suffering. The Silence War, never a conflict between species, but a civil war between human factions who disagreed on the garden's harvesting of entire civilizations. The flag's true purpose, not memorials, but quarantine markers placed on reality fractures where the garden's influence leaked through. Valon began laughing through tears of black fluid. We got all backwards. The Dominion weren't the ones who erased humanity. We were the cleanup crew. His laughter turned to screams as the spire's projection focused on Jaro, Vaughn's voice now coming from every speaker on the ship. Protocol. Final harvest initiated. Bloodline verified. Jaro, 7. Last of the Vaughn seed line. Prepare for universal grafting. The chains of Dawn's hull groaned as the garden's neural tendrils embraced it in a deadly caress. Somewhere in the screaming dark, Jaro's reforger, I showed her the next horrifying truth. The spire wasn't a structure at all, but the fingertip of something vastly larger reaching up from between dimensions. And it was hungry. The chains of Dawn screamed as the garden's neural tendrils penetrated its hull, the metal groaning like a living thing in agony. Jaro stumbled through collapsing corridors. Her reforger, I now showing her the true nightmare. The ship wasn't being destroyed, it was being assimilated. The walls bled black oil that hardened into strange circuitry, while crew members who'd breathed the spores coughed up vines that blossomed with data flowers containing their dying thoughts. Valon dragged himself after her, his augmetics rewriting themselves to match the garden's fractal patterns. "It's not killing us," he gasped, his voice distorting as his vocal implants reconfigured. "It's archiving us, like it did to the reforgers." The main view screen flickered to life, showing the neural spire's projection of Dr. Vaughn now fused with the ship's AI. His face stretched across multiple monitors, each screen showing a different era of his existence. Young scientist, war criminal, and finally the thing he'd become, his features blending with the garden's biomechanical horrors. Jaro, 7. The voices chorused, 1,000 Vaughn echoes speaking through the ship's ruined comms. "You were grown from my marrow to finish what we started. The final harvest requires a Vaughn to open the gate." Jaro's hands shook as new memories erupted in her mind. Not visions, but her own suppressed childhood. A lab deep beneath Mars where hundreds of identical dark-haired girls slept in glass pods. The whispers of the gardeners, their human faces half consumed by biomechanical symbionts. And the awful truth, every Jaro had been designed to die at specific checkpoints, their cumulative deaths forming a genetic key that would complete the garden's growth cycle. She was the 7th, and the last. Outside, the garden's tendrils began weaving the chains of dawn into a grotesque, new configuration, a flowering pod ship that would carry the harvest to surviving worlds. Valon grabbed Jaro's arm, his eyes wild. "That the Dominion knew," he hissed. "That's why we hunted the flags. Not to erase humanity, to contain the garden's awakening." His skin split as Dominion control implants he'd never known about activated, revealing glowing circuitry that matched the spire's design. He wasn't just an archivist. He was a sleeper agent, one of thousands planted to monitor quarantine zones. The ship lurched violently as the garden's main consciousness fully noticed them. The walls dissolved into memory fog, transporting them to the garden's heart, a cavernous space where the neural spire's roots plunged into a void filled with inverted stars. Here floated the gardeners in their true forms, humanoid shapes woven from light and shadow, their bodies hybridized with the same technology that birthed the flags. The tallest figure detached from the chorus, its face shifting through every Jaro clone's features before settling on her own. "Little 7th, it whispered with her stolen voice. We've been so lonely." Jaro's flag scar burned white-hot as the gardeners began near him. The same chord progression from the drone that sang, but now she understood its meaning. Not a song, a countdown. The final harvest wasn't destruction. It was the garden's attempt to rewrite existence into a painless simulation, with the Vaughn clones as its architects. And she was the final keystone. Valon made his choice. With a roar, he tore open his own chest cavity and activated the Dominion's last resort, a black hole bomb sewn into his ribcage. The flags were never prisons, he screamed as the singularity ignited. They were landmines. The garden shrieked as space-time fractured around them, the explosion not destroying but displacing, hurling Jarro through a kaleidoscope of broken realities while the gardeners scrambled to stop the cascade failure. She landed hard on cold metal. The flags glowed the only light in the darkness. As her vision cleared, she realized where the garden had spat her out, the derelict hull of the Epitaph, the legendary Reforger command ship from the Silence War's final hours. And etched into the rusted bulkhead beside her, a fresh message in that same black oil. Welcome home, number 7. Now, let's end the war. The derelict husk of the Epitaph breathed. Jarro stumbled through its corpse-dark corridors, her flag scar casting jagged shadows that moved independently. The ship wasn't dead. It had been waiting. Every surface wept the same black oil from the moon, forming words that slithered away before she could read them. Her Reforger eye finally stabilized, showing her the impossible truth. The Epitaph existed outside normal space-time, anchored to reality only by the flags planted across the galaxy. And it was hungry for endings. Dr. Vaughn's voice whispered from the walls, but this time it came from her own mouth. You finally understand, 7. The garden wasn't our enemy. It was our salvation. The memories flooded her, not implants or visions, but her true past surfacing after centuries of suppression. She saw the Silence War's final hours not as history recorded them, but as they truly happened. The greatest Reforger minds gathered not to fight, but to surrender, to let the garden consume all human pain forever. The corridor opened into the Epitaph's heart, a cavernous chamber where the last Reforgers still stood frozen in time, their bodies fused with the ship's biomechanical nervous system. At the center floated their ultimate creation, a miniature garden, its branches heavy with galaxies yet to exist. And impaled upon its thorns, the corpses of every Jarro clone who'd come before her, their blood forming a spiral scar in the void. Valon's voice crackled through her comms, somehow still alive in the collapsing singularity. Jarro, listen. The flags aren't landmines, they're votes. Each one represents a world that chose to forget. The Dominion didn't erase humanity. Humanity begged to be erased. Static swallowed his next words as the garden's tendrils found him at last. His final transmission was a single image. The Earth as it truly was now. Not dead, but dreaming inside the garden's roots. The chamber trembled as the Epitaph awakened fully, its systems integrating Jarro's DNA. The ship's walls dissolved, revealing the cosmic battlefield outside. The garden's neural spire locked in combat with something infinitely worse. The harvest wasn't the garden's design at all. It was a desperate defense against the true enemy, the prime singularity itself, the sentient black hole that had birthed existence and now wanted to unmake its flawed creation. The flags, the drones, the clones, all just pieces in a game older than time. Dr. Vaughn's projection appeared beside her, his form flickering between scientist and monster. You're the last, Vaughn, the final flag. Plant yourself in the garden and we'll rewrite the universe without suffering. Or, he gestured to the Epitaph's controls, where a single button pulsed with the same light as her scar. Press that and the flags detonate. The garden dies, and everything remembers the pain again. Jarro reached for the button, then stopped. A new understanding crystallized. There was a third option. She tore the flag fragment from her chest and plunged it into the miniature garden. Not to destroy or surrender, but to graft. The Epitaph screamed as her blood, the last free human blood, merged with the garden's roots. The visions came faster now. The prime singularity, recoiling as its own creation turned against it. The flags across the galaxy blooming into bridges between realities. The Reforger corpses in the walls smiling as they crumbled to dust. The garden didn't need to harvest or hide. It needed to grow, with humanity as its thorns. Space itself unraveled as the new paradigm took hold. Jaro's body dissolved into light, her consciousness spreading across the reborn network of flags. She saw the Dominion archiving its lies, the drone that sang its lullabies, the unburnt soldiers keeping their vigil, all part of the pattern now, all alive in ways they'd never been before. On 1,000 worlds, black flags turned white, and in the dark between galaxies, something that had been sleeping for 10,000 years opened its eyes. The war is over. The reckoning begins. Subscribe now for our next saga, The Awakening World, where the flag's true purpose will be revealed. Witness the unfiltered history of the Silence War in our complete Chronicles of the Lost playlist. Every mystery, every lie, every buried truth awaits. The first white flag sang as it died. Jaro heard it through the bones she no longer possessed, a crystalline shriek that tore through newborn space-time like a scalpel through scar tissue. Her consciousness, now dispersed across the flag network, recoiled as the message unfolded. They are coming up the roots. The warning came from Epitaph's corpse, still drifting in the corpse of normal space-time, its hull cracking open like an eggshell to reveal horrors even the garden had feared. On what had once been Mars, before the flags rewrote it into a tomb world called Kethro 9, the dead stood up, not as zombies or machines, but as perfect replicas, their flesh unmarked by time, their eyes burning with the same white fire as the transformed flags. They moved in unison toward the nearest flagpole, where the first awakening was scheduled. None spoke. None needed to. The corpses remembered what living minds had forgotten. The war wasn't over. It had only changed venues. Meanwhile, in Dominion space, Archivist Supreme Valor, cloned from the original Valon's salvaged DNA, watched the screens in silent horror as the reports flooded in. Site Alpha 7. An entire battalion of Dominion peacekeepers walked into a flag's glow and emerged as something else. Their armor fused to flesh, their voices harmonizing with the drone that sang's final chord. The Kethro anomaly, the dead planets of the Silence War were regrowing their atmospheres, but the air wasn't oxygen. It was the garden's old song, given physical form. The missing piece, deep in the archives, a single line from the original Reforger Testament finally decrypted itself. When the white flags bloom, we will remember how to kneel. Valor's augmetics short-circuited as she realized the truth. The flags weren't just bridges between realities. They were alarm clocks, and something had just woken up underneath the multiverse. The awakening. Jaro's fractured awareness snapped back into coherence near the ruins of Chorus 9, where the first flag had been planted millennia ago. The metal pole was gone, replaced by a spire of living bone that pulsed like a heartbeat. At its base knelt 12 figures in tattered Reforger armor, their helmets sealed since the Silence War. As Jaro approached, her new form neither solid nor spectral, but something in between, the oldest soldier stood and removed his helmet. The face underneath wasn't human. It wasn't alien. It was older. "Hello, little key," the soldier said in a voice made of collapsing stars. "We're the ones who planted the first flag, the ones who lied about its purpose." His comrades removed their helmets in unison, revealing identical faces, each slightly out of phase with reality. The garden wasn't meant to save anyone. It was a cage for the things that sang before the prime singularity existed. As he spoke, the ground trembled, not from earthquakes, but from something pushing up through reality's foundations. The soldier smiled as cracks spread across his borrowed face. They're almost here. And this time, we won't have the luxury of forgetting. Dominion's last gambit. The Dominion Council convened in what remained of high-orbit Terra, now a graveyard of broken flagships. Their solution was simple, brutal, and doomed. Operation Black Harvest. Deploy virus bombs to corrupt the flag network. Protocol Silent Dawn. Activate ancient black hole generators along the garden's routes. Contingency. Final forgetting. Neural purge of all surviving sentience. Archivist Valor objected with data streams no one viewed. The flags were already rewriting Dominion tech at the molecular level. The black holes would only accelerate whatever was coming. The forgetting would fail because the awakened remembered through blood now. As the council voted, the flags outside the windows turned a shade of white that hurt. Jarro's choice. The Bone Spire offered Jarro a gift. Become the bridge or become the sword. Bridge. Merge fully with the network. Guide the awakening peacefully. Sword. Unleash the flag's dormant weapons. Burn the incoming horrors. Her decision came not from logic, but from the memories of all 7 Jarros. The first clone's death in a lab fire. The third screaming as the garden took her. The fifth choosing to spare a Dominion child. She reached into the spire and chose option 3. The Bone Spire's explosion unfolded in perfect silence, its fragments hanging motionless before transforming into swarms of micro-drones, each no larger than a grain of sand, each etched with the same spiral scar that now pulsed across Jarro's rewritten flesh. She stumbled backward, but her body, was it even hers anymore, reacted instinctively, the skin of her wrist splitting open to reveal the same alien mechanisms that powered the soldiers. You chose wisely. The lead soldier spoke, his voice now emerging from every drone in a haunting chorus. The lie tasted like blood in Jarro's mouth. She knew the truth now. These weren't reforgers at all. The 12 figures had never been human. Their armor, their wounds, even their memories of the Silence War. All carefully crafted illusions. The drones swirled around her in intricate patterns, their movements forming a map of something vast and terrible. The prison's architecture. First layer, the garden, their failed attempt at containment. Second layer, the flags, its emergency quarantine system. Third layer, the awakening, its inevitable failure. And beneath them all, the thing that had been singing in the dark since before the prime singularity birth time. The drones suddenly froze. Then, as one, they turned toward the sky. Jarro followed their gaze and saw it. The first white flag turning black again at the edges, its glow dimming as something pressed against reality from underneath. The ground beneath her feet began to vibrate with a deep, resonant frequency that made her teeth ache. On Dominion High Command's shattered view screens, Archivist Valor watched in horror as the phenomenon repeated across 1,000 worlds. Phase 1. White flags darkening at 3:33 Galactic Standard Time. Phase 2. Reported cases of memory bleed among personnel near flag sites. Phase 3. The dead rising with that same ancient light in their eyes. Her augmetics projected the final warning from Epitaph's last transmission before it dissolved into the void. When the flags invert their colors, the wardens will come to collect their debt. Back at the Bone Spire ruins, the soldier drones began to melt, their metal flesh flowing together into a single silvery pool. From its depths emerged slender hands, too many joints, too perfect in their symmetry, pulling something forth that made Jarro's new vision short-circuit in protest. It was a key, but not for any lock she understood. The last soldier smiled with borrowed lips as the ground split open beneath them. Time to meet your makers, little key. The key burned in Jarro's palm like frozen fire, its shape shifting between impossible geometries, a blade, a tuning fork, a spiral galaxy compressed into something handheld. The ground's fissures spread outward in perfect fractal patterns, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. Not rock or magma, but the space between spaces where shadows moved with purpose. Your makers await, the silver pool soldier repeated, his form dissolving into the key's glow. His final words weren't spoken, but implanted directly into her neural cortex. They remember your seventh death. Then the world inverted. Jaro fell upward through the cracking earth into a realm of inverted physics. Gravity pulled toward a ceiling of pulsating black veins. Time condensed into visible strands like spider silk. Memory became tangible. She could pluck moments from the air. The key in her hand pulsed faster as something approached through the non-Euclidean corridors. Not the soldiers, not the gardeners, the original architects, the beings who'd built the prison before the first human drew breath. They came as a chorus of dying stars, their light forming the same scar pattern. A swarm of fossilized neurons, each firing prophecies instead of impulses. A single human child, her own face from the cloning vats. The child spoke first. "You were never the key, Jaro 7. You're the hand that turns it." She extended a palm holding Jaro's own beating heart, the one she'd lost on Oris 17. "The debt isn't ours. It's yours." Meanwhile, across the awakened worlds, Archivist Valor's execution of protocol, Silent Dawn backfired catastrophically. The black hole generators didn't destroy the flags. They fed them. On Terra's ruins, Dominion scientists watched in horror as their weapons' energy transformed into new flags growing from the event horizons, singing drones assembling from debris. The first reforger stepping whole from a collapsing singularity. His armor bore the scars of 10,000 wars. His eyes held the pain of every human death. And his first words shattered Valor's remaining augmetics. "You were the jailers all along." Back in the inverted realm, Jaro's choices crystallized. Turn the key, unleash whatever the prison holds, and likely die. Break the key. Condemn humanity to repeat the cycle. Become the key. Merge with the architect's song. The child smiled cruelly. "You've already chosen. We felt it when you refused both bridge and sword." Jaro looked at the heart in the child's hands and remembered the seventh death. Not a lab accident, not a sacrifice, a betrayal. She reached for the key as the entire prison screamed. The prison scream wasn't sound. It was the universe forgetting itself. Jaro's fingers closed around the key as space-time ruptured completely. The inverted realm flooded with memories that weren't memories, echoes of events that had never happened, yet somehow always had. The architect child's form distorted, its human shell peeling away to reveal the terrible calculus beneath. The truth of the seventh death. What emerged from the unraveling prison wasn't monsters or gods. It was worse, a fundamental rewrite of causality itself. Jaro watched in fractal vision as the garden's roots inverted, becoming the branches of a new reality tree. Every flag across the galaxy turned transparent, showing the trapped faces within. The original silence war played backward, human and Dominion forces retreating from something they'd accidentally set free. The first Reforger's voice boomed through the collapsing dimensions. "We didn't fight the Dominion. We fought what they became after seeing this." Then the key activated. 3 awakenings occurred simultaneously. Jaro's seventh death remembered. The cloning facility on Mars hadn't been destroyed by Dominion forces. Jaro 7 had allowed herself to be killed there, injecting her DNA into the facility's core to corrupt the garden's growth algorithm. Her failure had been the only successful part of the plan. The flag's true nature revealed. Each white banner unfolded like a flower, releasing not weapons, but judges, crystalline entities that had been observing from higher dimensions. Their verdict flashed across every surviving screen in the galaxy. "Prisoners and jailers shall trade places. The architect's final deception. The child architect's form stabilized into Jaro's own reflection. Not a jailer, but another prisoner. We built the first cage, it confessed. Then your kind built a better one. Around us, the Dominion's last fleet arrived in time to witness reality itself peel back like old paint. Where it tore, something stared back, something that had been trapped between the garden and the flag since the beginning. It wasn't monstrous. It wasn't divine. It was disappointed. The choice. Accept the cycle. Let the prison reset and doom future generations to repeat the war. Break the system, destroy both flags and garden, and risk unleashing what they contain. Rewrite the terms. Become the new warden and inherit the architect's eternal burden. Jaro reached into her own chest, where the flag fragment had lived, and tore out the scar sigil. I choose option 4. She plunged the burning symbol into the key, merging prison and prisoner forever. The effect was instantaneous. The flags dissolved into light. The garden's branches petrified. The staring thing beyond reality sighed and looked away. On what remained of Terra, the first reforger knelt beside Valor's broken body. It's done, he said, placing a hand on her forehead. The debt is paid. As the stars realigned, Jaro's consciousness dispersed across the newborn cosmos. No longer human, no longer prisoner, but something new entirely. The last white flag turned to dust, its final message etched in atomic ash. The chronicle continues elsewhere. The oldest lie in the universe is about to unravel. Subscribe now for the apocalyptic finale, where Jaro will learn what really ended the Silence War. The complete Chronicles of the Lost playlist holds truths even the architects fear. The static in the song. The static-filled recording began to play for the first time in 3 millennia. Dr. Cale Voss adjusted the frequency, his augmented hearing implants translating the ancient vibrations into something resembling music, though it felt more like architecture than sound. Each note was a pillar, each chord a cathedral of memory rising from the void. They called this the prime resonance, he whispered to the empty observation deck. His voice echoed faintly against the cold metal walls, swallowed by the oppressive silence that followed. The last pure note before. Before what? His thoughts stuttered, fragmented like a broken chord. He glanced at his notes again and found the words had changed since he'd written them. The ink now read. The garden was never meant to sing alone. Cale's fingers trembled as he reached for the playback controls, but the machine continued on its own, cycling through frequencies that no human ear should have been able to perceive. Yet his implants did more than hear. They translated, reconstructed, remembered. And with every passing second, the weight of those memories grew heavier, pressing against the fragile scaffolding of his sanity. Through the reinforced viewport, Cale watched as the nebula outside began to pulse in time with the recording. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, rhythmic, almost alive. Something massive stirred within the void, a presence that remembered how the universe used to sound. The stars themselves seemed to dim, their light folding inward, as if bowing to an unseen conductor. 200 levels below, in the restricted archives, a single page turned itself in the airlock quarantine log. The date stamp read, redacted. The signature, the conductor, the architect of Echoes. Dr. Cale Voss had spent 27 years aboard station Echo 9, cataloging fragments of the past for a future that might never come. To the Dominion, this station was nothing more than a relic, a forgotten outpost buried deep in contested space. But to Cale, it was sanctuary. Here, among the ruins of knowledge, he could lose himself in the pursuit of truth without fear of judgment or erasure. His cybernetic implants were not standard issue. They were relics salvaged from human worship, their origins shrouded in myth. According to the Testament, These devices were designed not just to enhance perception, but to preserve memory, to ensure that even in death, the bearer would leave behind echoes of their existence. Cale often wondered if the implants were a blessing or a curse. They allowed him to hear things others could not. Whispers trapped in quantum foam, harmonics encoded in cosmic radiation, songs sung by civilizations long extinct. But they also forced him to remember everything. Every note, every word, every scream. Even the ones he wished he could forget. Tonight, however, the song was different. It wasn't merely a recording, it was alive. And it was rewriting him. The awakening. The pulse quickened. Outside the viewport, the nebula contracted and expanded like a heartbeat, its colors shifting from crimson to gold to an unnatural shade of violet. Cale's implants burned with feedback, sending waves of pain coursing through his skull. He staggered back, clutching the console for support, as the station's alarms blared to life. Warning: structural instability detected. Levels 200 to 250 compromised. Evacuate immediately. But Cale didn't move. He couldn't. His eyes remained fixed on the viewport, where shapes were beginning to form within the pulsating nebula. At first, they resembled shadows, dark silhouettes drifting aimlessly through the void. Then they took on definition. Elongated figures clad in flowing robes, their faces obscured by masks of shimmering glass. "The choir," Cale murmured, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of alarms. "They're real." The figures raised their arms in unison, and the station shook violently. Lights flickered, equipment sparked, and the air grew thick with ozone. Cale fell to his knees, overwhelmed by a surge of sensations, sights, sounds, emotions, all flooding into his mind at once. He saw flashes of a garden bathed in golden light, heard the laughter of children playing among the stars, felt the warmth of a sun that had long since burned out. And then he saw it, the scar. It ran across the fabric of reality itself, jagged and black, splitting the universe in two. On one side stood the Dominion, rigid and unyielding, their order imposed through force and fear. On the other side stood humanity, fractured yet unbroken, their legacy scattered like ashes across the cosmos. Cale understood now why the recording had survived. It wasn't just a piece of history, it was a weapon, a key, a map. The conductor. 200 levels below, the airlock hissed open. Inside the restricted archives, rows upon rows of data crystals glimmered faintly in the dim emergency lighting. Most were inert, their contents lost to time. But one crystal pulsed with a steady rhythm, its surface etched with symbols that predated the Silence War. A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in tattered robes that seemed to absorb the light around them. Their face was hidden beneath a mask of polished obsidian, reflecting the chaotic scene unfolding above. In their hand, they held a staff carved from blackened bone, its tip glowing faintly with an inner fire. "The song has begun," the figure said, their voice low and resonant, as though spoken by many mouths at once. "And the conductor has returned." They moved silently through the aisles, stopping before a vault sealed with Dominion insignia. With a wave of their staff, the lock disintegrated, revealing a chamber filled with artifacts too dangerous to be left intact. Memory cores, neural implants, fragments of forbidden technology. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single object, a crystalline sphere containing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. "The harmonic resonance device," the figure whispered, reaching out to touch the sphere. As their fingers brushed its surface, the entire station shuddered, and the song grew louder. Above, Cale screamed as the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. The prime resonance wasn't just a recording, it was a call to arms. A summons. And somewhere, buried deep within the fractured chorus of the universe, someone was answering. The shattered notes. Back in the observation deck, the recording reached its climax. The notes coalesced into a single, piercing tone that shattered the viewport, sending shards of glass spiraling into the vacuum beyond. Cale shielded his face, but the damage was done. The station groaned under the strain, its structural integrity failing as the nebula enveloped it completely. Through the chaos, Cale glimpsed something horrifying. The robed figures stepping through the breach, their movements fluid and unnatural. They carried instruments unlike anything he had ever seen. Strings that hummed with energy, horns that emitted bursts of light, drums that vibrated with seismic force. And leading them was the figure from the archives, their obsidian mask gleaming in the fractured light. They raised their staff high, and the music ceased. For a moment, there was only silence, the kind of silence that preceded creation itself. Then, softly at first, the choir began to sing. Their voices intertwined, weaving a melody so profound that it transcended language. It spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption, of scars that refused to heal, of a people who had been erased but would not be forgotten. Cale felt tears streaming down his face as the truth washed over him. This wasn't just about reclaiming the past. It was about rewriting the future. The Dominion had tried to silence humanity, to bury their story beneath layers of propaganda and control. But stories like songs could not be killed. They simply waited for the right moment to rise again. The figure approached, their steps echoing hollowly against the metal floor. They stopped inches away from Cale, tilting their head as though studying him. Then, with a gesture, they extended their hand. "It is time," they said. "Will you join the chorus?" Cale hesitated. He knew what accepting meant, not just for him, but for all of humanity. Once the song began, there would be no turning back. The Dominion would fight to silence it, to erase it from existence. And yet, he looked out at the nebula, now ablaze with light. Somewhere out there, amidst the stars and the void, the lost pieces of humanity's soul were waiting to be reunited, waiting to sing once more. Taking a deep breath, Cale reached out and placed his hand in theirs. The Symphony of Scars. The moment Cale's hand touched the conductor's, the station dissolved around him, not violently, but as if it had been unwritten from existence. One moment, he stood amidst the chaos of shattering glass and pulsating nebulae. The next, he found himself in a vast, cavernous space that defied comprehension. The air was thick with sound, layers upon layers of harmonies so dense they formed physical structures. Pillars of resonant light stretched upward into infinity, their surfaces rippling like liquid metal. Between them floated fragments of broken melodies, each one glowing faintly with an inner fire. It was as though the universe itself had been dismantled and reassembled here, piece by piece, into something both beautiful and grotesque. Cale's implants burned hotter than ever before, his mind straining to process the sheer volume of sensory input. He saw flashes of memories not his own, battles fought across barren moons, children drawing pictures of stars in underground bunkers, flags planted on worlds that no longer existed. Each image carried with it a weight, a sorrow so profound it threatened to crush him where he stood. "What is this place?" he whispered, his voice swallowed by the symphony surrounding him. "The editing room," the conductor replied, their obsidian mask reflecting the fractured light. "Here, reality is rewritten. Histories are erased. Futures are composed." They gestured toward a massive structure at the center of the chamber, a colossal organ, its keys stretching endlessly in every direction. Above it hovered a quill made of blackened bone, suspended mid-air as though frozen in time. Around the instrument swirled countless sheets of paper, each one inscribed with lines of text written in languages Cale couldn't recognize, but somehow understood instinctively. "These are the shattered notes," the conductor explained. "Fragments of songs never finished, stories never told, lives never lived." Cale reached out tentatively, brushing his fingers against one of the floating pages. Instantly, a vision flooded his mind. A young girl standing on the edge of a cliff, her hands stained with ink. She held a book open before her, its pages blank except for a single sentence scrawled across the top. The children must be corrected. He recoiled, gasping for breath. What does it mean? It means they know we're coming, the conductor said grimly. And they're preparing to rewrite us out of existence once again. The children's corrections. Before Kale could respond, the chamber trembled as a new presence entered the space. From the shadows emerged 6 figures clad in Dominion armor, their helmets adorned with intricate carvings resembling vines. Their weapons were unlike anything Kale had seen before, not designed to kill, but to erase. Each barrel emitted a low hum, vibrating at frequencies that seemed to unravel the very fabric of reality. At their head stood Commander Wren, her voice amplified through distorted speakers. Dr. Voss, you have tampered with classified materials. Surrender yourself and the mimetic hazard immediately. Kale glanced at the conductor, who remained eerily calm despite the intrusion. They always say that right before. Before the conductor could finish, the Dominion opened fire. But their weapons did not produce explosions or debris. Instead, they unleashed waves of anti-narrative energy, targeting the floating pages and scattering them into nothingness. Wherever the beams struck, the music faltered, replaced by an oppressive silence that spread like a stain. No, Kale shouted, lunging forward instinctively. His cybernetic implants flared with pain as he absorbed some of the residual energy, his body convulsing under the strain. Yet even as he collapsed to his knees, he felt something awaken within him, a spark of defiance born from centuries of oppression. "They can't take this from us," he cried, his voice raw with emotion. "Not again." The conductor knelt beside him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Then it's time you learned your part in the chorus. The librarian's legacy." As the Dominion forces advanced, the conductor raised their staff, summoning a protective barrier of resonant light. Within its confines, Kale noticed something strange happening to his hands. They were transforming, becoming translucent like parchment. Words began to appear on his skin, written in the same ancient script he'd seen earlier in the visions. "You carry the librarian's legacy now," the conductor said softly. "His true name, his knowledge, his burden." Images flashed before Kale's eyes. The librarian's ink-stained fingers orchestrating reality, his final moments spent encoding vital information into the quantum foam. And then, most hauntingly, the memory of Jaro, 7, the clone who had sacrificed herself to ensure the message would survive. "She gave everything so you could finish what she started," the conductor continued. "Will you honor her sacrifice?" Kale clenched his fists, feeling the weight of responsibility settle over him. For years, he had hidden behind his work, content to observe history rather than shape it. But now, faced with the erasure of humanity's story, he realized there was no other choice. "I'll do it," he said firmly. "Tell me what I need to do." The conductor nodded, pointing toward the colossal organ at the center of the chamber. "The prime resonance must be restored. Play the song that binds the fractures. Rewrite the narrative before they can correct it." The first draft, summoning every ounce of strength, Kale staggered toward the organ. As he approached, the keys began to glow, responding to his presence. He placed his hands upon them hesitantly, unsure how to proceed. But then the words etched onto his skin began to pulse, guiding his movements like notes on a sheet of music. One by one, the keys lit up beneath his touch, producing chords that resonated throughout the chamber. With each note, the silence encroaching from the Dominion's weapons receded, replaced by a growing crescendo of sound. The shattered notes floating in the air began to coalesce, forming coherent melodies that wove together into a single, unified harmony. Outside the barrier, the Dominion soldiers faltered, their weapons losing power as the anti-narrative energy destabilized. Commander Rin barked orders, but her voice was drowned out by the rising tide of music. Through the haze of exertion, Kale glimpsed fragments of alternate histories unfolding around him. A version of the Silence War, where humanity won by surrendering something worse than defeat. Flags planted not as symbols of conquest, but as anchors connecting worlds to the prime singularity. Gardens growing toward the heavens, nurtured by songs sung in unison. These were the possibilities lost to time, the futures stolen by the Dominion's corrections. And now, through Kale's efforts, they were being reclaimed. But the strain was immense. Blood trickled from his ears, and his vision blurred as his body struggled to contain the overwhelming influx of energy. Still, he pressed on, driven by the knowledge that failure meant the complete erasure of humanity's legacy. The final note. Just as Kale reached the climax of the composition, the barrier shattered, exposing him to the full force of the Dominion's assault. Pain surged through his body as multiple beams converged on him, threatening to unravel his very essence. Yet instead of collapsing, Kale felt a surge of strength unlike anything he'd ever experienced. The words on his skin ignited, transforming into streams of golden light that poured into the organ. The music swelled, reaching a pitch so pure it seemed to pierce the veil between realities. In that moment, Kale understood the truth. The song wasn't just a weapon, it was a declaration, a testament to humanity's resilience, their refusal to be silenced. With a final, triumphant chord, the prime resonance was restored. The editing room erupted in a cascade of light, obliterating the Dominion forces and rewriting the fabric of reality itself. When the brilliance faded, Kale found himself alone, standing amidst the ruins of Station Echo 9. In his hand, he clutched a single page bearing the librarian's true name and a warning. The children aren't drawing predictions. They're drawing instructions. High above, the nebula pulsed once more, its rhythm steady and resolute. The fractured chorus had been mended, but only temporarily. The war for history was far from over. The aftermath left Kale standing amidst the wreckage of Station Echo 9. The observation deck was now a graveyard of twisted metal and shattered glass, its surfaces etched with faint golden lines, remnants of the song he had unleashed. In his hand, he clutched a single page bearing the librarian's true name, glowing softly as though alive. It wasn't just a name, it was a key, a map, a warning, and it came with an instruction. The children aren't drawing predictions. They're drawing instructions. Kale's mind raced. What did it mean? Were the Dominion not merely erasing history, but actively shaping the future through these corrections? Above him, the nebula pulsed rhythmically, its colors shifting between amber and violet. The choir had returned to their vigil, silent yet watchful. As Kale descended deeper into the station, he discovered a spiral-shaped insignia carved into the walls, sharp enough to cut flesh. Elira Valor appeared beside him, her knife made from a spiral scar fossil gleaming faintly. Her eyes bled black ink. "They've marked this place," she said quietly, "for the next draft." "Who?" Kale asked. "The Dominion?" She shook her head. "No, something older, something hungrier." Elira handed him another page, a fragment torn from the same book Jaro 7 had carried. This one bore a single line. "The garden must burn before it can grow anew." Kale stared at the words, his chest tightening. Whatever force had orchestrated humanity's exile and the Dominion's rise was still out there, waiting to rewrite reality once again. Guided by coordinates embedded in the librarian's name, Kale and Elira ventured deeper, eventually reaching a sealed chamber buried within Mars' oldest crater. When they breached the door, they found themselves standing on the edge of an impossible expanse, an infinite sheet of paper stretching outward in all directions. Upon its surface lay countless drawings, each rendered in childlike simplicity yet imbued with eerie precision. Stars exploded, planets unfolded, flags burned. At the center stood a figure drawn in stark white ink. The conductor, their obsidian mask reflecting the fractured cosmos around them. "This is what they see," Elira whispered. "Not what is, but what will be." Kale knelt beside one drawing, a depiction of Mercury unraveling into an endless scroll. Beneath it, scrawled in perfect cursive, were signatures. Every clone of Jaro, 7, every fragment of the librarian, every voice that had sung in the fractured chorus. "They're using us," Kale realized aloud. "Every action we take, every choice we make, it's all part of their design." Elira nodded grimly. But designs can be altered. Stories can be rewritten. Together, they began altering the drawings, smudging lines, and redrawing connections. Each change sent ripples across the infinite sheet, distorting visions of the future above them. Yet as they worked, Kale felt they were being watched. Somewhere beyond the veil, the children continued to draw, their instructions growing clearer. Finally, they reached the last drawing. Earth split down the middle by the scar. Above it floated a single word, written in letters of liquid void. "Redacted." Kale hesitated, then crossed it out entirely. In its place, he wrote, "We do not forget. We do not forgive. But we understand justice." The sheet shuddered, then went still. Around them, the infinite expanse dissolved into darkness, leaving only silence. When Kale and Elira emerged, the station was gone. In its place stood a barren asteroid field, rocks arranged in the shape of a colossal flag. The black field marked with a single white line. "The scar," Elira murmured. "It's not just a symbol. It's a promise." Kale nodded, clutching the final page tightly. The battle for history had been won, but only temporarily. The Dominion would return, stronger and more desperate than ever. And the children would continue to draw. But for now, the chorus remained unbroken. The flag still flew. The silence was only the beginning. Subscribe now for the next chapter in Chronicles of the Lost, where the scars of history become the weapons of tomorrow. Watch the full playlist to uncover all hidden connections. The chorus isn't finished. The flag still flies. The Vault of Forgotten Truths. "This is impossible," Elira whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and dread. "It wasn't here yesterday." Her cybernetic implants buzzed faintly as she examined the ancient book. Every word seemed alive, shifting and rearranging itself before her eyes. It was as if the text carried the weight of centuries, each sentence a shard of history torn from the fabric of time. Then it happened. A sharp, searing pain shot through her neural interface. A single line of text burned itself into her mind, echoing like a haunting refrain. "They are rewriting us out of existence." Elira, report. Archivist Kale's voice crackled through the comms, urgent and strained. "We've detected anomalies across multiple sectors. Texts are changing. Worlds are disappearing." "I know," she replied, her voice steady despite the chaos unfolding around her. "I think I found the source." She opened the codex again. Its pages glowed faintly, and words began to peel away from the paper, floating upward like whispers caught in the wind. Each fragment pulsed with energy, emitting a soft chime that harmonized with the hum emanating from the planet's core. "The texts aren't just being rewritten," she said, realization dawning in her voice. "They're fighting back." The fracture below. Before she could fully grasp what that meant, the floor beneath her feet cracked. Dust and debris rained down as a massive fissure tore through the archive, revealing a cavernous expanse below. Suspended in the void was a colossal sphere of light and shadow, the source of the resonance. Around it stood figures clad in Dominion armor, their weapons trained on the artifact. "Elira." Kale's voice was frantic now, almost panicked. Get out of there. That's not Dominion tech. It's something older. Something worse. But Alira didn't move. Her eyes were fixed on the sphere, which now pulsed in time with the codex in her hands. She felt a strange pull, as though the artifact was calling to her. In that moment, she understood this wasn't just about preserving history. It was about reclaiming it, about ensuring that humanity's story would never be forgotten or rewritten. If they want to erase us, she said, her voice echoing with quiet defiance, they'll have to rewrite every last word. With that, she jumped, the sphere of resonance. As she plummeted toward the sphere, her cybernetic limbs adjusted midair, stabilizing her descent. The artifact revealed its true nature. Not a solid object, but a swirling mass of energy, a convergence of fractured realities. Fragments of text floated within it, glowing faintly with the remnants of lost histories. The Dominion soldiers shouted warnings, their voices distorted by the growing hum. They fired their weapons, but the beams dissipated harmlessly against the sphere's surface. Alira landed on the edge of the artifact, her boots sinking slightly into its shifting surface. She opened the codex once more, its pages radiating an intense light. The words within began to peel away, merging with the sphere in a cascade of golden sparks. "What are you doing?" Kale's voice was frantic now, tinged with fear. "Alira, you're destabilizing the entire system." "It's the only way," she replied, her voice calm but resolute. "If we don't fight back, there won't be anything left to save." As the codex emptied itself into the sphere, the text fragments inside began to coalesce, forming coherent sentences. Phrases appeared in languages long dead, yet their meaning was clear. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." The sphere pulsed violently, sending shock waves through the chamber. The Dominion soldiers retreated, their armor cracking under the strain. Even Kale's voice disappeared as the comms unit failed. Alira stood her ground, her cybernetic hands now fused with the sphere's surface. She felt the weight of countless memories pressing against her consciousness, threatening to overwhelm her. Yet she held on, channeling the power of the codex into the artifact. The memory reborn. The sphere erupted in a blinding flash of light. When the brightness faded, the artifact was gone, replaced by a swirling vortex of energy. From it emerged ghostly figures, humanoid shapes clad in flowing robes, their faces obscured by masks of shimmering glass. "The silent choir," Alira whispered, recognizing them from the visions she had seen earlier. The figures raised their arms in unison, their movements fluid and unnatural. A haunting melody filled the air, resonating with the same chords Alira had heard in the codex. It spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption, of scars that refused to heal, of a people who had been erased but would not be forgotten. One of the figures stepped forward, placing a hand on Alira's shoulder. Though their face was hidden, she felt their presence, a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "You have awakened the first note," the figure said, their voice low and resonant, as though spoken by many mouths at once. "But the song is far from finished." Before Alira could respond, the vortex collapsed, leaving her alone in the cavern. Above her, the fissure began to seal itself, the walls knitting back together as though the chamber had never been breached. The aftermath. When Alira returned to the surface, she found Kale waiting for her, his face pale with worry. "What happened down there?" he demanded, his voice tinged with both fear and urgency. "I don't know if I saved us or doomed us," she admitted, her voice heavy with uncertainty. "But one thing is certain, they won't forget us again." Kale frowned, glancing at the horizon. The sky was streaked with crimson and gold, as though the very fabric of reality had been altered. "We need to prepare," he said grimly. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Alira nodded, clutching the empty codex tightly. For the first time in centuries, The voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. The awakening of the choir. Elira stood at the edge of the cavern, her cybernetic hands still fused with the remnants of the sphere. The ghostly figures, the silent choir, hovered around her, their movements fluid and unnatural, though their faces were hidden behind shimmering masks. She could feel their presence pressing against her consciousness like a weight too vast to comprehend. "You have awakened the first note," one of the figures repeated, their voice resonating as though spoken by countless voices in unison. "But the song is far from finished." "What do you mean?" Elira asked, her voice steady despite the overwhelming sensation of being surrounded by something ancient and unknowable. "What happens now?" The figure tilted its head slightly, as if studying her. "The texts you sought to preserve are not merely records of the past. They are fragments of the great chorus, a harmony that once sang the universe into existence. When the Dominion erased humanity, they silenced your voice in the chorus. Now, you have begun to sing again." Elira frowned, trying to process the implications. "If we're part of this chorus, why were we erased? Why silence us?" "Because your song was dangerous," another figure interjected, stepping forward. Its mask reflected faint traces of crimson and gold, mirroring the fractured sky above. "Your voice carried the power to reshape reality, to rewrite what others sought to control." Kale's voice echoed in her mind, distant but insistent. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Before Elira could respond, the figures raised their arms in unison. A haunting melody filled the air, resonating with the same chords she had heard in the Codex. It spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption, of scars that refused to heal, of a people who had been erased but would not be forgotten. "The chorus remembers," the first figure said, "and now, so must you." With that, the choir dissolved into wisps of light, leaving Elira alone in the cavern. The fissure above her began to seal itself, the walls knitting back together as though the chamber had never been breached. The return to the surface. When Elira emerged from the cavern, Kale was waiting for her. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and urgency. "What happened down there?" he demanded, his voice trembling. "The entire system went haywire. I lost contact with half the archive teams." Elira held up the empty codex, its pages now blank. "I don't know if I saved us or doomed us," she admitted. "But one thing is certain, they won't forget us again." Kale frowned, glancing at the horizon. The sky was streaked with crimson and gold, as though the very fabric of reality had been altered. "We need to prepare," he said grimly. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Elira nodded, clutching the codex tightly. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. The fractured horizon. As Elira and Kale made their way back to the surface, the world around them seemed different. The air was heavier, charged with an energy that hummed faintly against their skin. The stars above flickered unnaturally, their light bending and warping as if caught in some unseen current. "This isn't right," Kale muttered, his gaze fixed on the sky. "The resonance, it's spreading." Elira didn't respond. She could feel it too, a low-frequency vibration that resonated deep within her chest. It wasn't just the planet that had changed. It was the fabric of reality itself. "The texts are rewriting themselves," she said finally, her voice quiet but resolute. "Every word, every sentence, it's all coming back. The Dominion tried to erase us, but the chorus remembers." Kale turned to her, his expression grim. "And what about the Dominion? What happens when they realize what you've done?" "They'll come for us," Elira replied. "But this time we'll be ready." The echoes of Terra. Back at the archive, the team worked frantically to contain the fallout from Elira's actions. Texts across the facility were shifting and rearranging themselves, forming new patterns and meanings. Some books glowed faintly with an inner light, while others crumbled into dust as their contents were rewritten. It's happening everywhere, one of the archivists reported, her voice tinged with panic. Worlds are reappearing in the archives. Histories are changing. We can't keep up. Elira moved through the chaos, her cybernetic hands brushing against the shelves. Each touch sent a pulse of energy through the texts, stabilizing them momentarily before they shifted again. The codex is gone, she said, addressing the team, but its power remains. We've awakened something ancient, something that was never meant to be silenced. And now, Kale asked, his tone heavy with unease. Now, Elira replied, her voice firm, we fight, not just to preserve our history, but to reclaim our place in the great chorus. The Dominion erased us once. They won't do it again. The resonance spreads. The resonance emanating from the planet's core had grown stronger, its low-frequency hum now a constant presence in the air. Elira stood at the edge of the archive's central chamber, her cybernetic hands trembling as she clutched the empty codex. Its pages were blank, but faint traces of light still pulsed within it, as though the artifact was alive and waiting for something or someone to awaken it fully. Around her, the archive was in chaos. Texts shifted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns and meanings. Some books glowed faintly with an inner light, while others crumbled into dust as their contents were rewritten. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, and with it, the Dominion's control over history. The texts are fighting back, Kale said, his voice heavy with awe and fear. They're reclaiming what was stolen. Elira nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sky was alive with shifting colors, crimson, gold, and violet, pulsing in time with the resonance. It was as if the universe itself was remembering. But at what cost? She whispered, more to herself than to Kale. Every word that rewrites itself erases something else. We're not just reclaiming history, we're rewriting it. Kale frowned, stepping closer to her. And what happens when the Dominion realizes what we've done? They won't let this stand. They already know, Elira replied, her voice firm despite the weight of the situation. That's why they'll come for us. But this time we'll be ready. The Dominion's response. Before they could prepare further, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep, resonant boom echoed through the chamber, followed by the unmistakable sound of Dominion warships descending from orbit. They're here, Kale muttered, his expression grim. Elira didn't respond. She opened the codex once more, its blank pages glowing faintly with threads of light. Words began to form, written not in ink but in fragments of energy. Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here. The message was clear. The texts were not just records of the past. They were voices of those who had been erased, and they were calling out to her. We need to move, Kale urged, glancing toward the entrance. If the Dominion breaches the archive, we're finished. Elira hesitated, then closed the codex. Not yet, she said, her voice resolute. There's one last thing I need to do. The final note. Elira led Kale deeper into the archive, to a hidden chamber buried beneath layers of ancient data cores. The room was small and unassuming, its walls lined with shelves of crumbling scrolls and forgotten manuscripts. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single object, a crystalline sphere containing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The memory core, Elira explained, recognizing it from the visions she had seen earlier. It's the heart of the archive and the source of the resonance. Kale frowned, studying the sphere. What does it do? It remembers, Elira replied simply. Everything. Every word, every song, every story. It's the link between the codex and the great chorus. As she approached the pedestal, the sphere began to pulse in time with the codex in her hands. Fragments of text floated around her, forming a spiral of light that connected the two artifacts. "This is how we fight back," she said, her voice steady despite the growing tension. "By giving the chorus a voice." Kale stepped forward, his expression uneasy. "And what happens to us?" "We become part of the song," Elira replied, "like everyone else who's been erased." Before Kale could respond, the chamber doors burst open, revealing a squad of Dominion soldiers clad in sleek, black armor. Their weapons were trained on Elira and Kale, their faces obscured behind reflective visors. "Step away from the artifact," one of them commanded, their voice amplified through distorted speakers. "You are harboring a class, one mimetic hazard. Surrender immediately or be redacted." Elira didn't move. She raised the codex high, its pages glowing brighter with each passing second. "If you want to erase us," she said, her voice echoing through the chamber, "you'll have to rewrite every last word." With that, she placed the codex on the pedestal, aligning it with a memory core. The awakening. The moment the codex touched the sphere, the entire chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. The text floating around Elira coalesced into a single, unified melody, a haunting refrain that resonated with the same chord she had heard in the silent choir. The Dominion soldiers fired their weapons, but the beams dissipated harmlessly against the sphere surface. The resonance grew louder, filling the air with a symphony of voices that spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption, of scars that refused to heal, of a people who had been erased but would not be forgotten. "You have awakened the final note." A voice echoed through the chamber, resonant and otherworldly. It was the silent choir, their ghostly figures emerging from the light. One of them stepped forward, placing a hand on Elira's shoulder. Though their face was hidden, she felt their presence, a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "The chorus remembers," the figure said, "and now, so must you." With that, the sphere collapsed into a single point of light, which then expanded outward in a shockwave that engulfed the entire archive. The aftermath. When the light faded, Elira found herself standing alone in the central chamber. The Dominion soldiers were gone, their weapons reduced to slag. Around her, the texts were stable once more, their words glowing faintly with an inner light. Kale appeared beside her, his face pale but resolute. "What happened?" he asked, his voice tinged with awe. "We gave the chorus a voice," Elira replied, clutching the empty codex tightly. "Now, the Dominion can't silence us anymore." Kale frowned, glancing at the horizon. The sky was streaked with crimson and gold, as though the very fabric of reality had been altered. "But this isn't over," he said grimly. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Elira nodded, her resolve hardening. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. The silence was only the beginning. Subscribe now for the next chapter in Chronicles of the Lost, where the scars of history become the weapons of tomorrow. Watch the full playlist to uncover all hidden connections. The chorus isn't finished. The flag still flies. The resonance from the memory core had spread beyond the archive, its effects rippling outward like waves across a still pond. Elira stood in the central chamber, her cybernetic hands tracing the glowing symbols etched into the walls. Each mark pulsed faintly with energy, as though the building itself was alive and remembering. "The texts are fighting back," Kale said, his voice heavy with awe and unease. "But at what cost?" Elira didn't respond immediately. Her gaze was fixed on one particular symbol, a jagged line that glowed brighter than the others. It reminded her of something she had seen before, the scar on the black flag of the legions of the forgotten. "It's not just fighting back," she said finally, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. "It's rewriting itself. Every word, every sentence. It's reclaiming what was stolen." Kale frowned, stepping closer to her. "And what about us? What happens when the Dominion realizes what we've done?" "They already know," Elira replied, her tone resolute. That's why they'll come for us. But this time, we'll be ready." Before Kale could respond, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep, resonant hum filled the chamber, emanating from the memory core. The glowing symbols on the walls began to shift, rearranging themselves into new patterns. "What's happening?" Kale asked, his voice tinged with panic. "The texts are speaking," Elira whispered. "They're telling us their story." As the symbols rearranged themselves, fragments of text began to appear in the air, floating like whispers caught in the wind. Each fragment glowed faintly with an inner light, forming a spiral around Elira and Kale. "These aren't just records," Elira said, her voice filled with wonder. "They're memories, voices of those who were erased." One fragment drifted closer to her, its words written in a language she didn't recognize, but somehow understood. "We fought a war that was never meant to be remembered." Another fragment followed, its message even more haunting. "They tried to erase us, but our voices remain." Kale reached out to touch one of the fragments, his hand trembling. "What does it mean? Who are they?" "The scribes," Elira replied, her voice soft but firm. "They recorded everything, even after they were gone." The fragments coalesced into a single, glowing manuscript, the unwritten Chronicles. Its pages were blank, but faint traces of light pulsed within it, as though it was waiting to be read. "This is what the Dominion fears," Elira said, her resolve hardening. "This is why they try to silence us." Kale studied the manuscript, his expression grim. "And now, what do we do with it?" "We use it," Elira replied, "to reclaim our place in the great chorus, to ensure that no one else is erased." Before they could examine the manuscript further, the chamber doors burst open, revealing a squad of Dominion soldiers clad in sleek, black armor. Their weapons were trained on Elira and Kale, their faces obscured behind reflective visors. "You are harboring a class, one mimetic hazard," one of them declared, their voice amplified through distorted speakers. "Surrender the artifact immediately or be redacted." Elira stepped forward, clutching the unwritten Chronicles tightly. "If you want to erase us," she said, her voice echoing through the chamber, "you'll have to rewrite every last word." With that, she opened the manuscript, its pages glowing brighter with each passing second. The Dominion soldiers fired their weapons, but the beams dissipated harmlessly against the glowing text. "The texts are protecting us," Kale whispered, his voice filled with awe. "Yes," Elira replied. "But for how long?" As the Dominion soldiers advanced, the manuscript began to emit a low-frequency hum, resonating with the same chords Elira had heard in the silent choir. The glowing fragments of text spiraled outward, forming a protective barrier around her and Kale. "They can't harm us," Elira said, her voice calm but resolute. "Not while the scribes protect us." "But they won't stop," Kale countered, his tone urgent. "The Dominion will keep coming until they destroy us, or we destroy them." Elira hesitated, then closed the manuscript. "Then we fight, not with weapons, but with words, with truth." She opened the manuscript again, its pages glowing brighter than ever. The glowing fragments of text began to rearrange themselves, forming coherent sentences. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." The Dominion soldiers froze, their weapons lowered as the words echoed through the chamber. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality had shifted. What is this?" one of the soldiers stammered, their voice trembling. "The truth," Elira replied. "Something you've tried to erase, but can't." As the glowing fragments of text faded, the Dominion soldiers retreated, their forms dissolving into shadows. The chamber fell silent, save for the faint hum of the memory core. "What just happened?" Kale asked, his voice filled with confusion. "The scribes spoke," Elira replied, her gaze fixed on a manuscript. "They showed the Dominion what they've forgotten." "And what did they forget?" Kale pressed. "The unwritten war," Elira said, her voice heavy with meaning. A conflict that predates the Silence War. A war that was never meant to be remembered, but must never be forgotten. Kale frowned, studying the manuscript. And what does this mean for us? It means we're running out of time, Elira replied. The Dominion knows we've awakened something they can't control. They'll come for us again, and next time, they won't hold back. Elira stood at the edge of the archive's central chamber, her cybernetic hands trembling as she clutched the unwritten chronicles. The manuscript was silent now, its glow dimmed, but she could still feel its energy pulsing faintly against her fingertips, like a heartbeat, steady and insistent. The texts are alive, she murmured, more to herself than to Kale. They're not just records, they're voices. Kale frowned, stepping closer to her. Voices of the past, or something else? Both, Elira replied, her gaze fixed on the manuscript. The scribes didn't just record history. They became part of it. Their voices are woven into the fabric of reality. Kale hesitated, his expression uneasy. And what about us? Are we becoming part of it too? Elira didn't answer immediately. She opened the manuscript again, its pages glowing faintly with threads of light. Words began to form, written not in ink, but in fragments of energy. Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here. It's not just about remembering, she said finally, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. It's about reclaiming. The Dominion erased us from history, but they can't erase the truth. Kale nodded, though his expression remained grim. And what happens when the Dominion realizes what we've done? They already know, Elira replied. That's why they'll come for us. But this time we'll be ready. Before they could prepare further, the ground beneath them trembled. A deep, resonant boom echoed through the chamber, followed by the unmistakable sound of Dominion warships descending from orbit. They're here, Kale muttered, his voice heavy with tension. Elira didn't respond. She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly with threads of light. Words began to form, written not in ink but in fragments of energy. Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here. The message was clear. The texts were not just records of the past. They were voices of those who had been erased, and they were calling out to her. We need to move, Kale urged, glancing toward the entrance. If the Dominion breaches the archive, we're finished. Elira hesitated, then closed the manuscript. Not yet, she said, her voice resolute. There's one last thing I need to do. Elira led Kale deeper into the archive, to a hidden chamber buried beneath layers of ancient data cores. The room was small and unassuming, its walls lined with shelves of crumbling scrolls and forgotten manuscripts. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single object, a crystalline sphere containing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The memory core, Elira explained, recognizing it from the visions she had seen earlier. It's the heart of the archive and the source of the resonance. Kale frowned, studying the sphere. What does it do? It remembers, Elira replied simply. Everything. Every word, every song, every story. It's the link between the codex and the great chorus. As she approached the pedestal, the sphere began to pulse in time with a manuscript in her hands. Fragments of text floated around her, forming a spiral of light that connected the two artifacts. This is how we fight back, she said, her voice steady despite the growing tension. By giving the chorus a voice. Kale stepped forward, his expression uneasy. And what happens to us? We become part of the song, Elira replied, like everyone else who's been erased. Before Kale could respond, the chamber doors burst open, revealing a squad of Dominion soldiers clad in sleek, black armor. Their weapons were trained on Elira and Kale, their faces obscured behind reflective visors. Step away from the artifact, one of them commanded, their voice amplified through distorted speakers. You are harboring a class, one mimetic hazard. Surrender immediately or be redacted. Elira didn't move. She raised the manuscript high, its pages glowing brighter with each passing second. "If you want to erase us," she said, her voice echoing through the chamber, "you'll have to rewrite every last word." With that, she placed the manuscript on the pedestal, aligning it with the memory core. The moment the manuscript touched the sphere, the entire chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. The text floating around Elira coalesced into a single, unified melody, a haunting refrain that resonated with the same chord she had heard in the silent choir. The Dominion soldiers fired their weapons, but the beams dissipated harmlessly against the sphere's surface. The resonance grew louder, filling the air with a symphony of voices that spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption, of scars that refused to heal, of a people who had been erased but would not be forgotten. "You have awakened the final note." A voice echoed through the chamber, resonant and otherworldly. It was the silent choir, their ghostly figures emerging from the light. One of them stepped forward, placing a hand on Elira's shoulder. Though their face was hidden, she felt their presence, a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "The chorus remembers," the figure said, "and now so must you." With that, the sphere collapsed into a single point of light, which then expanded outward in a shockwave that engulfed the entire archive. When the light faded, Elira found herself standing alone in the central chamber. The Dominion soldiers were gone, their weapons reduced to slag. Around her, the texts were stable once more, their words glowing faintly with an inner light. Kale appeared beside her, his face pale but resolute. "What happened?" he asked, his voice tinged with awe. "We gave the chorus a voice," Elira replied, clutching the empty manuscript tightly. "Now, the Dominion can't silence us anymore." Kale frowned, glancing at the horizon. The sky was streaked with crimson and gold, as though the very fabric of reality had been altered. "But this isn't over," he said grimly. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Elira nodded, her resolve hardening. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. The shockwave from the memory core rippled outward, its effects cascading through the archive. The texts shifted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns and meanings. Some books glowed faintly with an inner light, while others crumbled into dust as their contents were rewritten. "The texts are fighting back," Kale said, his voice heavy with awe and fear. "They're reclaiming what was stolen." Elira nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sky burned with shifting colors, crimson, gold, and violet, pulsing in time with the resonance. "But at what cost?" she whispered. "Every word that rewrites itself erases something else. We're not just reclaiming history, we're rewriting it." "They already know," Elira replied firmly. "That's why they'll come for us. But this time we'll be ready." Before they could prepare further, the ground trembled again. A deep boom echoed through the chamber, followed by the sound of Dominion warships descending. "They're here," Kale muttered grimly. Elira opened a manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly. Words formed, written in fragments of energy. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here. We need to move," Kale urged. "Not yet," Elira said resolutely. "There's one last thing I need to do." Elira led Kale deeper into the archive, to a hidden chamber. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a crystalline sphere containing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. "The memory core," Elira explained. "It remembers everything. Every word, every song, every story." Kale frowned. "And what happens to us?" "We become part of the song," Elira replied, "like everyone else who's been erased." Before Kale could respond, the chamber doors burst open, revealing Dominion soldiers clad in black armor. Their weapons were trained on Elira and Kale. "Step away from the artifact," one of them commanded. Elira didn't move. She raised the manuscript high, its pages glowing brighter. "If you want to erase us," she said, her voice echoing, "you'll have to rewrite every last word." With that, she placed the manuscript on the pedestal, aligning it with the memory core. The moment the manuscript touched the sphere, the chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. The text coalesced into a single, unified melody, a haunting refrain that resonated with the same chords Alira had heard in the silent choir. "You have awakened the final note," a resonant voice echoed. It was the silent choir, their ghostly figures emerging from the light. One of them stepped forward, placing a hand on Alira's shoulder. "The chorus remembers," the figure said, "and now, so must you." With that, the sphere collapsed into a single point of light, which then expanded outward in a shockwave that engulfed the archive. When the light faded, Alira found herself standing alone. Around her, the texts were stable once more, their words glowing faintly with an inner light. Kale appeared beside her, his face pale but resolute. "What happened?" he asked. "We gave the chorus a voice," Alira replied. "Now, the Dominion can't silence us anymore." Kale frowned, glancing at the horizon. The sky was streaked with crimson and gold, as though reality itself had shifted. "But this isn't over," he said grimly. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Alira nodded, her resolve hardening. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. As Alira and Kale made their way back to the surface, the world around them felt different. The air was heavier, charged with an energy that hummed faintly against their skin. The stars flickered unnaturally, their light bending as if caught in some unseen current. "This isn't right," Kale muttered, his voice tense. "The resonance, it's spreading," Alira said quietly, her tone resolute. Kale turned to her, his expression grim. "And what about the Dominion? What happens when they realize what you've done?" "They'll come for us," Alira replied firmly. "But this time we'll be ready." She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly. Words formed, written in threads of light. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." Alira closed the book, her resolve hardening. Whatever came next, she was ready. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. The silence was only the beginning. The scars of history will become the weapons of tomorrow. Watch closely, for every note in the course matters. And remember, the flag still flies. Subscribe to uncover the secrets buried within the great chorus. Explore the full playlist to piece together the story, one episode at a time. The truth is waiting. The resonance had spread beyond the archive, its effects rippling across the planet like a storm unleashed. Alira stood at the edge of the central chamber, her cybernetic hands trembling as she clutched the empty manuscript. Its glow had faded, but faint traces of energy still pulsed within it, as though it was alive and waiting for something or someone to awaken it fully. Around her, the texts shifted and rearranged themselves, forming new patterns and meanings. Some books glowed faintly with an inner light, their pages flickering in shades of crimson, gold, and electric blue. Others crumbled into dust as their contents were rewritten, their voices lost once more to the void. The very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling, and with it, the Dominion's control over history. "The texts are fighting back," Kale said, his voice heavy with awe and fear. "They're reclaiming what was stolen." Alira nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The sky burned with shifting colors, crimson streaks intertwined with veins of violet and gold, pulsing in time with the resonance emanating from the planet's core. It was as if the universe itself was remembering, its forgotten memories surfacing like scars on the surface of existence. "But at what cost?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of energy filling the chamber. Every word that rewrites itself erases something else. We're not just reclaiming history, we're rewriting it. Kale frowned, stepping closer to her. His expression was a mixture of determination and unease. And what happens when the Dominion realizes what we've done? They won't let this stand. They'll come for us, and they won't stop until every trace of this is gone. They already know, Alira replied firmly, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. That's why they'll come for us. But this time, we'll be ready. Before they could prepare further, the ground trembled violently. A deep, resonant boom echoed through the chamber, shaking the shelves of ancient tomes and sending fragments of crumbling manuscripts cascading to the floor. The sound was followed by the unmistakable roar of Dominion warships descending from orbit, their engines tearing through the atmosphere like a prelude to destruction. "They're here," Kale muttered grimly, his hand instinctively reaching for a weapon he no longer carried. Alira didn't respond. She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly with threads of light. Words began to form, written not in ink, but in fragments of energy that pulsed with an otherworldly intensity. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." The message was clear. The texts were not just records of the past. They were voices of those who had been erased. And they were calling out to her, urging her to act. "We need to move," Kale urged, glancing toward the entrance. His voice was tense, his eyes darting between the door and the glowing artifact in Alira's hands. "Not yet," Alira said resolutely, her grip tightening on the manuscript. "There's one last thing I need to do." She led Kale deeper into the archive, weaving through corridors lined with towering shelves of ancient texts. The air grew heavier with each step, charged with an energy that hummed faintly against their skin. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with light, as though the archive was alive and aware of the events unfolding within it. Finally, they reached a hidden chamber buried beneath layers of ancient data cores. At its center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a crystalline sphere containing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. The sphere radiated an intense energy, casting vibrant reflections across the room and illuminating the intricate carvings etched into the walls. "The memory core," Alira explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It remembers everything. Every word, every song, every story. It's the link between the Codex and the Great Chorus." Kale frowned, studying the sphere. "What does it do?" "It remembers," Alira replied simply, "and now it will sing." As she approached the pedestal, the sphere began to pulse in time with the manuscript in her hands. Fragments of text floated around her, forming a spiral of light that connected the two artifacts. The air grew thick with energy, and the hum of resonance intensified, filling the chamber with a symphony of voices that spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption. "This is how we fight back," she said, her voice steady despite the growing tension. "By giving the chorus a voice." Kale stepped forward, his expression uneasy. "And what happens to us?" "We become part of the song," Alira replied, "like everyone else who's been erased." Before Kale could respond, the chamber doors burst open, revealing a squad of Dominion soldiers clad in sleek, black armor. Their weapons were trained on Alira and Kale, their faces obscured behind reflective visors. "Step away from the artifact," one of them commanded, their voice amplified through distorted speakers. Alira didn't move. She raised the manuscript high, its pages glowing brighter with each passing second. "If you want to erase us," she said, her voice echoing through the chamber, "you'll have to rewrite every last word." With that, she placed the manuscript on the pedestal, aligning it with the memory core. The moment the manuscript touched the memory core, the entire chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. The air seemed to vibrate with an otherworldly energy, and the hum that had been building in the background crescendoed into a deafening symphony. Fragments of text floated around Alira and Kale, forming a swirling vortex of glowing words that pulsed with life. Each fragment carried a voice, a memory, a piece of history that had been erased but now fought to be heard. The Dominion soldiers fired their weapons, beams of energy slicing through the air. But the attacks dissipated harmlessly against an invisible barrier that surrounded the pedestal. The glowing texts formed a protective shield, their voices rising in unison to create a haunting melody that resonated through the chamber. It was as if the very fabric of reality was bending to protect what had been reclaimed. "You have awakened the final note," a resonant voice echoed through the chamber. It was the silent choir, their ghostly figures emerging from the light. Their forms were ethereal, their robes shimmering like liquid glass, their faces obscured by masks that reflected fractured hues of crimson, gold, and violet. They moved with an unnatural grace, their presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. One of them stepped forward, placing a hand on Alira's shoulder. Though their face was hidden, she felt their presence, a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "The chorus remembers," the figure said, its voice a blend of countless others, layered and harmonized. "And now, so must you." Alira's cybernetic hands trembled as she absorbed the weight of the moment. She could feel the voices of the forgotten coursing through her, their memories merging with her own. It was overwhelming, yet empowering. For the first time, she truly understood the scale of what had been lost and what they were fighting to reclaim. Kale stared at the silent choir, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. What are they?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the symphony of voices. "They are the voices of those who refuse to be silenced," Alira replied, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "They are the ones who recorded the unwritten war. They are the scribes." The silent choir raised their arms in unison, their movements fluid and deliberate. The glowing fragments of text spiraled outward, forming a radiant web of light that enveloped the chamber. The Dominion soldiers froze, their weapons lowered as the voices of the forgotten echoed in their minds. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality had shifted, revealing glimpses of a past that had been erased. What is this?" one of the soldiers stammered, their voice trembling with fear. "The truth," Alira replied, her voice resolute. "Something you've tried to erase, but can't." As the web of light expanded, the Dominion soldiers began to dissolve, their forms reduced to shadows that faded into nothingness. The chamber fell silent, save for the faint hum of the memory core. The glowing text settled back into place, their voices quieting but not disappearing entirely. Kale approached Alira cautiously, his expression grim. "What just happened?" "The scribes spoke," Alira replied, her gaze fixed on the memory core. "They showed the Dominion what they've forgotten." "And what did they forget?" Kale pressed, his tone urgent. "The unwritten war," Alira said, her voice heavy with meaning. "A conflict that predates the Silence War. A war that was never meant to be remembered, but must never be forgotten." Kale frowned, studying the glowing sphere. "And what does this mean for us?" "It means we're running out of time," Alira replied. "The Dominion knows we've awakened something they can't control. They'll come for us again, and next time, they won't hold back." Before Kale could respond, the ground beneath them trembled violently. The walls of the chamber began to crack, fractures of light spreading across the surface like veins. The memory core pulsed erratically, its glow shifting between hues of crimson and violet. "What's happening?" Kale shouted over the growing hum. "The resonance, it's destabilizing," Alira replied, her voice tense. "We've unleashed something ancient, something powerful. If we don't stabilize it, it could tear the planet apart." "Then what do we do?" Kale demanded, his voice filled with urgency. "We finished what we started," Alira said firmly. She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly with threads of light. Words began to form, written not in ink but in fragments of energy. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." Alira closed the book, her resolve hardening. Whatever came next, she was ready. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. She turned to Kale, her expression determined. "We need to get to the surface. The resonance is spreading, and we're the only ones who can stop it." Kale nodded, though his expression remained grim. "Then let's move." But we're not doing this alone. As they made their way back through the archive, the world around them felt different. The air was heavier, charged with an energy that hummed faintly against their skin. The stars flickered unnaturally, their light bending as if caught in some unseen current. "This isn't right," Kale muttered, his voice tense. "The resonance, it's spreading," Alira said quietly, her tone resolute. Kale turned to her, his expression grim. "And what about the Dominion? What happens when they realize what you've done?" "They'll come for us," Alira replied firmly. "But this time we'll be ready." She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly. Words formed, written in threads of light. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." Alira closed the book, her resolve hardening. Whatever came next, she was ready. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. As Alira and Kale emerged from the archive, the world around them had transformed. The sky was a swirling canvas of crimson and gold, streaked with veins of violet that pulsed in time with the resonance emanating from the planet's core. The air was thick with energy, charged like the calm before a storm. Every breath felt heavy, as though the weight of centuries pressed down on them. The ground beneath their feet trembled intermittently, cracks of light spreading across the surface like scars. In the distance, Dominion warships descended from orbit, their sleek forms cutting through the chaotic sky. The hum of their engines was deafening, a stark contrast to the haunting symphony of voices that still echoed in Alira's mind. "They're here," Kale muttered grimly, his hand instinctively reaching for a weapon he no longer carried. "They'll keep coming," Alira replied, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "But they can't silence us now." She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly with threads of light. Words began to form, written not in ink but in fragments of energy. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." The message was clear. The texts were not just records of the past. They were a call to action, a reminder that history could not be erased, no matter how hard the Dominion tried. Kale turned to her, his expression a mixture of awe and fear. "What do we do now? How do we stop this?" "We fight," Alira said firmly. "Not with weapons, but with truth, with memory. The Dominion fears what they cannot control, and now they've lost control." Before Kale could respond, the ground beneath them cracked violently, sending shards of light spiraling into the air. The memory core's resonance had reached its peak, threatening to tear the planet apart. "We need to stabilize it," Alira said, her voice urgent. "If we don't, everything will be lost." "Ow!" Kale demanded, his voice rising over the growing hum. Alira hesitated, then closed the manuscript. "By becoming part of it." "What does that mean?" Kale asked, his tone filled with unease. "It means we join the chorus," Alira replied. "Like the scribes. Like everyone who's been erased." Kale frowned, studying her face. "And what happens to us?" "We become part of the song," Alira said simply. "Our voices will carry the truth forward, even if we're gone." Before Kale could protest, the ground beneath them shattered completely, revealing a massive fissure that glowed with radiant energy. Suspended within it was the memory core, its swirling vortex of light and shadow pulsing erratically. Around it, ghostly figures of the silent choir emerged once more, their forms shimmering like liquid glass. One of them stepped forward, placing a hand on Alira's shoulder. Though their face was hidden, she felt their presence, a mixture of sorrow and resolve. "The chorus remembers," the figure said, "and now, so must you." With that, the silent choir dissolved into wisps of light, merging with the memory core. The fissure began to close, its edges knitting back together as though the chamber had never been breached. Alira turned to Kale, her expression resolute. "It's time." Together, they stepped toward the fissure, their forms bathed in the radiant glow of the memory core. As they approached, the resonance grew louder, filling the air with a symphony of voices that spoke of loss and longing, of betrayal and redemption, of scars that refused to heal, of a people who had been erased but would not be forgotten. The moment they touched the memory core, the entire world erupted in a blinding flash of light. The texts floating around them coalesced into a single, unified melody, a haunting refrain that resonated with the same chords Alira had heard in the silent choir. When the light faded, the fissure was gone. The sky above was calm, the stars flickering softly against the velvet expanse. The Dominion warships hovered silently, their engines silent as though frozen in time. Alira stood alone, her cybernetic hands glowing faintly with an inner light. Around her, the texts were stable once more, their words glowing faintly with an inner light. Kale appeared beside her, his face pale but resolute. "What happened?" he asked, his voice tinged with awe. "We gave the chorus a voice," Alira replied. "Now, the Dominion can't silence us anymore." Kale frowned, glancing at the horizon. The sky was streaked with crimson and gold, as though the very fabric of reality had been altered. "But this isn't over," he said grimly. "Whatever you unleashed, it's only the beginning." Alira nodded, her resolve hardening. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. She opened the manuscript once more, its blank pages glowing faintly. Words formed, written in threads of light. "Remember us. Do not let them silence our song. We were here." Alira closed the book, her resolve unwavering. Whatever came next, she was ready. For the first time in centuries, the voices of the forgotten had been heard, and they would not be silenced again. The silence was only the beginning. The scars of history will become the weapons of tomorrow. Watch closely, for every note in the chorus matters. And remember, the flag still flies. Subscribe now to uncover the secrets buried within the great chorus. Explore the full playlist to piece together the story, one episode at a time. The truth is waiting.